Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to day 2 of the National Touch Championships in Coffs Harbour. A very wet CEX Coffs International Stadium is presented here for all the players, and that is going to make for quite difficult conditions. Good morning as well to Adam Pride. It's wet.
Good morning, James. It's a shock. We're at a touch football tournament in Coffs Harbour and there's rain. But fortunately, the ground staff and the Touch Football Australia officials have been scrambling. We do have some playable fields. It's been a reshuffle to the draw, but we're out here and we're going to get some wet weather footy.
It should still be great action, and of course, this is an intriguing contest here. The Southern Rebels have started very, very well. I know they haven't had all the results on the board, but performance-wise, they've looked good in their limited matches.
Yeah, definitely. They had a really strong performance. We saw them early on day 1 against the UQ Rebels, probably one of the favourites in the Women's Open division. They kept with them pretty much the entire game and then had a really tight tussle with another favourites, Hornets, overnight. So although they didn't get the results, they'll take some confidence. Quarterfinals for the top 4 teams that progress, so they do need to keep the momentum moving and need results to make those finals, but they're definitely heading on the right path.
And certainly you would back them in here against the Vic Storm, who have also shown some much better signs compared to previous tournaments, but the disparity in terms of some of these big names that we see across the board. Southern Rebels, once they start to click into gear, we're expecting them to achieve some big things here. So what would you see as, I suppose, a positive result for the Vic Storm in this one?
Yeah, Vic Storm, it's not always about the scoreboard, it's sometimes about performance. So for them, they're here at the biggest stage competing against some of the best teams in the world. So for them, it might be some smaller goals, it might be completing X number of set of 6, might be stopping certain tries that they may be focusing on. But in saying that, we're in wet conditions. Wet conditions will bring teams together, and on their day, anyone can get a result. So they'll come in with an air of confidence, an air of nothing to lose, and sometimes when you've got that persona, it can be really dangerous for a more fancy team under a bit of pressure like Rebels.
And of course, just taking a look at some of the other matches that are set to take part today here on Field 1, this is one that we are really looking forward to as well at 12 o'clock. Scotty McAllister and Jason Stanton will bring you that one. Hunter Western Hornets and the Sydney Mets. Now, that is a mouth-watering fixture.
Big game, the Hornets and the Mets, that is for sure. That's in the Men's Open division. We saw the Mets play Sharks last night in a nice, tight tussle. And we also saw, obviously, the Hornets had a really strong game yesterday. Hornets probably are the favourites in that division with their squad list and obviously being last year's champions. So plenty of big games on today, definitely highlighted by that one at midday.
It should be a great contest, of course, and we're not too far away from State of Origin either. We'll be back at this exact venue in less than a month. So June 20, June 21, that's when all of these elite athletes will do battle. Quite a few of them on show here today as well. You can expect probably a few players here from the Southern Rebels to be involved as well.
Yeah, Bella Slattery will be one of those. She'll be in the Women's Open New South Wales side, a member of the Australian Emus Women's Open side, successful in the most recent Trans-Tasman in Christchurch. Another one to look out for, her cousin, the number 6 for Rebels, Denise Bowery. She recently represented Australia in the 20s division as well, so you'll see her in a couple of weeks for the New South Wales under-20s Origin side as well.
And in terms of ladder setup here, of course, we've got 2 different pools. We've got quarterfinals to come, so the top 4 from each different pool now. Both these teams are in Pool A. Southern Rebels currently in 3rd despite having no victories on the board, yet they had a draw and a bye. So they've got 6 points. Vic Storm in at 4th with the 1 win there. And then we, of course, also have the WA Tigers on equal points, but I dare say from what we've seen so far, Vic Storm could probably get a victory over the Tigers. And as a result, they'll be wanting to keep this one as tight as they possibly can, but they will get first use of the ball here. 16-minute halves on the board at Coffs Harbour. Final checks here from our officials. It will be the Storm running left to right on your screens. Great to have your company here on KO and on our other broadcasting partners abroad. So Storm here with a reasonably young team as well, Adam.
Yeah, definitely developing. They've been in this Women's Open division for a few years now as they tap and head towards the Rebels try line.
So off they go now with Rundle, dropping it down quickly, and then Ozols will hop in at acting half once more. Takes off through the centre. Nice little passive play out the back, linking up with Edgeworth and then squeezing all the way through. That's a great start here. Edgeworth finds a little bit of space on the edge, and that is worth every cent. Try time for the Vic Storm, 1-0 early on.
What a start. If you're going to put pressure on probably a more fancied opposition, start it with a tap play, a little block play. They found Edgeworth out the back with space, and she just sliced through the Rebels' defence. Perfect start, Vic Storm. We hear the crowd cheering as well. We've got another Victorian team here right in front of us, so plenty of crowd noise here for the Vics.
I dare say all the neutrals be on the side of Vic Storm as well. We love an underdog getting up. So now Southern Rebels will get their first use of possession. They'll come out here to Slattery. Just slowing things down around that 7. Law with a little short pass here for Halliwell Quinn. They left it unmarked. They only just closed the gap in time, but that was close. So back to the 7 they come now. Law on this left-hand side. Slattery delays the pass, all stepping up into the channel, but the arm didn't make contact with the ball, and they'll get away with that one, the Storm.
Yeah, big diving touch. Edgeworth, they're backing up at both ends of the field. Rewarded with the touch pass. Now they get a bit of descent as well. So Victoria up and about. The Rebels a little bit slow and lethargic here to start with. They're going to have to crack out of this quickly.
Yeah, they've perhaps been taken by surprise here. As you mentioned, the Storm have come shooting out of the blocks, and Southern Rebels haven't really clicked into gear as of yet. Speaking of clicking into gear, it's good meters here as well for the Vic Storm. They'll send it out to this right-hand side, and even though that ball's hit the deck, another very good set from them.
Yeah, after points, as a coach and as a team, you definitely want to obviously stop and then get to a 6 touch if you can, although it wasn't the polish on the end of the set they were after. They're still in a decent spot, as Rebels now will head towards their box. A few plans here coming out.
And you can see the slippery surface there as Colson hit the deck. Now quick roll ball. Crawford hops in at acting half, and then shown here from Bowery. Bowery sends it out to this right-hand side. Trouble brewing here for the Storm, but they get across nice and quick and shut things down. Touch is made. Bowery back to the middle now for Davis. Bowery will look to get this strike dump. Drops it down. It's a very awkward roll ball, and there wasn't a foot in there. That was just sloppy from the Southern Rebels.
He's a little bit lethargic. Again, the Rebels, Bowery looking for a middle strike play, and unfortunately for the Rebels, not able to control that ball now. So Rebels will look to apply some pressure here through their midfield and stop the Storm getting to their box.
And that is better pressure now, stepping up just to try and force them into a corner. Followed up there from Kate Phillips as well, and now it is starting to produce a little bit of a result here for the Southern Rebels. That's 3 plays down. Still well and truly shy of that halfway mark, and now they reach the last here. They'll bounce around. Davis waiting for the run of Edgeworth and then makes the touch. And finally, the Rebels are just starting to click into gear.
Yeah, great defensive set there from the Rebels. They're able to apply pressure, and substitutions in touch football need to be made between the 2 10-metre lines. So Vic actually made a few touches before the 10, which meant they had players in front of the ball and allowed the Rebels to keep that pressure. So great defence in the end from Davis. Just didn't give away a penalty for that touch. Waited until she was onside. The Rebels now on the attack.
Now Fountas brings it inside the 7, or Fountas with a bit of speed, looking to find some support. Pops a pass for mine. The touch has been made from Edgeworth. Yeah, well covered. So back to the 7 they go. One more to see off here for the Storm. Short side raid with Crawford running out of options. That probably wasn't the play for them.
Amity Edgeworth has had a massive first 5 minutes. We've already seen one big diving touch earning a penalty. She's also just stuck with her defender really nicely into the in goal, made a try saver, but now they're going to have to defend again here. The Storm, a little error to start on touch 1. Big set now here for them.
So Cable will send it to the middle here for Fountas. Fountas wider still for Halliwell Quinn. Fountas bouncing around again, drops it down for Halliwell Quinn, then scoops it up again. Halliwell Quinn will have a little look at the line. Well touched again here from out wide on this occasion. There's an injury to deal with as well. That's for McMahon. So she'll come off now.
Yeah, looks maybe to cop a stray boot or finger potentially in the face there. Good touch by McMahon, covering her link on the inside. Had to be made.
Fountas, Halliwell Quinn back for Fountas. Geez, they're reading it well at the moment, the Storm. Another good shutdown there. On that occasion, it was Ozols. So they come out to this left-hand side, and once more, the Storm looking very stern. Well, this is probably their best display so far.
I like the Storm shape on the line at the moment. They're playing really compressed, which in these conditions, you force the pass is more likely to bring errors, as has just occurred with, ironically, with their rucking. Rebels are going to have to look to do something different. It's going to look to be maybe a short play and then run the footy a little bit more. So maybe like your rooster early, those different kind of plays might be an option here for them.
Now taking off again was Halliwell Quinn. Once more, Ozols working hard. So Ozols and Edgeworth have done a stack of defensive work so far. As Slattery receives it through the middle. Ooh, takes off on the right foot. Good change of pace. Now to Matthew through a little gap. That's brilliant from Bella Slattery. She left them clutching at thin air. A great change of speed and then timed the pass to perfection.
Yeah, just summed up well here, Slattery. Victoria Storm middle coming forward, and she just uses her feet, skips to the outside, shows her athleticism here. Just a little stop-start play, and then a nice little short hole there for Moderum. Oh, sorry, not Moderum. That's the wrong player. Thomas Yu for the try.
So one try apiece after about 5 minutes of play. Awkward little roll ball there. Could have been picked up, but touch football and gods, they sort things out with the very next play. Ball hits the deck, and now Southern Rebels on level terms, and finally they've just settled themselves a touch here. Bowery brings it forward, couple of dummies, and takes another 5 metres. Davis up towards halfway. Bowery, quick release. Once more, Phillips getting involved. Davis, Bowery on this left-hand side, and picking up easy metres here, Tonise Bowery. Finally caught here, but they'll have one more play up their sleeves. She'll work for that strike dump. Drops it down here for Law. Quick release. Long passes on. Oh, Law found it, but it was a tough one to take for McSweeney.
Great set there from the Rebels after points. Just went away from their box, went direct, put the ball in a good spot. I called for that rooster early play, and they brought it out, almost rewarded with points.
I'll get another chance to try something here, though, Pridey. Another changeover early on in the set. They have been guilty of that the last 5 minutes here or so. Probably the last 2 or 3 more specifically, the Storm.
Yeah, against a quality team like Rebels, you don't want to give them too many opportunities. Law now on the punish.
Law certainly looking to punish them here on this left-hand side. Good touches made, though, by Olivia Rundle. They will get the penalty, so another set coming up here. All restarting things. Back to the middle now for Bowery. Little hop and a skip and just dancing around that 7-metre line. Davis. Back now once again here for Bowery, trying to squeeze through 2 defenders. Well shut down.
Yeah, great diving touch there from the Victorian Storm middle. That was Rekas.
Bowery with Law wrapping around once again. Great footwork from Law. Back to Bowery. It is absolute clockwork. Gee, she's so sharp on her feet, Andy Law, even in these conditions. It's like cutting grass for her.
Yeah, she just seems like she's got so much time with the ball. Puts herself here at left link. And just gets nice and early on the sweep, comes back off the right foot and just summarises things up nicely. Bowery hitting a nice hole back on the inside and copped a little knock on that leg, but she's hobbled to the box now with a smile on her face, so she's all right.
Well, this is probably more how we thought things would play out. It's taken a bit of time to get that way, roughly halfway through this first half. As now Edgeworth just pops a little pass here for Smythe. Edgeworth now scooping, taking off, looking for support. She'll run out of room, and Fountas jams in, and of course out of acting half, that is the turnover.
They'll take confidence out of the attack. Good attacking question there once again by Edgeworth. Your sweeper plays and looking to play short side against the grain in these wet conditions can be quite difficult for the defence to keep their feet. So that's a play I'd be looking to go to. If you're the Storm, they've had 2 opportunities down this end. They've scored 1, they've broken the line on the other. So if they can hold the footy, they're in the game and asking Rebels some questions.
And of course the big disparity so far is that rucking. Rebels have certainly had an easier time getting upfield. Once more, they'll get easy passage here as Perrott comes forward. She was looking for back-to-back forceful touches. Not called on this occasion, as now Thomas Yu brings it forward. In an acting half, they'll pop it away here through Abby Bonich. Now Slattery, who's been the danger woman so far. Caught here through the middle. Slattery crabbing across field. Thomas Yu with a little wraparound. Now they've got a 3-on-2. Well, had they hit long, it was on for young and old. McSweeney completely unmarked. They'll get one more crack at them here, though. Thomas Yu with a little dummy, draw and pass, and then well dealt with there from Smythe.
They got a little bit lucky, the Storm. They actually sent up their far middle on that rooster. If the Rebels identified it, released it early, it would have been simple catch and pass through the hands. Went back to that rooster early play, and as you mentioned, James, we've seen that play run twice with 2 big opportunities, so I would be surprised if the Rebels coaching staff don't address their players to keep going to that option.
And we talk about going back to the well or utilising a play with a hot hand, and there's certainly a few options here for the Southern Rebels as the Storm. Decent second half of that set there. They've at least turned it over in reasonable field position, but Geez, I think they'd still like to be next to score from this point.
Yeah, definitely. At the moment, they're not going forward enough in their first 2 touches. The Rebels' midfield defence is really pressing them on their line. So 5th touch near halfway is not putting the Rebels under enough pressure.
Davis now wrapping around as Bowery, and then Andy Law with some speed. Oh, Andy Law, a Law unto herself. She splits them. Electric speed, and it's 3-1 to the Southern Rebels.
Nice team try this here from the Rebels. Starts with their midfield press at halfway, and we see the 2 middles, Davis and Bowery, just a little easy pop-out play, and they run the numbers, and Law just absolutely gliding through the grass, and nice easy put down there for the Rebels.
We talk about the footwork of Andy Law, but probably one thing that slides under the radar a touch is just how quick she is.
Yeah, the acceleration, I think, as well, James. It's just that stop on a dime, go really quickly. We saw that with that sweeper play before. Just puts the defensive line under pressure, and it's really hard to adjust, particularly in these conditions.
Now Thomas Ute, 10 metres into enemy territory. So they link up here with Cable, who was very impressive on day 1. And will come up with a penalty here for her side. Another chance to set up a raid. Slattery is inching closer to getting on the field as well. She was about to run on, but was pulled back by the coaching staff. As now Sailor Perrott is out there. Perrott has been a little bit quiet on day 1. We know that she certainly can pull a game open, and there she is right away. Turning it back on the inside for Fountas. I had a question mark over the pass.
I agree. They've got away with that one, I think, the Rebels.
Now Cable straightening up. Thomas Yu with a little short pass here for Fountas. Thomas Yu will send it wide. Oh, it was there for the taking for Crawford, but it was always going to be a difficult one. That was pretty low in the end.
Yeah, as I said, we've gone to that play a few times. Just haven't quite executed that final pass. One thing that could make it a little bit easier for Crawford, if she started a little bit tighter and ran more of an outline, you can kind of adjust with the pass a little bit nicer, particularly in these conditions. They might have been able to cash that half opportunity in.
It's a big dummy coming up now from Ozols as they cross that halfway threshold. They really have not had a great deal of field position in the past 5 minutes here, so we're getting closer towards half-time, about 4 minutes left on the clock. Now the Rebels will work out to this left-hand side. Good meters on offer here for Cable. Brings it forward. Bonich. Law once again. Bonich will hop in an acting half and now links up with a nice little run here for Kirk. And Kirk will just drop it inside the 7. Back towards the middle. Slattery dives out. Oh, great save once again here. On this occasion, it's Chew.
Yeah, desperate dive there from the Storm. One of the middles actually lost the line, went behind it. The Rebels did identify it, but the referee's picking up a forward pass correctly on that occasion.
So what adjustments would you like to see for the Vic Storm coming into the second half to try and get themselves back on level terms?
At the moment, it's their midfield. When they've got down to the Rebels' end, they've asked questions. But at the moment, we can see 4th, 5th touch near halfway. It's much easier to defend. You're under less pressure. So for the Storm, it's the first couple of touches. I like to see some variety. Every time they go into the sub-box, they need to throw something different at the Rebels and really test their midfield defence.
Nice quick roll ball there from Slattery. Perrott will take off as a result. Now McSweeney. Then Davis. Lovely draw and pass. Bowery stops on the run. Turns back toward the middle. Davis back for Bowery. Looking for support. Oh, she had a 3-on-2 situation on that left-hand side had she continued going that way.
Yeah, she ripped wing. That was definitely a try there for Irons. Good defence in the end, though, from the Storm. Recast just holding her ground.
Now good pressure coming up here from Bowery. Floating pass over the top. Oh, Crawford was jamming in nice and quickly. So they'll work up towards their subs box here, the Vic Storm.
We just talked about that sub pattern. So they go into the sub box all the time. Subs are coming on in front of the ball, which means you're working much harder to get to space. They're going to get a penalty, though, now the Storm.
That's the first one they've had in a while as well. They really haven't seen much of this line. The last time they were down here, Edgeworth split them, of course, but they've only really had 2 cracks in the entire half. So for the score to be at 3-1, they'd be quite happy overall. And there is the penalty. For a moment, I thought they were going to call mutual infringement, but you can't have a mutual infringement when you're slapping it out of the arms.
Yeah, definite touch on the ball. Barry thought she was getting it. Back chat in the end, so another chance here for the Storm.
So bouncing around on this left-hand side, Ozols now drops a little short pass here for Walker. Just trying to stroll over the line, back to the 7 she goes.
They've scored the 2 opportunities, sorry James, to come off the sweeping option. So I'd like to see Storm go back to that, possibly look to dummy that sweeper and come back short side.
So now Nelio I'd like to see them get Edgeworth out there again. She's been the one with the hot hand for the Storm. Now a little stutter step trying to squeeze through with Smythe, but well shut down. But in that situation, surely you bring both the likes of Ozols and Edgeworth, who have probably done the most damage for the Storm, when you finally get down the other end. Yeah,
ideally if you can. Obviously, in touch, you know, those people watching at home, you're coming in and out of the sub box all the time. So if your strike players are fresh and you can get them on, it's definitely an opportunity to do so. Sometimes you've got to balance that across the 32 minutes. You don't want to gas everyone out too early.
So final minute of this first half now. It's Fountas. Picks it up, draws them in. Phillips with a big pass, finds Crawford. There's a fourth, and that might be the nail in the coffin in terms of that psychological advantage coming into halftime. We see it so often, Pridey, that final 30 seconds, 40 seconds on the clock, teams just switch off a touch and they get punished.
Great rucking set here from the Rebels. Just lots of flow. Fourth touch with lots of momentum. And Fountas showed some great ball-playing ability here. Looks left, ends up playing short where the numbers were. Good finish there from the Rebels. Nice try. They went coast to coast, finishing right on the break.
4 tries to 1. There is the halftime siren. They'll try and keep it alive here, the Vic Storm. They're certainly not going to die wondering. They'll pop it back over the top. Intercepted. Now there's a chance here for Kirk. How much speed does she have? Support back on the inside. Finds Slattery. Just couldn't link up with Thomas Yu. That would have been a great try against the run of play. But the Vic Storm, all things considered, I know there's a bit of work to do in the second half, but they'd be reasonably pleased with that effort against one of the teams we expect to be there come finals day.
Definitely. We talk about winning moments. They won the first 5 minutes. They were on top 1-0 and controlled a bit of field position actually early on. They can address that midfield at the moment. The Rebels shooting defence, putting them under a bit too much pressure. They're definitely going to create chances and headaches in this game.
So Southern Rebels in control here at the break. It's 4 tries to 1 at CX Coffs International Stadium. A quick break and then all the second half action in just a moment.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Ginigay New Jarwin. Yam Naya Gumbenge Janba Nari Gumbenge Waja. Yam Naya Matt Flanders. Nanyundi Badamaran Gumbengia. Aboriginal people all across Australia are the ancestors that have walked this land for thousands of years. For those thousands and thousands of years, they have looked after everything we see around us. The plants, the animals, the people, and the land. We pay our respect to everything around us so that they look after us and no harm or bad spirits come to us. We also acknowledge and recognise the future generations of people coming through to help look after this beautiful country that we walk on today.
Welcome back to CX Coffs International Stadium. Day 2 action of the National Touch League Championships from Coffs Harbour. The rain holding off for now, but it is a very wet surface here, but that hasn't really worried too much for the Southern Rebels. They have a commanding lead here, 4 tries to 1, but we have been impressed with this team on screen at the moment, the Victorian Storm, who've really pushed the Rebels at times in this one.
Yeah, they started very well from that half. Rebels haven't had it their own way. They did have to kind of get out a hole in that first 5 minutes. They did trail early in this one after that tap play, but plenty to talk about from both teams. For the Storm, they really need to wrestle some momentum. This first 5 minutes is going to be really big for them.
You dare say another try here for the Southern Rebels. They'll just simply go from strength to strength. And there is the Hooters. They're going to miss a little bit of time as well. I'm sure the Storm won't be too impressed with that.
Yeah, we saw the Storm score off a tap play at the start of the game. There were lots of pointing and organising here from the Rebels, so I'm guessing we're going to see something looking a little bit tricky here, James.
And they certainly do have the key talisman on board to try and conjure up something. That's Andy Law. Set up a try and scored one herself in that first half. Halliwell Quinn drops it down now for Andy Law. Back for Slattery, and there is Law right through the middle. Well, that was a little bit of a trick play. Not quite as fancy as we were thinking. It was very direct, though.
Yeah, a little splitter play. Slattery through the middle, just releasing Law, but great touch. It was Edgeworth again, and had to be good.
Oh, Slattery with the change of speed, then linking up with Law. There was nothing doing there. They had no right to get through, but that is the class of Bella Slattery.
Yeah, a little static fifth touch, nothing really doing. Slattery just picks up, just finds a hole out of nowhere. They kind of miss their match, miss their assignment, and just somehow gets through one of the smallest holes you can see and finds Andy Law, who crosses for her second.
It's been a good tournament so far for Andy Law. Of course, it seems incredible, but coming into this match, the Southern Rebels haven't won a game yet. And the bye in round one had a tough loss against last year's champions, the UQ Rebels, 4-2, which, from what we've seen, really puts them in good stead for finals day because they challenged the UQ Rebels in that loss. And then, of course, a draw against the Hunter Western Hornets, 3 tries apiece in round 3. We're probably expecting Hunter Western Hornets to reach the semi-final stage too. So even without that victory, the form's actually quite good for Southern Rebels.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot. There's a little bit of probably less pressure in the Women's Open division with 6 teams in each pool. You only need to win 2 games to play finals. So as long as you, with the momentum moving forward, you can still be in a decent spot. If they win their remaining games, they finish 3rd, they cross with 2nd. It's not the worst spot to be in.
Now Bowery hops in at acting half and will take off to this right-hand side. Splits them once again, looking for support. Good coverage, though, from the Storm. For mine, they made the touch, but regardless, the ball hits the deck, and I have seen off the first threat here, following points being scored in the second half.
Yeah, good attack, good defence. So Bowery, nice play in these conditions. Dummy the sweeper, go short, so I guess the in-goal, but great netball-style defence from Victoria, not letting any of their players get free. For those not familiar with touch football, acting half or dummy half can't score, but definitely a big attacking option in the game.
So up towards halfway there. Now, I thought there might have been a no-touch and simply rolling the ball back, but referees are on the spot as Edgeworth takes off, and she has had a good game here for the Storm.
Yeah, she definitely has. Definitely looked the most likely. Also at both ends of the field, her defence has been really strong as well and doing lots of work. We'll see her shoot up now to put a bit of pressure on the Rebels.
Davis keeps it alive back toward the middle. Finding a little pass there for Bowery, and then they'll take off with Halliwell Quinn. Good speed from her. Cable there in support, as is Fountas. They don't quite get the strike dump, though. Cable back for Fountas. Still working through the middle. There is that strike dump. Now Fountas can take off back towards Cable. They were building for it for probably 3 plays there, and finally they got a really quick roll ball and capitalised.
It was classy play the whole way along the set. It ended up with Fountas in the middle from half. We've already seen her set up one with this middle M2 play. This time goes to the open side and hits a nice short ball there to her middle partner, Cable. But that try started earlier on in the set. We saw some nice hands between Davis and Bowery to make an extra 5 or 10 metres. Then they checked on to the players running onto the field. So nice flow, nice try from the Rebels as Victoria slip up here early in the count.
So 6 tries to 1 the score now, 4-1 at halftime if you're just joining us. Now meters on offer here for Halliwell Quinn. Oh, and they weren't quite happy with that one. The ball was not played squarely. So turnover here for Victoria, and they'll get their first look at the line in this second half. They'd love to come away with a result as they turn it out to this right-hand side. Ozols brings it to within 10 metres of the line. Now takes off. Good speed from Ozols.
A bit of miscommunication there. I think Ozols thought the sideline ref called her offside. On-field ref was the important one, and he was happy.
And it really has slowed down quite significantly this set. Ozols will now drop it down, but nothing really doing here for the Vic Storm. Ozols will send it wide, and easy marking in the end for the Southern Rebels. Really came apart after that, well, if you will, no call out on that right-hand side.
Yeah, they just lacked a bit of flow, a bit of momentum. Andy Law did a really good job pressing nice and high at link, making some touches, but just released the Rebels' middles on that occasion.
So now Ozols there to make the touch as meters are taken here from Slattery. Now Bonich up for Phillips. Phillips caught there at long last by Ozols. Short ball here for Davis. Now Bowery is the one to watch. She gets the ball here with a 3-on-2 situation on this left-hand side. Off to Thomas Yu. Bowery will scoop it up once again here, and they really did recover quite well because it was still that 3-on-2 situation for the Storm.
Yeah, they did. They did telestrate that little fly play out of the box, but still executed it really well. Bowery popping out of Davis's shoulder, and in the end, some good sliding defence by the Storm, snuffing out that opportunity.
So keeping it alive here as they dig deep into the line. Now straighten up now, up towards halfway. Just looking to take the meters on offer here. Once more, scooting, and now out to Edgeworth on this left-hand side. Edgeworth with a dummy and takes off. There's some speed. There's some individual brilliance from Amy Edgeworth.
If there's anyone that deserves a try like this, just some individual brilliance. Edgeworth has had an absolute wow of a game. She's been trying her hardest the entire time just to show and go, turn of speed, and just slices through them. Great try there for the Victorian Storm.
Amy Amity Edgeworth. That's how we like to see the Vic Storm attack. Big dummy and then taking off with a bit of speed. 6-2 the score now as Cable brings it forward. Fountas will pop a little pass back to her. Happy to try and get this Victorian side up to apply a little bit of pressure. Halliwell Quinn will then take the space on offer. That was very smart. They just waited for them to arrive and then really clicked into another gear.
Nice dump on the 7 here for the Rebels. Victorian Storm just caught out a little bit in that touch to the middle on that occasion, and good finish there in the corner for the Rebels.
She's been playing at breakneck speed, not just in this match but throughout the tournament, Halliwell Quinn, so nice to see her getting across the line in this one. 7-2 the score, so it has blown out a fair bit since half-time. Another 3 tries to 1. Turn it back on the inside here for Ozels, who once more keeps it alive. And I don't mind that from the Storm. Trying something a little bit different to break down this very stern defensive wall.
Yeah, just trying something a little bit different through the hands and asking some questions. So nice to see. Speaking of something different, Rebels going a direct set here, not coming towards their box.
Now Perrott using her speed to get up towards halfway. That's a great drive. However, not a good roll ball. So it's been an indifferent performance so far from Perrott in this one.
Involuntary roll ball the call, so no touch made by the defender, so penalty now for the Storm, and decent spot here at halfway.
It's now McMahon, who had an injury in that first half, finally back on deck here. So they'll keep it alive in the play. They're going to call touch pass. That was a very close call, but we'll back the referees on that one.
Yeah, coach killer that one. You've earned yourself a penalty at halfway, and little unforced error on touch too, so Rebels let off the hook.
A lovely draw and pass here as Perrott will take the metres on offer. Plays it just inside the sideline. Quick release from Slattery. A beautiful movement in this set as Bowery continues driving forward here with all the momentum. Davis, Bowery scoops it up again. Defenders struggling to get back on side. That is clockwork here from the Southern Rebels out on this right edge, and Crawford will capitalise.
Yeah, classy play. A lot of flow and momentum again from the Rebels outside the sub-box. Bowery this time working with Davis, just nice little strike dump and just skips to the short side, and it's nice catch and pass here from the Rebels. Not easy to do from Kate Phillips in these conditions, and puts it on an absolute platter for Hayley Crawford.
So the Storm now with a deficit of 6 tries. Edgeworth has of course been exceptional for them. She's got both so far, Amity Edgeworth. She's on the field for them now with ball in hand. She'll pop a little pass back towards the middle. Now Edgeworth taking off, but they've all overrun her. Actually found quite a good ball in the end, and there was still a chance to fling it out to the wing, who was unmarked, but they just seem to be breaking down a touch here, the Storm.
It's the right idea, the right play. They just lacked a little bit of momentum. They need some flow into it, and unfortunately for the Storm on that occasion, just allowed the Rebels' links to play nice and big and negate any pressure.
We'll get another look at the line here, though. Play one, and they're just 10 metres away from it. Edgeworth now for Walker. Rundle waiting for it on that right link position. They're actually very far to that right-hand side. Now finally get it that way, but there's a large bridge to try and get across there for them. As Edgeworth will take off. Fountas then closes the gap. Perhaps like to see them condense a little more before spreading out like that, Pridey.
Yeah, definitely. It was good defence in the end as well from Fountas. Little open side quickie, and she identified that quite well. Now danger here for the Storm as Rebels go away from their sub-box again.
Perrott trying to turn a little bit of speed on. Found Halliwell Quinn and then shut down out wide there from Chelsea Sharp. Now Perrott stepping off the right foot. Scooped up here from Cable. Slattery out there as well. Cable brings it forward. Nice strike dump. Slattery off the back of it, looking to capitalise. Great speed from Slattery. Gets into the in-goal. Links up with Cable again. There's another try. And, geez, there's doubles all over the place. A double for Law, a double for Crawford, and now a double for Cable.
Good tactical try, this one, from the Rebels. Victoria Storm lacking a bit of... There's a bit of fatigue in the game, a little bit of flow, a little bit of momentum. So rather than coming to the sub-box and at times releasing that pressure, the Rebels just had a set of 6 out their middles, still made subs, and then Slattery was able to come on with fresh legs under a fatigued Victorian Storm side and find the in-goal for another try.
So 9-2 now. 4-1 at half-time and has blown out quite significantly here. It's now tracked back towards the middle and once more turn it over. So the wagon has really had its wheels fall off here for the Storm.
Yeah, acting half just went forward, made a touch, bit of a brain fade there from Louisa McMahon.
Law now with a good drive, followed up by Thomasu. Drops it down. Slattery again. Geez, they're really clicking into gear here, the Southern Rebels. Law will play it quickly. Slattery back to this left-hand side. They've got a 3-on-2 yet again here. Slattery right at the advantage line. Little stutter step and then popping a pass there, which was taken by Kirk, and they will get another set to work with.
Yeah, definitely some tactics here from Coach Clayton Blackman. They're not going to the sub-box anymore, the Rebels, so playing nice and direct. So definitely using this game now as a chance to try a few things as Slattery gets the open side quickly and a little bit too easy there back on the inside. But that reward comes from staying on the field nice and direct, putting the middles under pressure, getting a repeat set and scoring points.
Brings up double digits here, 10-2 the score. Now a hat-trick for Andy Law. Smart play back through the middle. And it really has been that combination of Slattery and Law that's caused all the damage in this one.
Yeah, they're two of the premier attackers in this competition. Slattery's probably, in the women's game in Australia, probably the premier static player at the moment. So you give her opportunity, she's going to create headaches. And for the Rebels at the moment, they're looking very dangerous.
Now Henriksen will drop it just outside the 7. Oh, there was a chance to just put the foot down and run directly at Davis, who is struggling to get back on side. Good coverage in the end from Bowery and also Phillips. So last one coming up now for the Storm. Rundle will wait at acting half. Turns away from Henriksen, comes out to this left-hand side with a long floating pass for Neilio, and nothing really doing there for the Storm. It really has been a game of two halves, and they've gone to another level in this second, the Southern Rebels.
Yeah, they have. Just flexing their muscles a little bit now as Perrott comes out of the sub-box. You can hear the referee calling the Victoria Storm player offside, and Perrott wastes no time to get another 12 metres.
Takes up plenty of yardage there very quickly. She's such a fast customer. Perrott is now Bowery with some great footwork. Keeps it alive here. Drops it down for Cable or Bowery with a rare error for the Southern Rebels in this second half.
Yeah, they got away with that one, the Storm. They would have had 4 more touches to defend. Now they've got to get themselves out of danger here. Clean set towards the sub-box.
Phillips tracking across to make the touch and then followed up here by Crawford.
Yeah, Cardinalson at the moment, you can't sub before that 10-metre line. Otherwise, as players in front of the ball, you can't pass them and you put yourself under pressure, and it normally results in errors like that.
Just inviting more pressure back on their own line here as it's worked towards the middle now for Cable. Perrott will take off, then turns it back on the inside once again. Strike dump coming up. Perrott releases quickly. Out for Bowery. Good step again, keeps it alive. Perrott and Bowery just working the middles over here. Looking for a penalty or a little opening. Perrott will take off. Out to Phillips. Eventually caught there. Once again, I think it's Edgeworth who makes the touch. And so busy both sides of the ball. Perrott at first receiver. Now sends it to the middle for Bowery. Little dummy. Cable. Perrott. Well, they've got a 4-on-2. If they go out wide, they will indeed do that. Crawford. Great sliding defence, though. It's kept alive here from the Southern Rebels and then played at deep into the count from the Victoria Storm.
Great long ball there from Perrott. Rooster play, and we've seen them release that half early. This time Perrott digs into the line, throws long, but good sliding defence from the Storm, but they can have another 6 touches with Slattery running onto the field.
Now Bowery back towards Perrott. Oh, the try was begging. However, it just comes free of the grip, and for the Storm, they're very fortunate there.
Yeah, mistake there from the Rebels with 6 more touches. So, oh no, another mistake here from the Storms of both teams. Just a sloppy few minutes here.
Speaking of minutes, into the final minute now for this one. As Bowery turns it here for Slattery. Slattery Back to Bowery. Numbers on this right-hand side. Oh, lovely catch, and then a brilliant put down at speed there from McSweeney. Difficult conditions, and she had a fair bit of work to do as well, the winger.
Yeah, classy play here. She's been on the field for a long time, ran a direct set, and a middle partner subbed quite a while ago. This time, open side quickie, she runs into the line, and nice pass out in front. Great winger line there from McSweeney, in and running out, which makes it really hard for the defenders, and little cherry on top here for the Rebels.
So final stages of this one now as the Storm bring it forward. There goes the siren. They'll pop a little pass back on the inside, straight into the arms of Thomas Yu. And that'll do us here. So it was still a contest at the break, 4-1, but in the second half, well, the Southern Rebels, they just turned up the heat.
Yeah, they flexed their muscles, definitely confirming suspicions that many had yesterday that they are one of the teams to beat in this competition. So big statement here in this Women's Open Pool A game. Rebels just commanding a big victory there, 11-2, and they'll be looking forward. I think they've got another game against Western Australia later today before quarterfinals.
And that'll secure their spot in third at the moment, so they'll jump up to 10 points. And for the Vic Storm and WA Tigers, they're likely fighting it out for fourth place here. We'll take a quick break across all of our broadcasting partners here from CX Coffs International Stadium. Full time here in the Women's Open between Southern Rebels and Vic Storm. It's the Rebels running out 11-2 victors.
Off to Grace Griffin. She gets it down. Long bomb out to the left-hand side. He's outside. His man dives. I think it might have been down. We'll see what the referees say. The referee says it was over the line. Two girls defending side by side there on the left-hand side of the defensive lineup. What's happening out there?
Yeah, well, it looks like the Pineapples are playing that high middle, high link shape at the touching middle. Oh, you got
There he is in the ruck area, picks up a sweeper, nicely done. Hits the winger. Ooh. Defender, Cat Sargent, comes across in cover. Pushing back into the middle of the field. There's momentum, that's direct play. Number 11 goes from half. Gets over the line. Charbel
Mata, yeah.
They're pushing up over the halfway line now from the tap off. They go with a sweeper play again. Goes back to the short side. Well done. He's over the line. Looks for the support player back inside. It's that man once again. To do you and me plays here. Short ball goes to the open side. That's a try. She's happy with that one. Mitchell DeRossi with the number 27 on. Good ball. Talia Rolfe dives back inside. I reckon that is down. You're right. Sebi Ray at half, picks up, goes to the open. Ray, short ball, dive over.
He's pulled, got given it, nice phase play there. Looking to score and extend that lead.
Connor Harvey makes two touches here, moves up from the link position. The switch goes around, gets in the middle of that one. Over the top it goes. For number 16 to score in the corner, Sarah Thornton. That extends the lead out again, 6-5. I think 7-5 now the score, the Mets.
Little bounce out play there, and he's dived over the top of him. Great try.
Tom Isles rolls back into the line. Isles again. Looks to go long, goes short.
He's offside.
Gets it over himself.
Yep.
Tommy Isles.
Open side quickie.
I think they could have been awarded the penalty. The referee's not pushing the defence up as hard as others have throughout the day.
Mets are struggling to get out of their half here.
Forward pass.
That's got to be forward.
Forward pass not seen by the referees. Diving cover defence.
What's he going to do here? 6 again.
That was a big miss on behalf of the referees. 15 seconds remaining. Charbel Matter, the fast feet in the middle in the pink boots. He'll look to go from half here, surely.
Pineapples.
5 seconds remaining. There's the touch. Catalano back inside, misses the touch. Big long ball out to the right forward.
Oh, wow.
That one goes to ground.
What a great finish. The last 2 minutes of that game were unbelievable.
Full time, we're all tied up at 7-all. Drop off coming your way. Matter Kieran Hughes. Hughes takes it down. Matter from half. Little dish off the ground. Out to the right. Big long ball. Referee calls all clear.
15 seconds.
Dummy throw, little throw.
Welcome back here to CX Coffs International Stadium, day 2 of the National Touch League Championships. Women's Open action coming your way. James Preston and Adam Pride to bring it all to you between Brisbane Metro and Sydney Metro. So a battle of the big cities here, Adam.
Yeah, big game here for both teams. Both had some disappointing results yesterday. They both played Sydney Scorpions, or probably one of the favourites in this division. Both had heavy losses, but for them, this is obviously a fresh game. Both teams still obviously a big chance of making finals, so they would have circled this one as one to kind of get back on the right path.
Very similar results as well, so both teams getting very tight matches against the Raiders, for example. A 5-4 victory for Sydney Mets, and of course 7-4 victory for Brisbane Mets as well, who have ball in hand here, running from left to right on your screen. Short pass now for Nicola, stepping off that right foot, and then Rogers is there to meet them, and that's probably the key player for the Sydney Mets, Mia Rogers.
Yeah, good defensive set there from the Mets. Rogers under pressure there. Nicola, they got an open side, little fake ML. Nicola did test Rogers one-on-one, but well and truly Rogers won that first battle.
And here is Rogers now taking it forward as Wardrobe sends it back towards the middle. Nicola called offside there, so play was allowed to continue. So they'll straighten up here with Vanessa Duprat. Little dummy coming through and then unable to split the line, but not a bad set overall for Sydney Mets.
Yeah, turnover on the 10. They would like to obviously press further towards that line, but these conditions, sometimes it's all about the momentum. It's not necessarily scoring every set. As Brisbane Metro now go to work heading towards their sub-box.
So drop down now, back towards the middle here for Archer. Archer takes the meters on offer. Good pace about this set here from Brisbane. They'll float it over the top. Oh, Wardrobe ends up with one of the most spectacular Falcons I've seen in a while. It's hit the back of her head, and she's got no idea where the ball is.
Yeah, Lila Pratt getting off the back of some momentum there for the Metro. So Lila normally with Rockhampton, but CQ Rocky not having a team in this division, so getting an opportunity to play with the Mustangs.
So 0-all early on in this one. 2 minutes gone. So they'll pop a little pass here back towards the middle and then take the meters on offer. But in terms of meterage, all the territory favouring Brisbane at the moment. And there's a turnover as well. So more pressure coming up here for Sydney Mets. And sometimes that first tap-off can be so crucial to how the first 5 minutes plays out.
Yeah, big time. We've seen, obviously, the Mustangs getting the field position from that first set, and particularly in wet conditions, Sydney Mets found it really hard just to get any field position at the moment. So they're under a bit of pressure now as well as Mustangs come towards their sub-box.
That's Archer carrying out to that left-hand side to allow fresh troops onto the field. They'll now look for Forbes. Forbes stepping off the right foot. Pops a little pass here for Day. Forbes again wrapping around, finds a great ball over the top into the arms of Charlotte Richardson, and finally the pressure does mount and they get their first try of the afternoon, or I should say the morning. I've gone off too early there, Pridey.
There you have, but it is a nice try here. Little rooster play and sum it up really nicely. Nice little early release there for Forbes, and great pass over the top for Richardson. Not the easiest take, particularly with a bit of moisture on the ground, but good finish there from Richardson, and BMJ get rewarded for just controlling field position for the first 5 minutes with some scoreboard pressure now.
And quite literally, this is the first time the Mets have been out of their own end. So they really have been up against it to begin things here inside the first 3.5 minutes. As Rogers pops a little pass here for good. Now for mine, that's a play through. Oh, they won't even blow the penalty. Well, that was an odd one.
I think what the referee's adjudicating here is if the attacker makes the touch on the defender, it constitutes a touch even if the player is offside. That's the only way I can see that getting ruled that way, is a little grubber kick after the ball has been dropped. You're not going to get away with that.
Now, Abby Good was certainly, looking back to the referee, quite confused about the call. I'd have to back her on that one. Certainly should have at least been a penalty from where I am, but of course I'm not in a pink shirt, courtesy of New Balance.
How good do the New Balance pink referee shirts look? You can't miss them.
Oh, they certainly stand out. Very vibrant indeed, as now Brisbane bring it forward. Charlie Nicola Hopping in and acting half, and now takes off. Good speed from Nicola out to this right-hand side and really turning on the Jets now. Pops a pass back towards the middle, just hoping to find a supporting player, but it hits the deck.
Yeah, they'd set up a little passive play there. Hillman driving for Charlie Nicola. Chloe Nicola was actually really deep in the pocket. I thought they were going to play out the back, and Charlie somehow still got to the end goal, but luckily for the Mets, there's people on the ground everywhere. It's all happening. Luckily for the Mets, they were able to defuse that situation.
Well, it's like watching 10 pins get scattered at the moment here at Coffs Harbour. Now we head back towards the middle here with Dupras. Very late pass there. Could have almost been pulled for a touch pass. Play on is the call, though. Dupras marching forward again. Last one here for Sydney Mets. A nice direct set. Probably their best set of the match. In fact, play on is the call. They'll pop the pass now for McDonald. Brisbane simply stopped. They thought the touch had been made after the required distance, but you got to play to the whistle. Sydney Mets do exactly that, and we are locked up.
Yeah, roll ball on the 10. It did seem like a really big 7, but probably a square up for that previous touch. And for the Mets, you play the whistle regardless if you agree or disagree. And nice try there for McDonald. Scores are now level.
And the referee certainly considered it. The whistle went up towards the mouth, but it wasn't quite blown. So 1 try apiece after 5 minutes of play. And they'll get another penalty here, Brisbane. So another chance to set up camp down this end of the field. Archer brings it up towards the 7. She has been busy so far, Archer. Hops in at acting half again. Little short pass now for Pratt, who takes off and then has a big dive at the line. Turned away.
Yeah, Lila Pratt, fresh from representing the Australian Emus in the 20s division in this pod on the field. She'll be the main attacker, I'd imagine.
She's sweeping around to the left now. Quick release here for Pratt, who takes off and identifies the situation well, but a great touch out wide. That's Wardrobe who makes it.
Yeah, they had a bit of space there. Jess Wardrobe had to be on her bike, and it was good to make that touch.
Well, Gab Rose has pointed her out as being one of the quickest in the Women's Open. We saw that on display there just to shut down the space, and as a result, the score remains at 1 try apiece.
Yeah, under pressure now here, the Mets. This is good shooting defense here for the Mustangs. Touch 3, but they're going to get a penalty, so a little bit too keen offside the call.
So restarting things now here at the Sydney Mets. Finally getting some decent territory. And they've really been hemmed into their own end so far. So they'll work it out to this right-hand side. Once more for Good, who came close to scoring not too long ago. Drops it down. Good again in an acting half. Little pass provided for Clark, and then wide is still now for Molly Jones. Clark once again. Turns it here for Kaylee McDonald. Jones back to the centre. Will take the touch on the 7. McDonald sweeping. Now a chance over the top. A bullet pass from McDonald right into the arms of Wardrobe. What a ripper of a ball from Kaylee McDonald.
Yeah, classy play, smart play here from the Mets. They set up that rooster platform, and it's a nice little early release. They get the middle involved with the touch, and a really early release. 3v2 just sums it up. Great long ball, and Wardrobe still had plenty to do. Great dive and finish.
Well, 2-1, and probably a surprising scoreline given what we've seen in the opening 8 minutes here.
Yeah, definitely. Mets really struggling, particularly the first 5 minutes, to get out of their own line. So if they can fix the first 2 or 3 touches, they've got points in them.
And probably the good news for them as well, and the coaching staff led by Joel Begnell, is that they've managed to do a lot of this without Mia Rogers, as now Brisbane respond almost immediately, and we are locked up once again, 2 tries apiece.
Yeah, great ball here. Chloe Nicola, they got a little sweeper play and release back against the grain. Little sweep on the link, and Forbes releases Chloe Nicola early. Great long ball here. Very hard to defend that play, and it was on a nice platter there for Natasha Day to finish in the corner.
So 2 tries each, roughly halfway in this first half. We thought it'd be a reasonably tight battle. They've had quite similar results against similar opposition, whether it be the Raiders or the Scorpions, of course. Just the 2 matches so far for Brisbane. Had the bye in round 1. Then a very awkward roll ball there. That will be a turnover. So we thought it would be tight, and that's how it's panned out so far.
It definitely has started that way. The Mustangs now, after points, get a stop, and they go away from their box with a bit of space on this edge. Charlie Nicola now at half. So looks like this crew's going to stay on the field. Hillman and Nicola as the middle is doing a bit of work, and now it's a turnover. So this is danger. You go away from your sub box, you don't get fresh legs on the field, you don't complete the set in a good spot. Now you've got 6 touches to make.
So Dupras brings it out to this left-hand side and then fresh onto the field. Collar Power with her first touch. That ball goes to ground, and now there's an issue as well as Nicola takes off. Quick roll ball. Nobody there to capitalise, though, for Brisbane. But, of course, as you mentioned, Pridey, they had a number of players out there for a very long time, so they needed the fresh reinforcements there. Now call mutual infringement on that one. Now Pratt. Popping a little pass here for Archer. Pratt again. Well, if they went quickly, it was a 3-on-2 on that left-hand side. Turned away from it, though. Archer will drop it down again. Now Pratt, right at that advantage line, sends it wide. Oh, Richardson was there, but the pass instead has gone right to the sideline official.
Yeah, 6 to go is the call. There must have been a touch in flight. A few questions here from the Mets players. I don't think the winger touched it, but anyway, call's been made. They did go that rooster play early. This time Pratt hit Link early. It was actually a nice read from the Mets winger.
Here's Pratt again with the big dummy and then going right up through Main Street. There's the first penalty. Of course, 3, and they'll have a player sat down, the Mets.
Yeah, Golding, the player, called offside. So go back to the well here, BMJ. You just earned a penalty from that play. Instead, they sweep and rip long.
It's Coyne with that floating pass out to field. Well dealt with, though, from the Mets defenders. Back once again here for Coyne. Archer. Just heading up towards the 7 now. Archer will play it. Pratt. Lovely little look in and away, and then back here for Archer. That's so classy from Leela Pratt.
Yeah, some great ball playing here from Pratt. This is just reward for pressure. We saw the repeat set, 6 to go, another penalty, and in the end, Pratt, just from acting half, a little bit easy in the end, just looks short side, throws the dummy, a little bit of a bite from the short side link. Didn't need to come in, and Archer good enough to finish there for the Mustangs.
So 3-2 as we approach the final 5 minutes of this first half. A good contest between the two Metropolitan Giants, City Mets and Brisbane Mets. All in good. Once again, doesn't get the rub of the green there with the referee's call. I thought that could have gone either way as well.
Yeah, they came together. Chloe Nicola popped up late. Good touch in the end.
Japanese international out there now as well as for Brisbane, Kura Ishii. So they come up over halfway. Now good meters on offer as well. They'll take them here. Marching up through the middle. Cut out pass out the back. Beautifully orchestrated. Once again, they're going to shred them to bits on that left-hand side. And Natasha Day has a great start to her day with a double.
This is going to look really, really nice on the replay. Kai Hillman, great strike dump here for Charlie Nicola. They set up that passive play with the link out the back. Hillman goes wide, then chops a nice hole. You can see she just drags Abby Good in. And a bit of space there. Lily Neal at the back, catch and pass. And Natasha Day, great try in the corner.
So 4-2 the score with less than 4 minutes remaining in this first half. Rogers will take it out to that right-hand side. We haven't seen too much of Mia Rogers so far in this one. As now, Womel. Oh, now float a big pass back to the middle. That was never really on. They didn't need to panic either. It wasn't even the last.
Yeah, they did have some time there. Mustangs play a very, very tight defensive line, so could have had a little bit more patience as they themselves go straight to the wing with a long ball from Nicola.
Now Hillman keeping alive down a short side. Pops a little pass and then great meterage here on the follow-up. Up towards halfway on play number 3. And then Chloe Nicola also getting involved. Pratt now sends it on for Archer. Those two have combined multiple times in this one. Pratt out the back for Nicola. This is lovely variation again here from Brisbane. They're starting to click into gear here.
Yeah, starting to get a little bit of confidence here, the Mustangs. Something they were lacking a bit in their play yesterday. Good touch there from Lauren McDonald from the Mets. Had to be made.
Now a scything little run through the middle for Sydney Mets in the form of Rogers. Womel sends it wider still for Wardrobe. If they can try and unleash her speed, there could be some opportunities down the edges, but instead, they'll turn it over here and invite Brisbane onto their line yet again.
Yeah, big opportunity here now for the Mustangs. Archer and Pratt on the field. They've had a hand in a few tries as Forbes comes on as well. So, call here from the sub-box. Coach Tinamu has instructed Forbes to play, so we'll see what they go to.
Pratt will go away from Coyne instead. Comes to this right-hand side, but not a great delivery. That one goes to ground. And there is an easy turnover, plus the touch pass is called. So 4-2. Mets would love to get one more on the board before half-time to really apply a little bit of pressure coming into that second half.
Yeah, definitely. Big couple of minutes here before the break. You feel if the Mustangs kick one more, 3 tries might be just that step too hard. But if the Mets can score here, nice physical touch there from the Mustangs. Could have gone either way. Ref says play on.
Well, the worst part, of course, is it's straight into the mud off the back of that touch. So that's going to be a bit of a dry cleaning bill coming up.
Yeah, you can see, I'm not sure in the front of our camera work, they're trying to put some plastic kind of flooring down just to try and negate some of the mud in that sub box. There's different patches on the ground where is some more water. It's starting to dry out a little bit now. We've had an hour or so without rain, and with some traffic on the field, there's less puddles, but the mud definitely, particularly on this close sub box, will play a significant factor.
Field overall is holding up reasonably well at CX Coffs International Stadium as Womel comes full pelt on. There was a golden opportunity to release to Good, who was unmarked about 2 metres shy of the try line. Womel instead took a chance to things herself, was ultimately caught.
It's good attack, Womel, good speed there. Felicity Archer was in a bit of trouble as the Mustangs middle. Forbes had to strike, and as you said, if they did find the pass to Good, she was well and truly over.
For the march again, last one here, Womel at speed yet again, but sends it wide early to Wardrobe. Just had to dig in a little more there, Womel.
Yeah, they got the wrong middle in the touch, so Mustangs identified Womel being a danger player on that sweep, sent up the wrong middle. Would have liked the Mets dummy half to look to play short side there.
So rolled back quickly. Final stages of this first half as they come out here for Coyne. Good change of speed. Now Pratt scoops it up. There is the siren as Hillman brings it forward. That'll bring an end to this first half here, and an impressive display from Brisbane, who've really dominated territory in that first 16.
Yeah, they had a bit of a rollercoaster first half. We saw the Mustangs dominate field position, get out to a 1-0 lead, and then Mets kind of went bang, bang, actually led the game 2-1, but the Mustangs really flexed their muscle in the last 6 or 7 minutes. So they go into the half-time, the happier of the two, with a 4-2 lead.
So a little bit of work to do here for the Sydney Mets as they search for their second victory of the tournament. They've had losses in rounds 1 and 3. Both teams only have a win up against the Raiders, so this could be quite an important result overall. We'll see how it all plays out in the second half after a quick break right here at CX Coffs International Stadium. Welcome back here to Coffs Harbour, CX Coffs International Stadium, Day 2 action of the National Touch League Championships. And And it is Sydney Mets with a little bit of work to do in this second half. They really haven't had a great deal of time down the other end, but there's a 5-minute period there where they did go bang, bang and take the lead. But overall, it really has been controlled by Brisbane, Adam Pride.
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely some options and some nice strike dump there on phase from Abby Good.
Stick with the play for a moment. With Rogers back to Good, and yeah, they nearly did open them up there.
Yes, good attack to start with. There are definitely some opportunities and some holes they can look for in that Mustangs defense. So they've just got to make sure they give themselves enough opportunities to do so. So make sure midfield, if they're not scoring tries, they're having a little bit more polish on the back end of their sets. But the Mustangs making a big statement to start as well. There's a bit of energy out of the sub box.
Yeah, great meters in this set as well as Neil picks it up now. Pratt through the middle, dummies a couple of times. Such a wily customer. And even though they won't launch a raid at the end of that set, still pretty good territory once again for Brisbane.
Yeah, they did have some nice flow. Just a little bit of miscommunication there between Pratt and Neil. I think one was looking for the rooster, one was looking for the nice early pass. So they lost their momentum there, but now the Mets out of the sub box themselves.
McDonald caught there with some pretty tough contact, but play on is the call. Last one brought up now. Duprat takes off. Has McDonald on her hip. Will pop the pass, but a little bit too late in the piece. But better signs there from the Mets, playing at full tilt.
Yeah, at least they're turning it over on the 7 rather than further up the field. So Duprat actually turned Lila Pratt inside out. So some nice footwork. We definitely look to that throughout this half. Mustangs now with fresh legs coming on. Hannah Forbes with the ball at acting half now.
Pratt did a good job to keep it alive as well as they head up over halfway now. Once again, decent meterage in this set as Kura Ishii brings it out to this left-hand side. They'll float a pass over the top. And even when things are coming unstuck, they really do work their way upfield quite nicely. It's a very strong rucking outfit here from Brisbane.
Yeah, they are known for their flow and their deception through their rucking. A lot of this group plays Southern Storm in the Metro Cup Brisbane competition, so a lot of existing combinations, definitely known for their ball movement and guile.
Now Jones brings it up, met by Kura Ishii. Big dummy coming out from Clark, who was busy on day one. We haven't seen the best of her as of yet in this one. And that ball will go to ground, so another turnover here without really asking too many questions. 4-2 score remains. No change since half-time inside the opening 2 or 3 minutes here.
A bit of a mistake now from the Mustangs. So chance here for the Mets at halfway. We'll see if they cash this in. Looks like they're going to go lateral to start with. Love them to still be going forward here to make sure they get a couple of chances on this line.
Now good, Pomp's little pass out here for Bianca Green. Short ball now for Kaylee McDonald, who had a terrific try assist in that first half as Rogers enters the action as well. Steps off a left foot, all very flat pass there to Rogers. Now Simone Rogers drops it down. Back for Mia. Here's Simone. Oh, building nicely. Wonderful read from outright. Natasha Day's already scored 2 tries. Now she stops one.
Yeah, good touch there from Day. Had to be there. Was a little bit of disconnect in the Mustangs line. Some space for Rogers. Nice line from half. Looked short. Came off the left foot. And I'd love to see her get a little bit more involved. We just didn't see enough of Mia Rogers in the first half. And the more she has the ball in the hand, the more dangerous the Sydney Mets look.
Now Richardson pops little passes. Pratt once more with that dummy. Taking off is Neil. Neil pops little ball. They're looking for the tip on play. It's always going to be a tough one to pull off. And the Mets will get away with it. So both teams starting this second half with plenty of energy, but no change to the scoreboard. And geez, that close to grandstand side of the field that they were just on there, that's really starting to deteriorate a fair bit.
It's quite muddy in front of that sub box. The middle of the 2 sevens as well, getting chopped up a little bit. Nice flow here for the Mets.
Duprat drops it down on the last here. Or big dummy coming out from Golding, looking for support. Floats the ball up in hope more than anything. Now, was there a player taken off the ball here? I think that might be what they're having a chat about, the referees.
Yeah, I didn't see the contact. I'm just going to say ball to ground, so incidental, the call there from the officials, but some nice attack here, some nice speed and guile there from Golding. Unfortunately for the Mets, couldn't link up. We're in a bit of an arm wrestle at the moment, James. I get the impression whoever scores next might go a long way towards winning here, because it's end-to-end. We haven't quite seen anyone kind of break the barriers down yet.
Yeah, you're right. It really has turned into a bit of a stalemate at the moment. Brisbane won't mind that too much, of course, with that 2-try advantage, but for the Mets, they need to break that. And now a strong touch there. It is indeed forceful, so that will be another set to work with here for Brisbane.
Yeah, Lily Neal taking a tumble on that far side. So fresh legs onto the field.
Now dummy coming out once again here. They'll roll it back quickly. Meters on offer yet again as Kuraishi hits the deck. Now Day's actually shifted towards the middle, it looks here, unless they've got two 15s listed. And if that is Day, that should be a hat-trick, but they've just stopped her in time. I think there actually might be two 15s here, Friday.
There actually is two 15s. I was getting confused with that before myself, so not sure. The 15 in the middle, Natasha Day's definitely playing on the wing, is Chloe Nicola just slices through. Some classy play here with Hannah Forbes. A little short interchange of passing between the two Mustangs links. They find themselves on the same side, and the old school little essay play, little switch comes back towards the short side. It was a play about 15 years ago you'd see run just about every set of 6, and they've brought it back in.
So 5-2 the score now. First points after the break, going the way of Brisbane. Now the Mets really need a response here. They have to be next to score. Come for Jones. Good, out of acting half. Now back to the middle for Clark. Stepping off the left and then taking extra meters here. Up towards the 7 she goes. Kaylee McDonald. Once more Clark bouncing around. Met there in defence by Nicola. Quick release here for Jones. Catch and pass. They score. Good. Oh, that just fell a little shy of the waiting arms for Bianca Green. Otherwise, that would have been a great try for the Mets.
Yeah, it was a nice attack from the Mets. Fortunately for them, that half opportunity not cashed in. They're going to have to start to get those if they want to get back into this game.
Here's another penalty in favour of Brisbane. So 5-2 the score remains. Getting towards that halfway point in the second half. So time is starting to become quite a factor here for the Mets. Good meters now for Brisbane. Up towards halfway. As Pratt continues marching forward. Keeps it alive up through the middle here for Archer. We'll roll it back quickly. Pratt's there once again. Now for Neal. Takes the meters on offer. Back to Archer. Last one coming up. Lovely pass across the face. Just didn't quite hit the mark, though.
A good set of 6 from the Mustangs. They got an early penalty from that hard touch and just flow out of the sub-box. It was great ball movement. We saw sweep it back towards that open side. And Chloe Nicola at half had a nice platform there to attack. Just didn't quite get the pass to hand on that occasion.
Now Good keeps it alive down this narrow short side. And then meters picked up from McDonald. Womel once more playing at speed. There was no touch there for Womel, and she will be pinged for it.
Yeah, involuntary touch, the call, and that was right in front of the commentary box. We normally are guessing if we can see them, but it was clear as day from our angle here that there was daylight between the defender and the ball being put down.
Well, the defending player was still in Sawtell. That's how far the gap was between Womel and the Brisbane line, as now Kuraishi brings it forward. Little dummy coming out, and she'll stay alive on this left-hand side, still bouncing around. For a moment there was an opportunity she created. And if Day was maybe a metre or two further forward, she could have had that hat-trick. Now they'll take off again. Forbes with a great pass back to the middle. Somehow shut down, though, from McDonald, but they will get the penalty.
Yeah, there wasn't much doing there. Hannah Forbes just showing some great intelligence here, playing short and still creating a shutdown with no momentum. Was a great touch in the end there from McDonald.
So Forbes drops it here on the 7. Day wasn't ready for it, and yes, you can certainly see the two 15s side by side there as Kuraishi with a great effort from distance, certainly using the conditions. What a slide and dive that is. A wonderful try for the Japanese international.
Yeah, she's done this well, been waiting for that opportunity, and nice little open side quickie here from Kuraishi. Comes off the left foot, nice slide dive. Mets middles both not happy. I think offside was the call, but in the end doesn't matter. Kuraishi gets herself on the score sheet.
Well, that was from a good 5 metres. Now, Kuraishi, with all due respect, not the tallest of customers with the longest reach, but that was an outstanding effort. Seen the likes of Matthew Tope, for example, for Wollongong with those 6-foot-long arms. He can certainly stretch out from a distance, but Kuraishi, an outstanding effort. Very brave to dive through.
Yeah,
so
it's great skill, James, particularly stretched out in front. Not the biggest hands, as you mentioned. Controlling in these conditions is a very good skill. So Mustangs will be quite happy now. They've got out to a 4-try lead. After the most recent try, they've stopped points. Bit of flow for them, so...
Kuraishi. Well, there's a circus trick as well. juggling it on the back, and then eventually maintaining possession. There's another one for the highlight reels. What a good couple of minutes for her.
100%. Nicola now out of half, play short to Hillman.
Well, they are really having a bit of fun out there now, Brisbane. 6-2 the score. Nicola again turns it for Hillman. And the Mets are reeling.
Yeah, they need to wrestle some momentum back here, the Mets. So you can do that through your drive. Just off the back fence, earn some flow.
How good. We'll take the meters on offer with the play on call loud as day through the Atmos mic. Drop down here from McDonald. And then Jones. Clark hops in and acting half on the last. Nothing really doing here again for the Mets. They're just not getting that strike dump right on plays 4 and 5.
Yeah, it's just struggling to wrestle that momentum back. The first couple of touches really set the tone for the set, and that's the difference between the two teams. We see the Mustangs going forward, then earning the right to shift. They're already at the box in 2. Nicola makes 15 metres on 3. So when you're coming onto the field with fresh legs, it's much easier to do that if you've created that momentum early in the set.
So Archer brings it forward now. They will have a look at the line here. One more play to see off for the Mets. Pratt out the back, lovely ball. But then ultimately quite well marked up in the end. Good little shift there from McDonald to make the touch.
Yeah, well read in the end from McDonald. Nice little passive play from the Mustangs, but not getting done on this occasion. And she's earned herself big meters now for the Mets. This is their chance. Touch 3, we're near the 10.
So Rogers back out there now, along with Simone Rogers, who hops in at acting half. Mia takes off once again. Now Simone up towards the 7. Mia Rogers out to this right-hand side, floating a pass. Oh, it's intercepted here from Day. Well done.
Yeah, great hands there from Day. Rogers playing short side, but unfortunately for the Mets, the Mustangs in a great defensive position.
So once more, moving it freely out to this right-hand side, perhaps a little bit too freely on that occasion. Richardson can't get a handle on it. And there is the turnover. So the Mets have been starved of attacking opportunities in this second half. They should get a look at the line here.
Yeah, I'd love to see Rogers really get involved in this set. She's got the ball in her hand now. She's one of their more experienced middles, so we'll see if she can orchestrate something at the back end of this set. They've got to go forward, though. They're not at the line yet.
So Collar Power will play it now. Rogers. Yeah, it's very much in slow motion, this set at the moment. Collar Power will get things in the right direction, though. Drops it down. Now Rogers on the last. Had an opportunity to just send it passively out the back there, but it's a real mess of a set, and unfortunately that's very much been the entire second half for the Mets.
Yeah, turnover at halfway. You really just want to make sure you still punch forward. Even though you're in a good spot to start the set, you're expecting to be attacking. You got to earn the right. Go forward for a couple of touches as Nicola.
Oh, what about the speed from Nicola? Nearly beat 2 of them. Collar Power, though, makes a good touch.
Yeah, nice little bounce-out play there from Hillman, but great touch in the end. The two sisters, Nicola, working together. Chloe sweeping Charlie at half.
Hillman plays it. Nicola to Nicola once again. And it will produce a result yet again. Charlie sets up Chloe, who has a second.
I imagine the Nicola family will be replaying this one at night tonight. Charlie at acting half does really well here. Takes 2 steps into the line, gives Chloe a one-on-one and just comes on the right foot and scores. So both these two girls represented Australia. Charlie in the 18 girls, Chloe in the 20s girls. Chloe winning the Roxy Winder medal at the most recent tournament. So she's in some hot form and showing it again in this game.
Almost seems like this match has played Brisbane into form. They've had their struggles on day one, but it's perhaps like the Brisbane of old at the moment.
Definitely. You can definitely see that air of confidence in their play at the moment. And it's one of those tournaments where, to be fair, we get to finals play, finals day. Your round results don't really matter. No one remembers what your score was on day one. As long as you have that self-belief and that momentum, which these games create, Mustang's going to be dangerous.
So Debra will restart things now. 7-2 the score. It really has blown out since half-time. Good out on this right-hand side. Does the splits to play it. Now Debra back for Golding. Great coverage there from Hillman. So they'll come back to the 7 here. They really look out of ideas and very tired, actually, the City Mets. And there we go, an easy error from the roll ball on this occasion.
Yeah, the referee's adjudicated there that the ball didn't go between the legs, so an incorrect roll ball. Good pressure there from the Mets. Could have got a touch pass, but left to play on at the moment.
Lovely work there from Wardrobe, racing out of the line to apply the touch. Now Forbes takes off. Good meters again here from Kuraishi. Turns it back for Forbes. Lovely cycling of the footy. Quick play the ball too from Kuraishi. Back to the middle they go once more. Forbes will take the metres on offer. Kuraishi now with a little bit of speed. Threatens to link up wider still. She'll run all the way to the box at this rate. Finally turns it over as we approach the final stages of this match.
Yeah, good defensive stop there from Dupras. Didn't panic, didn't bite, just kept pressing forward and actually gained herself another 5 metres for her side in defence.
Now down the sideline here, very slippery surface. Hitting the deck is Bianca Green, who really hasn't seen too much quality ball on this right-hand edge. It's Jones. Supplies for Clark. Bouncing forward. Kuraishi there to make the touch. And still standing firm. We'll also make it here on Jones. Final stages now. There is the siren. Clark pops a little pass here. Again, nothing really doing. And unfortunately, that sums up the second half here for the Mets. They barely threw a shot at Brisbane, who continued to build as this one went on.
Yeah, dominant performance in the end from the Mustangs. The Mets had a really good 5-minute passage just after that initial start where they did put 2 tries on back-to-back, but take that out of the game. The Mustangs, it was a commanding performance. 7-2 really did flex their muscles and have got themselves back on track for this competition. Plenty more games still coming up, James. We've got Men's Open game coming up now as we see the Sydney Mets boys coming onto the field.
And it's an all New South Wales battle as they take on the Hunter Western Hornets, one of the hot favourites in that particular division. Hope you enjoyed all the action here, but full time between Brisbane Mets and Sydney Mets. A dominant performance from the Sunshine State, 7-2. A quick break and then all the action continuing right here for the National Championships on day 2.
Ginigay New Jarwin. Yam Naya Gumbenge Janba Nari Gumbenge Waja. Yam Naya Matt Flanders. Nanyundi Badamaran Gumbengia. Aboriginal people all across Australia are the ancestors that have walked this land for thousands of years. For those thousands and thousands of years, they have looked after everything we see around us. The plants, the animals, the people and the land. We pay our respect to everything around us so that they look after us and no harm or bad spirits come to us. We also acknowledge and recognise the future generations of people coming through to help look after this beautiful country that we walk on today.
Joined on the sideline here by successful Mustangs link, Chloe Nicola. Good win for that game, Chloe. Happy with the performance?
Yeah, I think the girls played really well. It's still definitely tough conditions, but yeah, we stuck together and got a few good tries on the ball, which is good.
Bit muddy out there yesterday. Not the best day one from the Mustangs team. What are you looking forward to now? Another round game or 2 before quarterfinals? Hopefully the momentum from this will be important for you guys moving forward.
Yeah, definitely. I think first game is tough coming up against Coffs. They're such a formidable opponent, but we definitely learned a lot from that first game. And I think from there we've started to build and, yeah, got some good momentum heading into hopefully quarterfinals tonight.
Definitely. We love seeing you up at Redcliffe, winning the Roxy Winder medal at that performance with the 20 girls. How was that experience up at Redcliffe?
Oh, it was incredible. Probably one of my favourite weeks of touch I've ever played. Yeah, with a team of my best friends, we all came together really well, and yeah, it was an incredible tournament.
No dramas. Congratulations. All the best for the rest of the tournament.
Thanks, Friday.
SportsCover provides affordable, tailored insurance solutions designed to protect your sports and leisure lifestyle. Created by sports people for sports people. More than 35 years of industry-specific experience and knowledge makes us not only experts in our field, but pioneers of our industry. So whether it's in the sporting arena or it's for fun and leisure, you play with pride. We protect with passion because we don't just know sport, we are sport.
Welcome back here to Coffs Harbour, CX Coffs International Stadium. Men's Open action, one of the hot favourites of this division, the Hunter Western Hornets on screen. They will get first use of the ball here against the Sydney Mets. James Preston and Scott McAllister to bring you all the action. And Scotty, this one should be a real hot contest between two New South Wales sides.
Yeah, absolutely. Hornets coming in red hot to this one, 3-0 on the first day. A tough one in the first round there against the UQ Rebels, 5-4. Pretty similar situation for the Mets as well. They did have the one loss, though, but it was only by 1 point over the South Queensland Sharks late last night. So, yeah, not too much separating these two teams, but the defending champions, they're looking good again.
We will have Jason Stanton joining us shortly. Been informed that he's currently washing a little bit of mud off the boots so he can make his way into the commentary box. But underway now with Mitchell Wilton taking the first touch here. Edwards also brings it forward. Now a little pass here for Jones. Bouncing around through the middle. It's a bit of bragging rights here between these two New South Wales sides. They certainly would have played each other in state cups as Jones stays alive through the middle. Good touch made in the end though from Osborne. It's back to the 7 now. Jones will play it quickly out to this right-hand side. They go Wilton. Now looking to link up with him, but the ball goes across the face and into the stands.
Yeah, they went the big punch play on the previous touch there, and happy to concede at the back end of the start, back end of the set, I should say. It's a fast start. Sim Boland was amazing last night in the game against the Sharks. Another one to watch today.
So turnover there with Junior Catalano providing the previous little run-up. Good field position to start with here, though, for the Hornets as Jenkins works it forward, and now they'll get some fresh troops on there, including Edwards, of course, player of the series last year in this division. Tries to go for the one-arm scoop and leaves it behind, so not the start he would have been wanting.
Yeah, it was a little bit clunky again, these conditions of playing effect. Rain has stopped starting as well, although there's a lot of surface water at the moment. Just the rain coming on and off is another challenge that the players are going to have to work with here today.
So nice speed about things so far. They'll drop it down quickly. Still an option through the middle, all Chatton. They just couldn't quite find him. Ball comes free, and there is the turnover. But both sides certainly showing some intent here in the opening exchanges.
Plenty of intent at the moment. It's just holding on to the football is going to be so important. But, they're throwing the pass and pushing that extra pass. But, holding on to the footy is going to be real crucial in this one.
Last one now for the Hornets. Taking off here. Now send it wide with Lennon or back on the inside here for Little. That was very clever play, and it nearly produced a result.
Yeah, I like it. You just put both hands and fists together and just, basically used it to slap it back inside. It was a classy bit of work on the outside edge from Squires. And, nice work now for the Hornets, who have again gotten possession back. And we'll be looking to capitalise on this. They feel like they've been camped down this end for quite some time. As Thompson now works his way into half, working in the middle. They look for phase players down. They're going to come back for the penalty, though. As Jason Sandon joins us in the commentary box. Been out on the fields this morning, mate. Tricky conditions out there.
Yeah, nice and muddy, mate. Lots of fun, and pleasure to be joining you here in the box for this big clash.
Yeah, it is a huge match, absolutely. Both teams still just finding their way into the game at the moment. Conditions playing a part. Catalano, nice set here for the Mets. Oh, just loose out of the hands, wasn't it, from Gretsch? Maybe their best set so far in terms of getting downfield. And the Mets looking to aim up defensively. There's the Hornets now with a little mistake, working their way towards the box. In these tricky conditions, it's hard when they're playing at 100 miles an hour with greasy ball, water on the surface.
Yeah, they've got to make some adjustments. This is a pretty good match-up because there's different styles. Hornets are a bit more structured normally. Mets try and play a little bit more eyes up. So interesting to see how this one will play out.
Here's Gretsch, Simone from half. Nothing there for them at the moment. Kai will come back. Reset now as he has a look at the Hornets defence. Simbolin again, pumps, short ball. Catalano, nice defence in the middle. Hornets now take their time to get the footy back. A couple of big ones. They'll be looking to be cleaner coming out of their end this time around.
Yeah, is it a little bit new with the 4 referees? I hadn't seen this before.
Yeah, trolling the 4 referee system across the tournament this weekend, just in the men's. So it is. It seems to be going pretty well. Some feedback from the coaches. Actually having a chat with the Australian men's coach Phil Geimel last night to see what his thoughts were, and he was quite impressed with it. The speed of the game has definitely gone up But yeah, it's a bit of an adjustment to see all the pink shirts out there. Referees in the pocket too on the sideline, and the on-field controlling things as well.
Yeah, one of the things it does do is it enables you to do a faster changeover because there's already a referee set in the 7.
Yep.
So let's see whether any of the teams can exploit that. That's certainly something I'd be looking at if I was in the coach's box.
Ashby takes it right to the line, and it's a touch and pass penalty, and that's that transition right now. Hornets right on the spot. They quick tap and they go. And when touch 1 and 2 is so important as well. Now, it does help that attacking team to get moving and get going again with the referees being set. Hornets now with those changes as they roll through the middle here, coming into the last touch. Do have some space and numbers on that left-hand side. Skipping away nicely as well was Mitch Wilton. And the Hornets get the first points on the board. Great set and lead-up work there for the Hornets, and finished off nicely from Wilton.
A pretty good finish. It was a bit of an error. I think Mets will wish they had that one again. It was last touch. They didn't really need to peel out and give it a one-on-one situation. It would have been an easy shutdown there, but they maybe a bit of lack of communication. And Hornets, you give them a sniff and they'll take it.
Mets now from the restart. They come out to the right edge. Jake Gretsch plays it back in field to Chatton. Now, nice movement just behind Gretsch. It's a restart here on their 7-metre line.
Yeah, interesting to see. Here's something to look out for. You'll see how Hornets are coming to their box, but one thing Mets are doing different, you'll see that they're offset in their defensive line. So you'll see the bottom of your screen, 3-4 Mets players really bunched up trying to handle that. That's a different tactic that we haven't seen a lot of. Let's see if it's successful.
Here's Thompson again, feeding it out. Little bats it over the top. Ooh, a little bit of a football around the back. They've got all the trick plays that they can go to if need be. As well, the Hornets.
Are you expecting Hornets to be dominant, Scotty, or
they're
Queensland? Where are you leaning this?
Yeah. I love watching them play. Geez, they're a great team, haven't they? They've got so much strike and talent across the park. And last year's defending champions. It was a great performance now, so we see the ball bouncing around. Repeat set off the intercept now for the Hornets. But, you can't go past them at the moment, but the competition's looking really good. Sharks were good yesterday as well. They're undefeated in the other pool. We're actually going to see them a little bit later on today, as well as the Southwest Queensland Swans taking on the Bulls next. So we've actually got all 4 semi-finalists from last year's competition playing in the next 2 time slots. And lining up a little bit differently than what they did last year, but top 4 teams from last year coming up.
Well, sounds exciting then. Looks like pretty even competition in the men's.
It is, yeah. And anyone can really knock off anybody on any given day. Hornets back in attack at the moment. Definitely have the better of the field position between the 2 teams. Oh, looping ball out. Flirting over the sideline. Just didn't have enough room to work with. Hugh Doherty down here as we have a look at the replay. It's just a throw and hope ball, wasn't it? It just had a little bit too much on it.
Yeah, and Mets, it's when you're coming up against a strong team like Hornets, you've really got to do all the little things right because they've got so much experience. And Mets looked pretty good early in terms of they were controlling their sets. And just this last couple minutes, a few penalties, a few turnovers, they've got to watch it because Hornets could put on 2 or 3 in a blink of an eye.
And having another crack at them now is Kane. Come back and play it. Thompson again from half. Comes back to Kane. Nice defensive read coming out of the line from Will Hickey. Hornets still getting players into position. Luke Moffat from half. Early ball slipping and just out of the hands there of Moffat. He holds on to that. He almost punched through a nice little hole.
It's interesting the different styles, like you've got those lateral plays, sweeping around the back, trying to string passes through. Generally, when it's a bit muddy and wet, you don't have as much success. So it's interesting to see if one of these teams adapts a bit and goes a bit more direct given the conditions. They're still playing a bit like dry weather footy for the moment.
And no touch made here. The Mets will get their first points on the board. Jaden Ashby just held off him just that moment too long, wasn't it? And Ashby just capitalised and comes up with the first points.
It's beautiful drive. This is, I'd like Mets to play more like this when they're a bit more direct, punching down the field, running at the offside player. I think it's a better fit for them. I think when they try and get a bit, clever and, a few trick plays and go a bit lateral, they're not as strong. So that's a pretty good try. Let's see if that gives them a bit more of, confidence in this matchup.
Bit of spark here for the Mets. They needed that. And locked up here in the Men's Open round 4 fixture. Quarterfinals on the cards later this evening as well, so every match is important. Hornets are going to get themselves a penalty. They've given a few penalties away on their line, the Mets. Giving repeat sets away to the Hornets. Where's it, Eagleton? They come down that short side again with Eagleton. There must be players offside. He was burrowing in at the line. Referee's communicating. Another penalty here for the Hornets. It's their second as well. And Hunter, as you can see on screen, 3 players coming off gives them an opportunity to get fresh players out onto the field as well.
Yeah, so 2 penalties in a row, and for those sort of tuning in, what happens on the third one, Scotty? If Mets give up another penalty?
They get another penalty here, there'll be a player down, so they'll have to defend their line with 5. So it's a real huge advantage for the Hornets. It's a big defensive set here for the Mets. They look to burrow in underneath again with Lennon.
Yeah, it's so hard there indeed. The ball's moving so quickly. That's why the referees will work together. The sideline referees will talk, call players off as well. It's a real team of referees effort.
Lennon just pumps it and holds. Yeah, no. And this is the interesting part with the 4 referees. You see the referee that makes the decision, then he stands back and you think he's going to go the other way. But Jordan Randall there signalling ball down straight away. I could see you signalling it as well. And it looked like he just threw it straight into him. Although he was up there out of the line, no hands on the contact.
Yeah, he didn't really have eyes for the ball. Good call from the referees. I like seeing this. They're making for a good open game. They're obviously communicating well, so good shout out to the refs doing a good job.
Pretty comfortable in defence as Robinson came through from half. Again, the Hornets starting their set around their 10-metre line. Second touch and they're over the halfway line now. As Wilton will play it. Looking to set again. Kane has a look from half. Early release and they go for it. And good defence on the line. Matthew Chatton, who's been busy here for the Mets early.
Yeah, so you'll see Hornets are trying to adapt to that. So Mets offsetting their defensive line, Scott, when they're coming across. And when Hornets sweep on, they're trying to stretch them nice and wide. So it's a nice little battle within the battle, so to speak, this little sub-box battle.
Sabolan, nothing there down the left edge for them. Both teams just taking a few moments here to reset. Sucking the big ones in. Pace has been pretty quick.
Yeah, really compressed there. Hopefully it's coming through on the screen there. You've got all 6 Mets players at the bottom of the screen looking to get the result. Maybe a bit unlucky not to get that on that occasion. He's called for the... No, he's got it. Well done, Mets. A nice little hustle there, getting the turnover.
Yeah, important for them, isn't it? When it feels like they've almost been camped down the other end of the field for the majority of the game. It's been a while since they've had a genuine attacking opportunity down this end of the field. They're looking to grasp it. They're the last team to score. They could potentially go up here as Osborne holds it up. They picked up another forward pass. And again, just with adding that extra referee, they've been pretty good with the old 3 referee system picking up those forward passes off the ruck, but they're not going to miss them now.
They're those little things that Mets are going to have to do better if they want to try and cause an upset here against the Hornets. You get good ball, you've got to use it. And this is that thing we're seeing with the Hornets sweeping around the box towards the top of your screen, trying to stretch them.
Thompson out the back, slick ball. It was clear as well out of the hands of Edwards. That was Connor. Just couldn't connect up. So we take a look at the replay. Here, Thompson. It was slick. Just the final pass couldn't stick. Now Mets down their sideline. Catalano taking the heavy contact. Here's Ashby, their try scorer. They look to shift down their right-hand sideline. Come back in field. Angles Corp now Thompson gets his hands on it and almost reels it in.
Probably a good result there for Mets, and I think this is a bit of a bounce back year for Mets. They haven't really been dominant in the last few years, but I think they've got the right blend of young guys coming through, guys coming back from World Cup in different countries, and that bit more confidence. With Dylan Thompson too, smart up there again. But yeah, this could be a year, I think, maybe where Mets might cause the odd upset, Scotty.
Yeah. Thompson, he's not happy with the call. He didn't get the intercept the last time. This time he popped up and got it cleanly. Must have been a couple of steps short. Mets again on the attack. Full set to work with. Ashby, who's been busy, has nothing there for him. Back out to the 7-metre line. Directing the traffic out there at the moment. Jaden Ashby. Watkins, one off the ruck. Decides to rip out. Nice bat back on the inside. They're scrambling here defensively, the Hornets, and Ashby tries to switch it deep out the back. Still had a few touches to work with there, didn't they, Jace?
Yeah, not a good set. And that's that style we're talking about. They're trying to run around them a bit. I think they had their first success trying to go through. So that's something that I think Coach Buckley will be right onto it at half-time and make some adjustments. And I think from the Hornets side, they'd be looking at how Mets are really bustling them in their drive, and they'd be looking for some adjustments there.
Now a little bit of room to work with through the middle of the field. As they flick out the back and good scramble in defence there from the Mets. Really back and forth between these teams at the moment, isn't it? It's reflected on the score, just a 1 try each at the moment. Really tough men's open footy. Out here as the Hooter sounds in the background. Not much separating the two teams. It was all Hornets early, wasn't it? The Mets did a great job to work their way back into the game. Last team to score to lock it up coming in, but the last 5 or so minutes before the halftime break, really tight and tough between the two teams.
I think they're warming into it. One was probably fair, and pretty excited to see this second half, eh?
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. We'll take a quick break here from Coffs Harbour. Huge second half coming up. We're locked up at 1 try apiece between the Hornets and the Mets.
Well, down here at the championships with Grant, who's one of our referees this weekend. Grant, you're going to be doing a lot of refereeing, some quality games. What are you looking forward to most out there this weekend?
Mate, look, I'm looking forward to enjoying and having fun with a lot of my friends that are also the referees and seeing returning players coming back and having a good time at the event.
What do you like about refereeing most, and how long have you been involved as a referee?
The best thing that I love about being a ref is like the community that we have. It's like a very good family. And I've been reffing for about 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, excellent. New kit this weekend as well. The New Balance bright pink stands out. What do you think about the new kit?
I'm loving the new kit. It reminds me a bit like a highlighter when we were back in school, but it's really, really comfortable. It's really good.
Awesome, mate. Appreciate your time this weekend. All the best, and we thank our referees. They do a great job. Thanks for joining in.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Tight contest here in round 4 of the men's open. We're in the Hornets box here at the moment, the defending champions. Got a game on their hands here against the Mets, locked at 1 try apiece at the moment at the halftime break. We can see inside their box at the moment. They look pretty cool and comfortable and calm at the moment. This is a big second half for them.
I think so. I'm a big fan of Hornets, as most people know. I think they've been really an amazing team in the last few years, but I sort of sense a bit of an upset brewing. I think if Mets can make some adjustments, they could upset this Hornets team in the second half. Definitely with some of those players. I mentioned a bit of an international feel. We've got Tomoka Berryman from Cook Islands, one of the best players at the World Cup. Junior Catalano, Luke Mansell for Lebanon. They had really big tournaments, came back with a boost of confidence.
Yep.
And then you add, Ashby into that, Kyson Boland. There's no reason why Mets can't pull off the upset if they can put it together. And this is a good challenge for the more experienced Hornets to see how they respond.
Yeah, absolutely. Scott Buckley in their coaching box as well. You don't get too many more passionate than Jack. And he'll have him revved up here for the second half. Like we said, quarterfinals later on this afternoon. This one almost feels like it's got a little bit of a finals feel about it. As we mentioned, 2 teams from the top 4 last year. The Hornets went through to the grand final after they beat the Bulls in their semi-final. The Mets got done by the Swans in their semi-final last year. And those top 4 teams from last year shaping up pretty well. Again in the Men's Open, Sharks looking good too. So it's going to be a crackerjack men's competition like it usually is here at the Championships. And an interesting second half on our hands here between the Mets and the Hornets. And here's the Mets with the first touch of the footy. And looking to come out all guns blazing here and put the pressure back on the Hornets. There's Gretsch asking questions already of the defence. Boland releases Catalanos. They punch up out of the line there with Lennon. He's questioning the referee on the repeat set.
The Hornets got a pretty good read there, the way they shut in. That's why I don't know whether the set piece work is going to work as well for the Mets. I think they need to play a bit more eyes up footy.
Now open side players down on the deck. Boland jinx, has a look, decides to rip it out long again with touches to work with. Might have just got caught in 2 minds with seeing that defending player down on the deck and thought this is the chance we got to go, but probably going long wasn't the right shot.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely the... if I was in their box, I'd be yelling at you, got to go through, not around. And even that occasion, a 3-on-2, as you pointed out, and they tried to throw the long ball rather than dive in or hit him short for a try. So let's see how we go. Hornets now, good opportunity.
Yeah, they got the penalty as well. Just shy of the halfway line, so a more cheap possession here for the Hornets. Wilton, their try scorer from the first half. Here he is, sent it out. They're pushing the pass as well. Give the football back to the Mets.
A little bit uncharacteristic, isn't it?
It is Hornets, a little bit.
How do you think it back to last couple of years, what you've seen with Hornets? A little bit different? Or
yeah, a little bit. It seems like the conditions are having a bit of effect as well. Nice punch through the middle as they turned it over. Yeah, tricky condition. They're a running team. Like when it's a dry track and they're throwing the ball around, they run. They're so hard to defend, so hard to stop. But yeah, just little things again, and we've seen it from both teams, just pushing that one extra pass. As now, I don't think there's contact made in the slippery conditions. He slid over in the mud. I think the sideline referee had his hand up. Yep, and they're going to switch it over here as we take a look at the replay. It was smart wing work too. Didn't make the contact and said, no, you can just slide straight over into your own box and we'll take the footy back. Thank you very much.
Yeah, one of the rare times when not making a touch is a good thing.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, really, this side sub-box, as the boys in commentary beforehand have made mention of, is pretty tricky. A big advantage if you're on the other side of the field, that's for sure. Hornets now will be looking to be much cleaner as Lennon gets it down, shy the halfway line. Nice punch out of the box from Connor Edwards. Better flow here now for the Hornets as Luke Moffat plays it. Thompson almost running into Mets defenders. It will be a penalty going the way of the Mets. Touching passes the call.
Yeah, maybe a bit unlucky there for the Hornets. I felt like Mets were only maybe just getting onside, and Hornets definitely knocking down the front door. Could have easily got a penalty there.
And the Mets with work to do. Changes, Osborne juggling. Watkins, nice clean play. Not much available for them though, and they'll finish it off on their side with Chloe.
I think one of the challenges for our referee team, so going to get technical very quickly for a little bit, is that you've got 4 referees. So the size of the 7 metre, what's a playthrough, not a playthrough, advantage, that sort of thing. Trying to get that the same across 4 referees. That's going to be one of the challenges for a referee team, especially with such amazing talent on the field and the game being so quick. So that's one thing I'm sort of keeping my eye on between the 4 refs. How consistent is it between the 4?
Mets over with a good opportunity after the Hornets spilled the ball over. So we see Watkins, we know how quick he is. The Hornets had to get across to make the touch. Almost ended up in the grandstand. Mets still with touches to work with. Now a little deflection. And didn't go their way. Just can't get that killer strike at the moment, the Mets.
I think so. One of the things, I guess, to try and imagine what we're talking about when we're saying lateral or direct is that, a lot of the attackers are sort of trying to run around. So imagine them like on the outside shoulder of every defender. You run a lot of moves running wide. And I think what we're talking about by being direct is inside shoulder or more down the middle. And that's where I think the Mets look a little bit better. So, direct rather than lateral. The other side of the coin with Hornets, as you said, playing at speed, they've got the full repertoire on that side. So probably lots more options for them.
Yeah, really contrasting styles, isn't it, between the two. Here go the Hornets again with Edwards. Plays it. There's feet involved. And they give the penalty away at the back end of the set. Good opportunity here for the Hornets. Looking for more points in this tight contest. Kane gets a flat ball from the ruck. And it's going forward. So again, another opportunity missed.
And that's something I'm not sure if it's just a bit of a one-off, but I'm noticing a lot of these little errors in the Hornets, which team I didn't really remember seeing as much of it before. So, as you pointed out, could be conditions, could be different, maybe mix of players, but we're certainly seeing a bit of turnover ball. Unfortunately, Mets haven't been able to capitalise though.
And it's a long tournament as well, isn't it? You see teams will just have ebbs and flows. You can't be up for 5 or 6, 7 games sometimes throughout the rounds. It's just making sure you can try and still get those wins, even if it's a gritty win. And Hornets are definitely going the gritty path at the moment against the Mets. They're making them work for it. This is the last touch as Connor Edwards will come back to the 7. Mets don't want to go to sleep here on the last, but they're happy to concede, finish it off in the corner.
Yeah, so you mentioned that, Scotty, so maybe like sometimes just subconsciously you might be thinking about, the Sharks or the Bulls or, the tournament as a whole, and you're not as focused in that game. Like I said, you can't have 9 big games in a row. So, yeah, that's an interesting point. Maybe a little bit out of focus just in this one because Mets are still in it, 1-1.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's anyone's game. We've got another big match coming up next as well in the Men's Open. The Southwest Queensland Swans taking on the CQ Bulls. I think we'll get a similar tight contest in that one as well. Another good opportunity here for the Mets. No points as of yet here in the second half. Chatton plays it. This time they go open. Nice bat on and out to the corner. And they're happy. They got the celebrations to match. Luke Mansour in the corner. And the Mets strike first here in the second half, and they're in front.
A nice little tap on, and I don't think Hornets did a lot wrong there. It was just superb attack. You'll see the tap on. They were shutting down, but absolute superb hands. And Luke Mansour in the corner. What a player he is. He's not going to miss too many opportunities like that. And Mets are in front. Is an upset brewing?
Could be on the cards. Hornets need to respond. Now, Lennon, this might be the man to get him back in, but Osborne flicks it. Oh, came off his hands. And now looking to go. And must have gone forward out of the hands here of the big man, Luke Osborne. Look at him just swat it away, and it did project forward. Hickey was looking to go off to the races.
Yeah, they've got the number so easy there. So much class in this Hornets team. It's going to be a big set for Mets.
Now Edwards, it's Jack, he's pointing. He's a bit miffed with what's going on there at the moment.
Jack Edwards, to play it. He's another quality player, isn't he?
Oh,
Give
what
him
a
half
gun.
a chance.
What a gun. Now plays it. And stepping back through. Referees are having a look at each other. They're going to come back and play the penalty. Ooh, that was a real big chance there for the Hornets. Ford passes the call. I think he was happy with the put down otherwise.
Yeah, you're right. You're right on it. There was an infringement in the lead-up. Otherwise, we would have been locked at 2-2.
And there's Berryman, referee down, back up to the feet. Even the referees are finding it hard out there with these conditions today. Simbola now takes off, releases Berryman. They push him out to the corner. Good defence in the end. The Hornets get straight back onto the football here.
Not bad. They haven't seen much second phase. Have you seen a lot of it in the other men's division games?
We saw quite a bit yesterday, I think, and again, dry conditions probably help to get that a little bit more. Definitely haven't seen too much of it this morning. Hornets now better running. Wilton out to Little. They push it out to the corner as well. They look pretty confident that this is down first. They're heading back towards the halfway line. The referees agree, and they will point to the spot. The Hornets score and lock us back up again.
And again, class from Hornets, but Mets will probably rue that as a bit of an error, because for my part, they had the numbers there. They just got to talk a little bit more. You can see Catalano's got his opposite there pretty easy, but the outside players probably are just a bit unsure. So that's something Mets will be looking to improve on. They've got to get their talk up, and Hornets showing again. You know, give them a little chance. One player out of position by half a step, they'll take the try.
So back level 2-2. Round 4 match here in the Men's Open. Osborne just lollipops it over the top. Bring it back. Another forward pass. Now after that try, definitely going to have a sting in their tails here, the Hornets. Changes onto the park.
Yeah, this is better from the Hornets. Ominous signs here. This is looking really good.
Here's Kane. Lennon has a look up. He's got a beautiful left to right. Nice inside ball to Thompson. And all of a sudden, the Hornets have gone bang, bang. And now they're back in front.
There is no better team in the world in any division than the Hornets. When they sweep on like this and playing out the back, it's very hard to do. The defenders are on their heels. You've essentially run backwards for 70 metres. And when they're executing like that on the back of the drive, there is no one better.
So hard to defend. There's not much you can really do there. Like you said, when you're on the back heels, you can't really get forward again and stop that running game. They get a penalty, though, here from the Hornets. Still in this, the Mets. Only the one try. They scratched their way in the first half to level it up going into the break. You know they've got more points in them. Here's Berryman. Gretsch shows it to him. Footwork here through the middle. Nice work on Angles Cork, who will come back and play it. Here's Flynn again, looking at options. Ashby looks to sweep, does get it. Stutters, looks to burrow in underneath, and again it's another forward pass.
Hornets are doing a good job here. What they're doing normally in previous years, they present both the middle defenders rush. What they're actually doing now is that one's making it, the other one's dropping in the pocket. So it's a little bit cheeky, but a pretty good tactic.
Now again on the run, and that's a big touch. As Lennon was on the outside of Thompson again, looking for that fly pop-out play. This time they just take it through the middle. It's desperation defence from Ashby and the Mets.
Look, Thompson, I think he gets younger each year.
But it seems like he gets quicker every year. It's unbelievable.
He's flying out there. Tell you what, when they sweep on, you've got to do something. You've got to meet. You cannot get on your heels. Hornets just almost another gear they've found here.
Thompson feeding it from half. It's another penalty. And just wiping some seconds off the clock here as well. Eagleton takes his time to pop back up to his feet. This is a big defensive set here for the Mets. Another try in what's been a low-scoring game. Might be end set match for him. Thompson again, right foot, pops it back to Lennon, and right in front of the referee. Look at him there, up and about here, the Hornets. It's been a great response from them. They weathered the storm from the Mets. The last couple of minutes have been great. Back-to-back tries, and now they're starting to stretch their legs.
Yeah, really, the class, the experience, the cream rising to the top there. I did think an upset was on the cards, but as soon as that second half settled, the Hornets found another gear, or two gears, and Mets couldn't match them. Too smart, too clever. Great work, the Hornets.
Contact made there, and Catalano has to come back to the mark. Simbolin gets it back from Osborne, who rips in a beautiful leg ball punching through. No touch made. Well, are they gone yet? The Mets still showing some fight. That was a beautiful play to set up that try. Lovely link hole for the Mets to get their third.
Yeah, you'll see here, nice stump here from Catalano right on the 7. I think that's Osborne from the ground to Simbolin, and that's that inside shoulder. That's that direct line we're talking about. That's what Mets have got to go to. Really straighten up their attack. That's where they look good, and they get within one.
Will Hickey, the try scorer for the Mets, keeping them in the game. Clock winding down. Hornets looking to punch back out to 2, take that pressure back off. Desperation defence, they get a repeat set. Hickey, the try scorer, coming up out of the line.
Yeah, maybe a bit unlucky there for Hickey. I think he's bounced off the abs, that one. Unlucky. Big set coming up.
Thompson, he's been influential in the second half. They don't get it down cleanly. Jones coming up with the mistake. Oh, an elbow is picked off with absolutely nothing going on.
Wow.
First touch. Jenkins, who's done his very best not to give him back the footy. They do get much. Look at that. He had it. It was gone.
I think the whole stadium held their breath at the same time. That's one way to get several thousand people holding their breath. The juggle.
Oh, and now there's heavy contact on Simbolan. Referees, the Hornets just get back underway. Hooter sounds in the background. And the Mets right at the death. Simbolan did get a solid shot. Coming in, was looking for the penalty. Referees were happy to give the football back to the Hornets. And it was some second half performance from them. Just a one try in the end. The Mets still clawing their way to try and lock up the scores, but the Hornets get the job done.
Yeah, impressive overall. I was happy. I think both camps would be really happy. Mets showing that they can mix it with the top teams. And Hornets a bit of experience and class there when it was needed. So, pretty good game overall.
Yeah, it certainly was a tough win and a good win for the Hornets as they continue to roll on undefeated in the Men's Open competition. We'll stick with the men's. We've got more Men's Open action coming up next. The South West Queensland Swans taking on the CQ Bulls.
Epic clash.
Well, the Sharks, they'll have a first stab at the line here early, and they'll get top bins. Kaya Taker on the main stadium. Sharks with the early advantage. Love that defensive setup. They know what they're doing here in defense of Sharks, but the Mets are through. Can they find a spare player? They can, and the ball is down. That's beautiful work just to hold off there, Carly. And here they come sweeping on the tail end of this set. They want a good strike here. Fifth and last. Can he work his way through the line? He's got pace to boot. They've got space on the left edge, going all the way. No touch made off the back of their box, and that's a beautiful try and a beautiful celebration too, I might add.
Yeah, fantastic piece of play. The Mets.
So they'll reset there. Picking up from half now is Harry McNamara, potentially. No, they sort of recycle the ball here. It'll be taken to Taker instead.
Oh, they're in trouble.
Oh, diving at the line, and the ball's down, and
you know, the Tigers own that 7, so very, very important that, the Mets, sort of address that fairly quickly.
Oh, and has the touch been made? No. Referee says the ball has been grounded. The Mets are over. Not much to work with against this Sharks attack. So, over the halfway line now. It's fifth and last. Hop, skip, and he's through. Can he find a player? He goes long to the wing, and that's try time. Mark Bishara for the Mets putting the ball down, but that's just awesome work from dummy half there, Mets.
Yeah, fantastic piece of play. Again, Ladder Levi, he done a magnificent job there of picking up and slicing through. A clean pair of heels. Just watch him get into the in-goal, and he's just looking around, shopping around, and a left to right, find the ever-present winger, and aren't they happy about that one, Mets?
Absolutely, Carly, and could have gone earlier there to the link, but that would have been the incorrect option. And you know what? The Sharks have just fired back. They're going nowhere in this matchup. So 4-3 straight off the back of a set play from the tap.
The athlete scoreboard attendants will be working overtime. We better take them over some water because they're going to be in for a very long afternoon the way these two teams are playing. So Jai Charlton, the architect there, off an ML platform.
They've really got their strike pot on here now. Ratio Edwards is out there. They play the short ball. Appeals for a forward pass, but the referees say all clear. And Ladalevu, always quite the spectacle, the 20s. It's such a fast-paced game.
Yeah, definitely. The craft here, though, is sort of on the 7. The Mets have got to get out. They can't allow these guys to keep having multiple strike dumps, in that area.
Long ball now, and it's down. And just as you say it, Carly.
And a half to make life just a little bit easier.
Well, Cade Robson had the ball there in the middle. Oh, straight for the line. Absolutely outrageous from Taker. Well, they're within striking range early on in the set here. They're going to go out to the left. Let's see. Through the hands, it looks good. Rawali finds the link, and that's a phenomenal try there. 6-5 the score. The Mets lead once more.
Got on the outside and nearly caused a real issue there for the Sharks' defence.
So John Paul wants to work with Edwards here. John Paul close to the line. That ball is down, and Catalano right now, he's keeping his team right in front here. John Paul Catalano, and then, you look to the left and you see Ladelevu, who's been picking up from half and burning some of the quickest plays in the game. How do you defend against that? We'll have to talk about that in a minute, because speaking of not being able to defend certain plays, the Sharks are straight back down the other end, 6-7.
Back live at the National Touch League Championships. More men's open action coming up now. The Southwest Queensland Swans, who you can see on screen, taking on the CQ Bulls. Both teams coming in undefeated in this Pool A match. The Swans have played 3 matches with victories over the Southern Rebels, ACT and BMCA. The Bulls have had a bye. They've beat BMCA 5-4 last night, and the ACT Raiders as well. So, little Queensland derby here, Jace. It's be a good one.
Yeah, is it a potential semi or grand final? Where do you have these teams in your predictions?
They'll be thereabouts, I think. Like we mentioned, they both made the semi-finals last year. They'll probably split pools. They might not come against each other in semi-finals, but potentially could see themselves back in the grand final if things go well. The Swans, last year's runners-up, they're looking pretty good again, and they've maintained pretty much the exact same squad as what they had last year, so they're going to be better for the run. And we saw the Hornets in the previous game, last year's grand finalists. They'll be looking to come up against the Hornets again. Now we see some heavy contact there off the ball from Smith. And the Bulls, though, are showing some plenty of intent. They've been one of the stalwarts in the men's open division for a number of years. They've got a new young brigade coming through now. They're showing that they're here to play as well.
Yeah, the Bulls, I like when they drive. Something to look out for is they're very quick and very almost like a rhythm where they go bang, bang, bang. And what you need to do in the defence is you've got to disrupt a little bit. You've got to shoot on one of them, or maybe pull out of a touch. You can't just let them have it their own way. So that's one of the things to look out for, that speed of drive of balls, and see whether Swans can handle it or disrupt.
Now throwing the footy around, trying to get themselves downfield. All brothers on there as Deacon gets them going forward again. Here's Bailey Deacon. Walker didn't touch it, goes back to retrieve it, just slows them down, but Walker still slices in between them, looking for support, and looked like boots over the sideline. Well, when it looked like the play was dead and buried, all of a sudden it just opened up there for Jackson Walker.
It's great work, eh? If you're at home watching, you want a little tip, have a look at Walker running with the ball in 2 hands. We thought it was going to be a pass for all money. He had everyone fooled. And in the end goal, unlucky not to get the first try.
Bulls now downfield. Zanetti. Now Taste Black. Good roll down in the last couple of touches. And ball's rolling around, and they say ball down. Again, Damon Moore on screen, finger pointing. Not going to convince the referees to overturn the decision. Swans now again back to work. Notley always picks up big meters coming out of the box and looking for that goose step away. So dangerous. It's Jake Notley, particularly when he makes his way onto the field. Last touch now here for the Swans. Pierce, Carmody just flings it out the back, and it's been taken from Assay. Oh, everything's happening out here in the opening stages of this one.
It definitely looks like Swans when they're driving, they're a bit more eyes up, maybe an extra pass, a few dummies. Balls are definitely more like clockwork, very structured up and down the field.
Now last touch, Smith loops it over. Quinlivan just gets stuck momentarily, gets across there, and it comes off his forearm. And a repeat set here for the Bulls. Now they go short side as they look for the support. And the contact looked like it had been made. The ball had been caught, and as he was on his back, they came across.
I think he's touched. I'm not sure what we'll get on the replay. This will be a great call from the referees if they spot it, because I think to the average fan here, they're thinking that's a try because he was in the in goal and unmarked. But as you said, I think he got over on his back and got touched.
I don't think he even got the ball down. to be fair, as we look at the replay, but as we get back to live action, Zane Cox has found space to work with in the middle. And it was just that relentless pressure down this end of the field. They go pretty much straight away on the next play and come up with the first try of the match.
Yeah, I don't know if the Swans did a lot wrong. Just balls, just a lot of ball, a lot of possession, throwing lots at them. And eventually, as we said, half a step out of position and the Bulls make them pay.
It's looked good to start this match. CQ. The last time the two teams played was last year at the championships, and the Bulls beat them 5-4. Now we see the Swans turn possession back over to CQ.
Let's see how they match up here. You'll notice in contrast to the previous game, the Swans are lining up a bit more man for man, whereas we saw Mets really offset into the box. So it's different styles from the different teams around Australia. Really good to see the different sort of tactics they employ.
Here's Harry Griffin, was missing yesterday on day one. It's a pretty handy inclusion to come back into the Bulls lineup. One of the best players getting around at the moment off the back of the Trans-Tasman series for the Australian men's team. This time Damon Moore gets up on Jackson Walker. Won't hold off him this time, but as I say, that Walker, he's got the hot hand at the moment. Skipped on the outside of Smith. Smith came back at him as the Swans now throwing the football around in the middle of the field. Deacon and Pearce dancing. Deacon has a look, goes lick ball and a nice touch. Coming from outside, it's Nathaniel Hannay. And the Swans coming into the back end of the set now. Last touch, Moore hard and flat at the line, and Deacon almost brought it in. And they're happy that the put down was there. He was straight in front of the on-field referee, Matt Lavery. That is some effort to reel that back in from Bailey Deacon to get their first try on the board.
Yeah, this will look pretty impressive in the on the replay here. You'll see nice tight hole pushed up flat there. And the juggle, what do you think? You got it a try?
Oh. It's one of those ones now where you've got to have full control over it. Both hands were there. We'll give it to him because the referees were right on the spot for that to award it. And that's a pretty fair try from the Swans to open up their campaign. As it's last touch now for the Bulls. A bit of space on the right. Notley's there to make the touch.
Yeah, tactically it was quite good if you get the chance to watch it later back on replay. All our fans back at home, he actually pushed up quite flat. He wasn't the traditional hole runner. He moved up really flat, and I think that's what created the try. The Bulls sort of thought he was a dummy runner at some point. So pretty good play.
Now Prendergast threading it through. Set gets closed out here for the Bulls in defence. They just get back to their work. Crow getting the forwards, and Eddie follows suit. Earnshaw now clean, good transition so far. Moore catches it in one hand, comes against the grain. Nice work though from the Swans. They were pretty similar sets back to back. The Swans were pretty similar as they rolled downfield and finished off their set. The Bulls again completed their set as well.
Yeah, here's a bit more of that ball movement from the Swans. Different styles. It's I don't think I've seen these two teams match up, so it's I'm really enjoying the tactical differences between the two.
Dave Zanetti, it's a forced substitution. Saw an opportunity to put one on his good mate Lockie Pearce and slow things down. Now full set to work with here for the Swans. Scores locked up at one apiece. Similar feel to the previous game, wasn't it, between the Hornets and Mets, how close and tight it was. They've got them on the ropes, though, this time here, the Swans, and no touch made. And Bailey Deacon has gone back-to-back tries here for the Swans, and it sees them take the lead for the first time in the match.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with Bailey Deacon. That's the second time. Here you'll get to see that flat hole I'm talking about. It's pushed up nice and flat away from the winger. Sometimes our runners are a little bit one or two steps deeper, but you'll see Deacon's got up really flat, and then it means the winger can't get there. Bailey Deacon, you could do worse than copy his hole running. Absolutely superb.
It's been a strong start for Deacon. Now the Bulls back on the run again. Griffin, long, beautiful ball. No. Forward passes the call.
A bit of a warning shot, but if it was backwards, it wouldn't have made a difference. They had him beat.
Not too happy with the call there, Harry. Now they get changes onto the field. The Swans. Here's Madden. Punch out of the box. Sets it up nicely for Carmody. He's got the fast feet. Runs straight into Benbow. Great defender, Jaden Benbow. Just held his space nicely. Here's Harry again. Now space to work with. Kenny smartly holds it. Get himself into half here, Mal. Send it back in field to Crow. And links up with Black. Last touch. Smith. Oh, just spilling out of the hands. Coming into the last, and again, Swans straight onto the football. Ooh, that looked a step over and picked up from the officials.
Yeah, that could be the opportunity that the Bulls need. 2-1, is it? The Swans.
2-1.
I can't. Yeah, got the scoreboards a little bit behind us.
It's a good chance here for CQ. Looking to level it back up. It's been a great response from the Swans. Zanetti open, there's players down. Carmody looking for that phase play again. Just no one in position to get into half. It's Mitch Smith who gets there now. Comes off that right foot. Nice long ball. Soft hands from Assay. They get the repeat set.
A lot of possession here. So let's see where the Swans learnt from the last trip that the Bulls had. Last time they had a lot of possession like this, Bulls came away with the try.
Now working through the middle. They hold their space pretty nicely there. The Swans on the line. Earnshaw. Zanetti goes himself. Zanetti. It's that forward pass again in the 7 metre zone. We saw it a lot in the previous game.
Yeah, referees doing a good job of that. That's one thing we've definitely noticed with these 4 referees, that ruck and keeping it clean seems to be right on point so far. Hope that carries into the finals though.
Here's Richards. Deacon again. He's the man with the hot hand here for the Swans. They give him early release back inside the maw.
Oh, wow.
Switches into Deacon and it takes a deflection, and luckily it did.
What a player. Bailey Deacon.
And everything's flowing off Deacon at the moment. He's still on field. This time has a look up. Gives early ball to Richards. He's looking for offside players. Freshwater sends them back. Richards now, ball in 2 hands. Benmore gives it to him, has to reach for it. Richards does a good job to grab it back and have it dig in at the line. Bulls defence there to make the touch. Deacon again. Receives it, has a look, comes off that left foot. This time they make contact. Zanetti had to make the touch. Bulls defence holds on.
Pretty sharp there from Bulls.
Yeah.
Swans threw a fair bit at him, but they were up to the challenge.
Now Benbow off the fly, just a greasy ball coming out of the hands there of Jaden Benbow.
One of the things to look out for when the Bulls players are coming on is that the winger and link don't stand in their traditional positions. They actually drive right into the middle to offset the attack, which throws a bit of an overload or numbers on the top of the screen. So that's something to look out for as the teams sweep on. A little bit different to Hornets in the last game where they sweep on and try and take on the middle.
Yep.
So, yeah, interesting difference between the teams.
Now Quinn Liven tries to get Walker around the back. Bulls again, good in defence on their line. Benbow picks up good metres on the first touch as Griffin releases. Oh, they just had to go back for it. Oh, and then loose. Probably had one mind on just getting to the box. Ball hits the ground. It's a good chance here for the Swans right before the break.
Is there anything missing, Scotty? What do you think? What are you seeing from Swans? Do you think they can, like last year runners-up you mentioned earlier in the call, what do you think they need to be the champs this year? Are you seeing improvements from last year?
Yeah, I think they do. They do look a bit stronger this time around. Jimmy Hegedus, who's in half now, is about to feed it and goes long out to Quinn Liven. He's been a great player. He's in a real purple patch over the last 12 months, made his debut for the Australian men's team. So just even another 12 months of footy and that playing at that high level for a lot of these players. got to play like Lockie Pearce, who's done it at the top level but comes back. Young kids coming through. It's a really good balance. I think Troy Morgan, one of the legends of the sport, as well as their coach, they're building a really good program at Swans at the moment. And they always say sometimes you have to lose one to win one. And they felt that heartache last year. And it was wet conditions in the grand final as well. And like most of the teams, I love playing dry footy. But as the grand final started, it absolutely bucketed down. I don't know whether that rattled them as well. But yeah, I think they'll be better for the run. They get another opportunity to get at the Hornets this year, that's for sure. Oh, that was loose from Quinlivan.
Because they're definitely good enough, and that's one of the things with all of us fans when we're watching is, the different teams and who's improving. Sometimes it's skill, sometimes roster, sometimes experience, as you mentioned. So very super interested to see how the Swans go, whether they can bring what's needed to go that extra step and be the champs this year.
Neither of these teams, though, want to go sleeping on the Sharks either. Their performances have been very good, and they've got Hennessy, Dayberg-Muir, Norman, but their crop of young kids coming through as well. Really exciting to see the Sharks getting back to the top level of men's open as well. So, and five or so really good teams in the men's again this year. I think it's anybody's game, Jason.
I think so. But with the Sharks, you mentioned those players. It's something I don't know in the history of the game if I've ever seen, with Hennessy and Dayberg-Muir in the same team. So when you talk about the top 2 or 3 players of all time, generally Dayberg-Muir and Hennessy are in the discussion. And they're in the same team. So what a treat that is to watch them together.
Now Bulls, they've got them on the ropes a little bit here. Madden with a big touch on the line. It's just some space to work with down this right edge. Madden had to get on the wheels to make that touch. Griffin will close down the set. Bulls still searching for that second try, and they couldn't get it before the halftime break. Another tight contest, isn't it, Jace, between the two teams? Swans, so those couple of awesome tries from Bailey Deacon. He's the man that's separating the two at the moment.
I think so. Probably an even contest. Deacon's been the difference. I've been impressed with the Swans' composure. They haven't really been too flustered, and certainly from the Bulls, their speed and structure is good. So again, can't wait to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, it's still anybody's game at the moment, but it is the Swans who go in front by 2. Halftime score here, South West Queensland Swans 2 over the Bulls 1.
Ding dong, you just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Ding dong, you just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard.
Taking into the Swans halftime huddle here. They're in front just at the moment. Tight contest in round 4 here. Pool A of the Men's Open. 2-1 halftime score between these two teams. And I don't want to jinx anything, Jace, but if we look to the skies here, I can see little patches of blue sky. Can you believe it or not?
I'm scared to look. I'm scared to look up. I've only just accepted that it's muddy and rainy.
Yeah.
I don't want to get any hope up, but it'd be great if it dries up, hey, for the footy. Just get better.
It would, but yeah, we have experienced quite a bit of rain over the last 24 hours, as expected out here, as Cox goes flat. Ooh, half a chance there. I thought they were going to go for phase. So hopefully at least it can stay dry without any more rain. Might get a dry track tomorrow as well for finals, which would be great. The Bulls can't come up with that killer punch there on the first set from the restart. And no touch on Richards. And the Bulls are going to get the footy back. Still making changes to the Swans.
That's the call there, wasn't it? Good play.
Bulls now get some replacement players on the field as well. They just burn a touch to get themselves set. Damon Moore again happy to kill another one. Bales plays it. Griffin releases Moore. Just didn't get it cleanly. Quinlivan goes attack from the intercept. On the 0 touch. Now the Swans look to pick up meters.
These players all know each other, eh, Scotty? Like, it seems like a couple of those defensive sets, they almost knew the play.
Yep.
The defender was like a step closer than what I thought he would be. It's almost like he knew what was happening or anticipating. So that's something to keep in mind. 2 Queensland teams, you might have to change the tactics as opposed to playing a Sydney or a New South Wales team.
So not too much going on in that set from the Swans. Gives the footy back here to the Bulls. Zanetti back out onto the field. It's a little bit of a contact and the touch as well. Takes the next one forward, Dave Zanetti. Benbow working with Cox. Zane Cox, another superstar on the rise. Played the mixed open for the Australian team. Oh, Notley now with a bit of space in front. They're coming across at him. And he'll take the touch, but a 0 touch at that as well. It'll be the first touch in there then, the Bulls' end of the field. Gives them that leg up to get some replacement players and fresh legs out onto the park now here, the Swans. And it's the Moore brothers and Deacon. He releases to Ben Moore. A big deflection there off the Bulls.
Great read there from Notley. That's an example of what we're just talking about. Normally you're on your player and you might come in and slap it down. Notley didn't worry about his play. He went straight up, took the intercept, was on his bike. So great read, but anticipating the move that the Bulls were throwing at him.
It's Matthew Moore working with Deacon again. Now Richards inside the 7. Ben Moore looks to take them on himself. He'll come back out. No, play on. They give it to Ben Moore. It's be interesting on the replay. Might have been a step short some of the Bulls defenders, or might have just got it down cleanly before they came across.
Yeah, you'll see that the link never gets back. He's offside, so then it comes down to the middle, and the middle didn't get there. So great positioning by the referee to get right on that. And again, just that put down was so sharp that it's like a half-metre gap. He's somehow sliding through. Superb.
Now Damon Moore loops over the top. They get the penalty here, CQ. Moving forward off their line, the Swans. So up by 2 tries now, Southwest. Smith sweeps around the back. A step or 2 short. They pull up now out to Damon Moore. Comes off that right foot. Again, looking for that phase. They're defending it well, the Swans. Forcing the Bulls to come out. As Smith takes contact. Again, they get their hands on the footy. Walker. Good honesty from Walker as well. I think he actually let the referee know. And he did touch the football there.
Yeah, they're definitely reading the play. Second phase, Scott, you just mentioned it. I think second phase from the Bulls, the heads will open up. That's what they need.
They're trying to work for it. There's been a couple of times they've had a crack now as Griffin tries to get in underneath. He comes back out to the 7-metre line to play it. Now Crow, loose ball again. Some uncharacteristic errors there. Again, just slinging it out. Players not in the right position. It's causing the turnovers.
Yeah, good defence there from Swan. So for those sort of new to the game, what we're talking about with second phase is you run your move as though that was the play, and then you do another dump, like a second dump. And that's what we're talking about in this men's division. Second phase is something that would be hard to stop, I guess, at the best of times. But when the opposition knows you and they're guessing your plays, it becomes even more effective.
Pretty good field position here for the Bulls. Zanetti gets them over from the Swans' 10-metre line. Earnshaw comes back in field. Cox hasn't had too many opportunities in the game. Again, off the chest there of Malkenny. Tough one to take. Again, the ball still quite slippery. Swans will restart. Roll ball from Notley. It's Madden. Goes off the hip. Richards. And Walker loses his feet. Matt Moore just steadies them, goes forward. Deacon pumps, looks at options. The Bulls again start their set. Pretty similar position to their previous. And the Bulls doing the work. It's Mitchell Smith. They come back out to Hannay. Feeds it from half. Benbow pointing them out. Loose ball, good hands from Smith to hold on to it as Griffin looks to dance, and a great touch on the line there from Ben Moore. Now the Swans, again, this tight contest back and forth as they pick up a penalty.
2 tries down here, Scotty. What do you think if you're in the Bulls camp? Would you be sticking to the structure, trying to wear him down, or you'd be saying, look, we're down by 2, it's not working, we've got to change? How do you think they should approach it?
I think that they continue to go to the plan at the moment. 2 tries is not insurmountable, and we see how momentum swings games. If they can get one, they'll get a lot of momentum and off the back of it, and who knows, you can rack up a couple of tries pretty quickly. Defending them, though, is going to be another question for the Bulls, and this really does change things now. 2 tries, you did feel like you might be still within the game. 3, it's a different story.
Yeah, and again, this is just executed very well. It's very sharp. You see on the replay that the sweeper will come around the back running at the offside player. He's trying to get help from the inside, and they just did it too well. You see here the defender's there trying to help, but just the put down, it's so low. It's almost like he went under the hand of the defender there.
There's a quality finish again from Hegedus. Last touch here for the Bulls. Damon Moore pointing and directing things out there for CQ. They'll finish it up here on the 7-metre line. There's a little bit of sun starts to poke through, believe it or not.
You said it.
I've said it. A little bit of sun.
Who would have thought it? We've got James Preston, the weatherman here, and Scott's come out with the prediction, giving us the latest.
His job might be under threat. We'll wait and see.
I think so. If Sky News calls you, Scotty, you answer.
I'm available. I am available.
We don't tell the weather, you predict the weather.
Exactly.
That's something different.
That's right. Now, what's going on here? There's a bit going on. It's Damon Moore.
Bit of frustration, I think, there.
Yeah.
Scoreboard pressure now. There's 4-1. That's got to be playing on your mind a little bit now in the Bulls camp.
And that's when you do start to throw those extra passes or push those extra things that you wouldn't usually do. And this is real danger signs now for the Bulls. The Swans just held their composure throughout this game. They've been challenged by the Bulls. Now Deacon slices them through again, looks at options, loops it back, nobody there. Just happened a little bit too easy, didn't it? Just kind of picked up from half, had a look through. They defended it well in the end once he got into the in-goal area, but again, danger signs, Bailey Deacon, ball in hand.
Yeah, well, he showed he's the hole runner. He showed he can do the quick release, the dives. Now he's scooping. Is there anything he can't do?
He's got the full bag. I think that's the good thing about the Swans as well, is Deacon's got the hot hand in this game. Notley could have it in the next game, and they can just feed off each other. And Blaze Prendergast, again, another great up-and-coming player. We've mentioned him a lot of times, and they've got a Lockie Pearce as well.
There's lots of famous names out there. Are these all the sons?
They is, yeah.
Notley and Pearce.
Pearce, Notley. Yep. It is good.
Lots of big names there.
Next generation coming through.
I don't think their dads would mind me saying, I think these young boys have got a bit more skill than their old men. They've got the long ball, the step, the hole. They've got the full package, haven't they?
Absolutely. Although I do remember a chat with Scott saying he challenged Jake. It was a few years ago. Challenged Jake to a sprint, and he reckons he got him.
Did he say how much of a head start he had?
He didn't give the finer details. Wasn't forthcoming with the finer details.
Scott Notley, of course, one of the greatest of our game.
Yeah, Hall of Famer. And the final pass just looping down. What do you like about the modern game? You hit the highest levels of the sport as well. Australian Men's Open rep, New South Wales, early 2000. And it was a great time for the sport back then as well. It was it felt like it was at its peak, but there's just this new wave coming behind the sport and the talent and the new generation coming through.
I think so. Certainly there's more skill and athleticism now in this generation of players. The older footy was a bit more eyes up, a little bit slower game and a bit more eyes up footy. The modern player, 1 through 14, they can all throw long balls, even though they might be on the wing. Yeah. They can scoop as well. So definitely a lot more skill and athleticism. I think the next generation, or where it'll come through, like where these players will go to the next levels, when they add even more eyes up footy and IQ to their base. So they're certainly a lot better than what we were. And I think they've actually got more that they can show. So touch is in very good stead.
So we see the Swannies go over with Madden again. Riley's pretty pumped after that one. It's been a great second half here for the Swans. Gets that early ball from Carmody. Slices in underneath.
This is a bit like troublesome, I think, for our Bulls fans, because you lose by 1 or it's a draw, it's okay. If it's a bit of a blowout, does that impact like their whole tournament in terms of confidence and maybe the crossovers and whatnot?
Yeah, it's just at this stage of the competition as well, starting to get into the midpoint of day 2, so they've maybe got another round game at least this afternoon, so they'll get one more chance to probably get that momentum back and keep an eye on a quarterfinal spot tomorrow. And when you get into the finals, sometimes it starts again as well. You crossover pools, you come against other teams that you haven't come across in the tournament so far, but there's just nothing here in the second half working for them. They've got a great coach as well in Dan Withers, former Australian Men's Open player as well. He's been there at the highest level. He'll rally the troops and get them back. Zanetti's leadership, but it is a new crop coming through. A few players that were unavailable this time around for the Bulls, but they've just got so much talent that comes out of the Rocky system and, Gladstone and other areas as well. So they're not quite going for them so far here in the tournament. That goes for them. Nice little deflection there of Smith. They're still showing a little bit of intent here in the back end of the first half, or second half, I should say. Here is Dave Zanetti.
Definitely no reason they can't bounce back, Scotty, but I think the other side's the mathematical or the history working against them. Have you seen it? If it ends up 5-1, has a team lost by 4 on Saturday and come back and won it? So there's a little bit of history against them if they can't respond here, but not saying they can't do it, just definitely Swans.
Yeah, they just look good.
They
look
good.
Don't they? Great balanced team. Here's Earnshaw, the left foot. Richards makes the touch. And Damon Moore loves left to right. Levin's up there to make the touch. They'll be looking to finish strong here defensively as well. The Swans won't want to leak any more points. Moore takes a deflection from Richards.
I'm just sort of looking at it with the Swans, Bulls, and you've got Brisbane, Gold Coast. I think New South Wales are going to have their hands full in State of Origin in a few weeks.
Well, coming up in June, Origin. Very much looking forward to that. We'll be back here in Coffs Harbour. We can turn the tap off if they like. That would be great if we can have a nice dry Origin series in a couple of weeks. The Bulls this time. And Lovely ball midfield from Griffin out to Bailey Assay. And a little consolation try at the death there for the Bulls.
Yeah, that's better. Nice little, like a splitter type play where the link comes through the ruck and nice and easy. Long ball over the top. Swans have, for the most part, handled those long balls, and that one may be a little bit against the runner play, but good to see the Bulls hitting back.
Good touch there from Assay, the try scorer. Comes across over to the left side of the field, now in defence. Madden plays it on the 7. Not much to work with down on the short side, but some bodies slipping over. Almost created a chance. Carmody thought he was pretty close to getting that one down. Oh, big contact there. Walker as he's on his back and slides. Interesting to see. Zanetti's in there, of course, throwing plenty of chat. Notley doesn't mind getting involved as well. Still a bit of feeling here between the two Queensland teams.
A little bit of frustration. I should run down there and say, hey, you'll be teammates in 3 weeks. Take it easy.
Yeah. Mate, they don't care about 3 weeks. They've got different jerseys on the moment. And we're just seeing which way it's going to go towards the Swans. It was Jackson Walker who we saw. Carmody will tap it and end this match. And it is the Swans who remain undefeated. And that was a great performance from them. Solid second half. Really tight in the first half, but they really stretched their legs. And good performance, like we said, coming into the back end of day 2.
Yeah, very impressive from the Swans. And if they're able to build from that, maybe find another gear or two, it's going to take some beating. But definitely, I think the men's division a little bit on notice, maybe, with the Swans being so dominant against such a classy team.
Absolutely. Great win there for Southwest Queensland. They roll on, like we said, undefeated. More men's open action to come up later on this afternoon. We'll head down on the sideline as well. Adam Pride will grab one of the Southwest Queensland Swans players and get all the background off that match. And we'll take a quick break after that and come back. Plenty more action to come here from the championships.
New Balance, we got now.
Joined here on the sideline by Southwest player Jake Notley. Jake, really tough game that one against Central Queensland. Top of the table in Pool B. Pretty happy with the result?
Oh, mate, ecstatic. It's always a tough clash against CQ. It's the first time we've had such a convincing win over them. I think the end score didn't really reflect the level of the game. They just keep coming and coming, but being wet weather footy, like mistakes started to creep in on their end and we capitalised. So it was very, very pleasing for the boys.
Yeah, talk to me about the Southwest team. We've seen them a couple of times on the field. One, mixture of youth and experience, a lot of young legs running, but also seems to be that steel that the experienced boys, I'm not going to put you in that category yet, but that steel that has been instilled in this team.
Yeah. Look, I'm definitely getting up there age-wise. It's the first time I've really been in the top half of the age bracket. It's nice to see the young boys coming through, and it's hard to say they're inexperienced. Like half of them play in the Oz youth stuff, the youth Trans-Tasman. It's a phenomenal mixture of players, of talent and experience, and I think having Piercy back here, having Sam Carmody, even Jimmy Hegedus, who just played in the Opens Trans-Tasman, it's been phenomenal, and the young boys just keep getting better and better, and even when we move on as the old group, there's definitely young kids that can fill the spots.
Some nice culture there. Speaking of that, through to a quarter-final now, top of the table. You'll wait to see your opponent from another round game later on with the bye coming up. What's the plans for this afternoon? Is it relax, some cheese platters, some cured meats, some gabagool, some crackers? What's on the cards?
Yeah, there was a bit of chat about golf, but the weather seems nice for it, but I dare say we'll be in bed relaxing, maybe a nice bath, and sit down and watch the last round game for the men's open and hopefully take away a few pointers for the quarter-final.
No dramas, all the best. Good luck for that quarter.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
SportsCover provides affordable, tailored insurance solutions designed to protect your sports and leisure lifestyle. created by sports people for sports people. More than 35 years of industry-specific experience and knowledge makes us not only experts in our field, but pioneers of our industry. So whether it's in the sporting arena or it's for fun and leisure, you play with pride. We protect with passion, because we don't just know sport, we are sport.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Welcome back here to Coffs Harbour, CX Coffs International Stadium. Day 2 action here as we catch up with the Women's 20s Division, the South West Queensland Swans and Brisbane Mets. This should be a cracker, Gabros. Both these teams undefeated coming into this one.
Yeah, having a look at the results from yesterday and earlier this morning, they're coming in first and second, with the Swans having 4 wins and a draw, and Brisbane Mustangs 4 wins and a bye. So this is shaping to be a really good clash today.
So a round 6 fixture here, so we're just about at the pointy end of this competition. Finals day tomorrow. Both these teams will be there. They've done enough already, and Brisbane get first use of the ball. Nice pace from the get-go here. Now march forward with Millicent Watson. Watson popping a little pass and then at speed, blew it, or tries to go right through the middle. Good touch made, though, from the Swans.
Sure was, and there was 3 bodies flying through the air there, so they're desperate to get to the top of the table, so it should give them a 4th place, playing 4th place in the quarterfinals.
So Swans now will look to work it away from their own end. If you're just joining us, 16-minute halves here. Little break in between. And of course, these two sides undefeated. They've made a really good start to this competition, and it's a good little check on their journey towards finals day. Nice little scything run there from Tess Notley. There's a famous name in touch circles, as now Nobbs heads up over halfway. Scooped up here on the last now by Park, who takes off and then finds a good pass late in the piece. Well, there's a little bit of confusion for a moment. I thought they were going to allow Nobbs to keep carrying forward with things, but they'll take it back.
Yeah, she looked like she was through for the first try there, Nobbs, but not to be, and still 0-0 on the scoreboard.
And the sun has come out. It arrived midway through the last game. We've had all the elements here except for a little bit of thunder and lightning. I'm hoping that I'm not now putting the jinx on. So they come up through the middle here. Good charge for Brisbane. Now once again out to this right-hand side. They'll turn it back toward the wing once again. Kelly was involved. Last one coming up here for Brisbane. They simply look to kill it away from the box. That's exactly what they'll do. And simply finished off there by Bell.
Yeah, I'm liking the way, though, the Brisbane Mustangs, they're just going direct. They're running hard and fast and are trying to go straight through the Swans' defence.
So mutual infringement there. It'll simply be a play the ball now for the Southwest Queensland Swans. I'll continue heading out to this right-hand side. It's lovely rushing defence here from Brisbane, really jamming them in. You can see the issues they're having. I'll have to send it back to this left-hand side now with Johnston. Picks up a few metres, but again, they're hard to come by in this set, and there is the turnover on their own side of halfway.
Yeah, and that's definitely a win for the Brisbane team there. They kept the Swans in their own half, as we see an early shift, and there was probably the first opportunity for game there for Brisbane. Couldn't get it into hands, but it was looking like it was shaping up to be a chance there, James.
So nervy moments to open this one here. Only about 2 minutes gone, but certainly neither side has even looked like settling. And speak of the devil, there's another turnover.
Yeah, so there are a few little nerves playing on the main stadium. First time for possibly some of these girls, and there'll be family and friends watching on at home. So as we said, the sun's out, but there's kind of cakes of mud in the box here. So the legs are going to become heavy as the mud sets in.
If you are just joining us, in the previous few games, we've actually had quite a few players slipping into touch. One of them even sliding directly on their back like a turtle into the subs box without any touch being applied. So we've had a few turnovers in that fashion as well, specifically on this commentary side of the ground. subs box. So keep an eye on that. As now the last one comes up here for Brisbane. They'll try and turn it out to the right, looking to link up with Chadburn, but that ball hits the deck.
Yeah, and it was really good compressed defence there by the Swans. They were daring him to go over the top, but the Lincoln winger came in and shut down any opportunity.
It's now marching up through the middle where the field is actually in reasonably good touch. Come out to this right-hand side. It is very tough going for handling. That one hits the deck, and now Armstrong will restart things here for Brisbane. Good opportunity for the first try of the match. They'll move it to the middle of the field now. Bell promoted it on. Now taken here through the middle. I'll just slow it down a touch here with Chadburn again. Gets the roll ball now. Quick release out wide. They just simply didn't mark up there, the Southwest Queensland Swans. There wasn't really anything doing. It was a static start, and simply just from perhaps a little bit of miscommunication. First try on the board.
Yeah, we'll see on the DoorDash replay. They call this a splitter, so she comes through the middle. Beautiful cutout pass left to right. And the recipient on the wing there was Penina Wilshire. Opens up the scoring, and that's just through weighted possession and field position there, James, for the Brisbane Mustangs.
You can't give a good team that much ball down their own end. And that's exactly what the Southwest Queensland Swans were doing, just inviting Brisbane to take advantage of all that territory. Now they have a chance to hit right back. And Lazark hopping in at acting half, and now pops a little pass here for Park, and then Park went over the top but couldn't find the mark.
No, it kind of came out of the hands at the wrong angle, but yeah, good set. It was looking likely, and I think if the Swans can get some possession down on that field, we'll see the likes of Notley and that try and take control down that end of the field.
The sun is shining here at Coffs Harbour. That's welcome, given the conditions we have had to endure for the first day and a bit now. As they get up over halfway, Brisbane here, the Mustangs marching forward. Good speed and nice little stepping as well coming in from Alish Kelly, but that'll be the turnover. So it hasn't really reached any great heights as of yet, this one. They're still quite cagey, both teams.
Yeah, sussing each other out at the moment, and I'm guessing both Queensland teams, they may well know how each other play and have played against each other a few times in different tournaments back in Queensland. So possibly just seeing where they can find the gaps. This is a better set from the Swans, James. She's taking it a bit more direct.
There's a nice charge there from Nobbs, and now Robson on the follow-up. Nobbs here in an acting half on the last. Will go back down a short side, tries to squeeze through, but well marked up from the Mustangs.
Yeah, so they have to work it out of their own end. They've defended well there, and they're taking it straight out to their box and getting some really good meters up as they're going to get some fresh subs on the field as well.
Good pace about this set too. Almost at halfway already. They'll now cross that threshold, and they should get a look at the line here with another couple of good drives. Lovely cycling of the footy. There's a chance on this left-hand side. They'll stop just shy of extending it out that way. Now Blewett takes off, and Blewett tries to get around the outside of Walker, who does a good job.
Yeah, it was a little stop and start, trying to get the defence to stop as well and then go again, but they were up to the task there, the Swans. But again, it's just going end to end. We'll see who's going to break in the next few minutes as we head towards half-time.
Nice read there defensively as well from Wilshire, who stepped up and made the touch, having already scored a try herself. Swans up towards halfway now. Indiana Kelly with great meterage here. Quick roll ball, lovely pick up from Sipple. Sipple tries to get through but is turned away, but that's a better set from the Swans.
Yeah, she was looking likely there, Kelly, to go through. But again, you can see here, James, Brisbane are not afraid to let the ball shift off the early touches now that we've got a dry ball.
It's a very slippery underfoot, but that ball should be drying up a touch, as you mentioned there, Gab Rose, as now into enemy territory go the Mustangs. Easy meters on offer here too for Zalio. So they take off now with a chance here for Watson. Watson gets through, looking for support. Can she find it out wide? No, great coverage from the Swans, tracking the entire way with Scarlett Sipple.
Yeah, Sipple did a good job there, Coach. So she went through the line there, Watson, and kind of got trapped in the corner with nobody left to pass to. It became a bit of a woman-on-woman netball defence there.
So quick roll ball here, and then really hitting the front was Indiana Kelly. And she's hopped up and fortunately not covered in mud. There was every chance she could have been. As Brisbane once more get a good look at things here, though.
Yeah, they've definitely had the better field position, Brisbane. They'll be looking to capitalise on that. As we say there, a drop ball. So no damage done there for the Swans as they're quickly onto the ball and working up towards halfway.
Yeah, great charge there from Anna Park as they come out to this right-hand side with Van Heerden. Now more meters up along the short side here. Robson plays it quickly. Back to the middle once again for Walker. Walker will drop it down. Now scooped up from Nobbs, and Nobbs back to Walker. Were they offside? Initially, I think they might have been, but the other two middles, they were certainly onside, made the touch. and that will be the turnover.
Yeah, it was a good set there for Swans, and they were looking dangerous. Again, we see they're not afraid to promote that ball. It didn't work for them then, but there's definitely some space down that far side when they look to go there straight away for the Brisbane team.
Well, that really is one of the features of the under-20s, whether it be men's or women's. They love to throw the footy around, and sometimes it's a case of youthful exuberance when perhaps you need to be a little bit more conservative. As Nobbs now drops it down on the 7. Chance back on the inside. Lovely ball from Nobbs. Squeezing through a gap just about, but Brisbane closed it in time.
Yeah, that was a really good touch and one that had to be made for that. Otherwise, that inside play, or the boy as we call it, was going to be a success there for the Swans.
So Walker back to Nobbs. 3-on-2 on that left-hand side. Oh, popped a pass. Wonderful hands. I think it has gone forward, though.
Great pickup, though, and great defence. So it will be a changeover, but as you said, it's just that youthful, they're enthusiastic and happy to throw the ball around, and that's why everybody loves watching the women's and men's 20s division.
So forward they march now. Oh, pop pass that was a little awkward for a moment there, but in the end it was reeled in, safely taken. But here is a turnover by Brisbane, and it remains a bit of an awkward contest about 9 minutes into it.
Yeah, but you can see there's been a little bit of momentum shift, I'd say, in the last couple of minutes towards the Swans. They're winning the field position battle now. In the last few minutes, we see a little mini break here, running down the side. She saw some space there, did Robson.
Now Bakiri popping a little pass back to the middle, but the referees don't like it. Here comes another penalty in favour of Brisbane.
Looked like 7 on the field, and as a coach or a player, it's one of those penalties you hate to give away. And again, just a little bit too enthusiastic trying to get down in line attack, and it's cost their team a penalty.
So the Mustangs up towards and now over halfway. Nice little dummy coming in. Continue marching forward here, dropping it down from the work of Ruri. Grabbing a crossfield to this left-hand side. Nothing really doing in this set at the moment for Brisbane. They need a straight drive here. They'll finally get one, but again, not particularly a strike dump. They'll send it wide nonetheless. Good coverage, though, from the Swans. Pass comes free, well and truly forward, but also after the touch has been applied. So there is the turnover, no matter what way you look at it.
Yes. Speaking of turnovers, we've got another one on the first touch there, and this gives a golden opportunity here to the Brisbane Mustangs to try and strike and take a 2-0 lead.
So a full set to work with here as they set up now with Richardson. Drops it down. Now Richardson again on this right-hand side. Turns it back on the inside. Good coverage, though, from Tess Notley.
Yeah, it looked all too easily for Notley there. She knew they were coming and she was in perfect position, ready for that inside ball.
So still plenty of plays up their sleeves for the Mustangs. Kelly once again. Now receives it, threatening to go down low, and that's exactly what she does. If you can't go through them, you might as well go under them, and someone needs to bring out the limbo stick with an effort like that.
Yeah, it was a beautiful dive there by Kelly. So they were setting something up. It looked like she might have just made that touch, slid through, perfect dive, and that's a try. Referee says 2-0 your way, Brisbane Mustangs.
Yeah, nothing Notley could do about that one. That was just too good. I think that's probably the second best we've seen outside of Kura Ishii a little earlier this morning. So 2 tries to 0. Brisbane in cruise control here. The Swans haven't really asked too many questions as Van Heerden now tries to link up back through the middle. Kelly leaves it behind. She's had a rough couple of minutes, Kelly. She's quite literally been in the mud and now in the doghouse. It's Brisbane up towards their subs box. Stifling defence here, though, from the Swans. They're getting up quickly. Brisbane now into enemy territory. They'll take off with Millicent Watson again, who's been very busy for Brisbane. Out to that right-hand side, there's the turnover. But again, they're winning this field position battle.
Yeah, they sure are. And as you said, James, Watson is very light on her feet. They might give away a penalty there. It was through the ruck. Yeah, the referees are onto that straight away. So this is a relieving penalty that the Swans needed. So they march their way up towards the halfway line. They'll get a couple of touches up on the line here, hopefully.
And quick roll ball, and then Van Heerden on the follow-up. Scoops here from Laura Fry. Fry in an acting half again. Walker joins the action. So too does Nobbs. Nobbs picks it up with a retreating defensive line. Back to Walker. Well covered, though. That was an excellent touch in the end made from our number 17. Now, we don't have that available, so we'll chase that at half-time for you, but good coverage from Brisbane.
Yeah, it was a touch that needs to be made there by the link for Brisbane Mustangs. But again, both teams are liking that little inside play, just checking if the middles are working hard for each other.
Oh, lovely little tip on play here from Brisbane. Now there's a chance out wide. They'll put the foot down through Rogers. Rogers, oh, the little goosey has fooled them all. That was lovely. In fact, it was Johnson who bounces around. Now scooped up again here from Blewett. Blewett back to this right-hand side. Numbers in motion. Catch and pass here for Kelly. Wider still. Now, in fact, keep it alive even more so here, Brisbane. Again down this right-hand side. Well, we talk about expansive. This is not just dry weather football. This is desert weather football. As now, oh, there comes the old Benji step as well. It's all happening for Kelly.
Oh, and it's going to be 6 to go as well. That was everything in one play there. But as you said, though, Kelly, she's got all the skills. She can pass, she can dive, and she's got the hot step as well.
Well, that was right out of the Benji Marshall playbook. That took me back to 2005 in one little motion, as now they'll dive from distance. I think the touch has been made, though. Yeah, well defended against Blewett, who went from some distance. Blewett now, once again, offering it here for Kelly. Drops it on the 7. Receives it back again. Kelly will have another crack at them. This time she gets through. And that's the last 2 in a row have been right up Main Street with the big slide and dive.
Yeah, I feel like that's a little bit of deja vu. We just saw that exact same play from Kelly a couple of minutes ago, and she's come up gold again. Beautiful dive. She's running against a retreating defence, and yeah, she's definitely one to watch, Kelly.
A very clever play, and of course, that player there who was quote-unquote at marker, of course, there isn't a marker in touch footy, so that's why she could go right through. They'll make the touch now. So work to do here for the Swans. Van Heerden brings it to within 7. Bouncing around now is Notley. Notley out of acting half. There's an opportunity through the middle, but great recovery in the end from, it looked like Chadburn, who made the touch just in time. Still on the 7, Notley takes off with that great speed that is consistent across the Notley name, but it remains 3 tries to 0.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and get on the scoreboard before half-time here and not let it skip out too far for the Brisbane Mustangs. But definitely the ability across the field as that looked forward, a definite forward pass there. Again, that corner, they're happy to promote it, but they're going to have to make sure their execution's better in the second half, James.
Well, that was thrown by Tom Brady, that one, as Notley turns it back on the inside. And now catch and pass here for Anne Lazark. Anne Lazark receives it once more. They've got to go quick here. We're inside the final minute. Can they get something on the board? And Lazark turns it back on the inside. Oh, somehow it's beaten, I believe, Blewett. I thought she got a touch to the ball itself in flight, not the player, but referee was on the spot. They'll call the touch. Out here for Notley again. And Lazark waiting for it. Hops in at acting half. Back for Notley. Surely this is the time. 3 on 2. Notley can't squeeze through. And there is the siren. They'll get one final play with a penalty, though.
Yeah, they'll be looking to Notley here, see what she can manufacture. It's hard, last play, but they'd love to get a try here going into half-time.
And simply knocked down there. Clever work there from Millicent Watson, who has been in everything, both sides of the ball. But for Brisbane, a comprehensive display in this first half.
Yeah, it's been a great first half, as we said. They're playing dry weather footy here now that the sun's out. This game's definitely not over, but a 3-0 lead to Brisbane Mustangs.
So the Swans will need to conjure up something here in the second half. All to play for with these 2 undefeated teams in the women's 20s division. At the break, it's Brisbane leading the Southwest Queensland Swans 3 tries to 0. Welcome back here to CX Coffs International Stadium. A sunny Coffs Harbour after all the rain throughout the morning. And for Brisbane, certainly quite a sunny outlook. 3 tries to nil, they had the lead at the break. The Southwest Queensland Swans on the screen have a bit of work to do, Gab Rose.
They sure do, but they got the tap off for this second half. And as we said, there are some danger players across the field, but they'll be looking to strike early in this second half.
Well, they've got 16 minutes to try and launch a comeback here. They're certainly not out of it as of yet. But it comes forward now for Couchy, who also hits the deck off the back of a pretty strong touch. It is still very slippery underfoot, even with the sun returning. As now Anlazark hops in at acting half. Has a little look out to this left-hand side. Found a good pass as well. Some nice patience there from Anlazark.
Yeah, it was looking likely there, but again, the winger from Brisbane Mustangs, they knew what was on and they came in and shut down that.
Now good metres here for Millicent Watson, who's been one of the strongest performers here for Brisbane, alongside the work of Alish Kelly. Let's now work it away from the sideline, back towards the middle of the field. It certainly is where you're going to have the best run of territory, so to speak, given it's the driest and least chopped up of the ground here.
Yeah, and that was probably a speak straight in the mud there. She's on her back. I'm going to say ball down.
As unfortunate as it is, I think that is the right call.
Yes, definitely the right decision. I think it might have been Notley that slipped in the mud there. Yep.
So Brisbane now marching forward. Now take the metres on offer up towards halfway. And again, there's that great footwork from Kelly. Just bouncing off the left and the right and then trying to push through and find support, but the ball comes free.
Yeah, again, it's been last 2 sets here. Oh, they're falling everywhere. I don't know what's happened at half time, but they've replaced their boots with skates at the moment. People are falling everywhere.
Yeah, I'm not even sure the old wet weather studs would work on these conditions, just because the mud has now popped up, so there's really nothing to dig into.
And we see another drop ball. So I'm going to say we've probably had 5 sets this half, and all 5 have been incomplete. So make that 6 from 6. So they just need to settle down, get some composure. 7 from 7.
I don't think I've ever seen a start like this. And you might hear it through the Atmos mic. There is an audible groan that's popping through here at Coffs Harbour. So that's a bit of fun to start the second half. For mine, there was another drop ball there. That's been let go. I was hoping we'd get 8 in a row.
Yeah. We'll wait and see what happens here. Both coaches will be telling their team just to settle down. There's plenty of time left on the clock and a game still to be won. We see here Brisbane going direct. And that's a better set, so they finish it down that end of the field, James, and let's hope we see some completed sets coming up our way.
I must say, it's not a high bar, and there is the commentator's curse. I might have had a couple yesterday, but Gab Rose, you are back in fine form, and only you can do it like that.
Yep. No comment.
So Chadburn drops it down, the big dummy comes out, everyone goes slipping. Geez, poor Indiana Kelly. She really has been on skates at time in this match. Now it comes out here to this left-hand side. Hannah, quick release. Oh, they'll go directly at them. They just got the foot back in time, but it was nice footwork there from Matilda Rogers.
Yeah, and a good touch there out in the link by Van Herden.
So pressure once again here on Chadburn. Plays it quickly. Chadburn wrapping back around once more, trying to link up with Elizabeth Hannah. But now they will just seem a little bit cautious about how they're stepping, especially as they get down towards that 7-metre mark where it is quite chopped up. Now the Swans up towards halfway. Great metres here, in fact, from the Southwest Queensland Swans. 2 plays and they're up over halfway. Now Couchy drops it down. Quick release here from Fry. Fry finds the support of Anlazark, and now Notley takes off. Back out here for Couchy. Couchy turns it back on the inside for Anlazark. Notley, if she can get a quick roll ball, they still have an opportunity on that right-hand edge. Notley will turn away from it, though. Oh, and then pops an awkward pass right into the waiting arms of Emma Bell.
Yeah, that was definitely the best set of the half for the Swans. It was looking likely there. And when it is a little bit muddy like this and people are slipping, it definitely becomes harder to line defend.
The other thing to note as well, Gab, is that there's a big difference with these 2 sub-box areas as well. The close to camera side of the ground here and the stadium side of the field, very much chopped up. Not quite the case on that wide side where there's a little bit more drainage going on.
Now, definitely if you were able to choose your which side you're going to be on when you win the toss, I would definitely be choosing the far side for all those teams listening in for this afternoon's fixtures, because it makes it easier to get not only off but on as well.
So now right at the advantage line, Robson marching forward up towards that 7-metre mark. Nobbs is in there. She'll bring it forward herself now. Nobbs with Robson on a hip, turns it back to the right instead, and finally they find a way through. Maggie Walker strolls across the line, and the Southwest Queensland Swans are on the board, 3 tries to 1. A bit of work to do still, but that's a nice little start for them in the second half.
Yeah, so we see the replay there. They swept around, so it brought the defence over to the left-hand side of the field, and then they just dropped it back inside. Beautiful hands there by Nobbs. And as you said, Maggie Walker opens the scoreboard for her team.
So Brisbane now marching forward, looking to respond. Short pass provided, and they'll take the metres on offer here, up towards that 7-metre mark. Quick release again here for Alish Kelly. Kelly stepping off the right foot. We'll get a quick roll ball inside the 7, and a penalty as well.
Yeah, she's drawn a penalty there, but it was probably lucky for the Brisbane team because they'd played the ball probably only about a metre out from the line. So it was going to make it easy defending for the Swans.
And they certainly had an arm stretched out, so there was an indiscretion before that touch, as now Kelly takes off again, stepping off the left foot, gets low once more. Oh, Kelly is having a field day out there.
Yeah, she is loving these conditions, getting around, and it's just that low dive, James, and all the players are so good at this now. Hands out, she looks like she's going to pass long. No, I'll just slide through the Swans, get my hat-trick for the day.
And Nobbs did a great job as well, trying to close it down. It's very tight here at the line, but it is the right call, I think. Kelly just squeezes underneath. So 4 tries to 1 just as the Swans hit back. That margin back out to 3. Now approach toward the 7-metre line here. Short pass, and now into the action comes Goroik, and we haven't seen too much of Goroik so far. Bouncing around here for Anna Park. Goroik, Park, off the left foot, trying to open up some space. Good touch made though from Hannah.
Yeah, really well defended there by Brisbane. They scored a try, and then now they've backed it up with good defensive set. And they'll want to complete their set of 6 here. They want to march it up the field and make it difficult for the Swans to get down a look at their line.
Strong touch as well from the Swans as they float it out towards this left-hand side. Nice big step popping in. And then Chadburn keeps it alive through the middle. Blewett will take the metres on offer. Scooped up again from Hannah. Now for Blewett with a 3-on-2 situation, and then just jamming in late was Fry, who actually made a really good read from out wide.
Yeah, and had to be done because there was nothing on it. Was coming into the last touch, but they somehow manufactured a little overlap, and you're right, Fry shut it down.
So now the Swans getting a little bit more expansive out to this left-hand side. There's a real challenge for them in this second half, trying to deal with those conditions up along the box. They'll play it quickly. Johnston gets involved. Now a nice little ball here for Anlazark, who takes the metres, as does Notley. Bouncing around, back to Anlazark. Keeps it alive. Couchy finds a pass. It was the right idea, just couldn't squeeze the body around.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity there. But you spoke about before it's coming in and out of the box. And I was looking on an outside field last night, and it becomes like a bit of a heat map, James. You see where all the mud is with the rain. So obviously in the box and then along the sideline, the middle of the field stays relatively dry until you get down to those score lines.
So touch is made here from Anlazark as they march forward now with Chadburn. Up towards halfway. Good strong carry here from Ruri. More metres on offer. Ruri again, lovely one-handed pickup. Will draw and pass. Oh, was there a touch there from the Swans? No, it was thrown into the body as opposed to being played at.
Yeah, but nice play there by Ruri. She's light on her feet and she looked to go straight through it. It didn't come off on that occasion.
Now Notley again, who's just a real ball of energy, bounces around the field. Johnston stays alive and receives it back here. Walker, the sole try scorer for the Swans, will scoop it up and then provide for Nobbs. Walker waiting for it. She'd actually overrun the play though. So now Park takes it out to this left-hand side. A little turn of speed for Park, looking for support. There's no way that defender could have disappeared. Denny does a great job to shut it down, but that's a nice little change of speed there from Park.
Yeah, excellent work there by Park. She got through. The only way she was going to get it, she would have had to go behind the back and around the corner. But yeah, she was looking likely then. Good turn of speed on the last touch.
So still it remains at 4-1. You'd imagine points will be at a premium with these kind of conditions. Here's a turnover though that might invite the Swans in for a second try.
Yeah, so a no touch there was done by the Brisbane Mustangs, and we're about halfway through this second half, so they really need to strike soon, the Swans, to get back into this ball game.
So Nobbs brings it forward. Nobbs again at speed. Had them worried momentarily. Good touch made in the end though from Vandenborn. So they come back to the 7. Park sends it out to this right-hand side. Just waiting for the opportunity here. Walker Plays it on the 7. They weren't quite ready for it, though, so that's a wasted play. Park back to the 7 yet again. Yeah, they're just not quite getting this strike dump right.
No, they're trying to plan something. You've got Nobbs, Park and Walker. They were the 3 that were involved in the try before, but then it resulted in kind of not much at the back end of that set. They'll be disappointed with that, James.
Especially given they had the entire set in good field position. Really didn't ask any questions now.
Guess
Once
who?
again, Kelly with a big step and then taking about 15 metres. She has been a real superstar for them in this one, as Ruri brings it forward, now up over halfway. Another good set here from the Mustangs. Catch and pass for Chadburn. Chadburn will draw it in. Or was that played out, or was it simply a case of a loose carry? No, it was played out in flight. So another set coming up here for Brisbane. Bell sends it for Chadburn, who takes the metres. Slippery conditions, good touch made. Under pressure there from Nobbs. Chadburn up to the 7 once again. Now they'll look to build here. Chadburn at first receiver once more. Nobbs again is there to try and make the touch, but play through is called. And Chadburn, that's good game awareness.
Yeah, excellent work by Chadburn there. So she listened to the referee's call, called, I think it was Nobbs offside there, and go through as we see here. Here's the replay. There was nothing really doing. Yeah, Nobbs didn't quite retreat back to the line. So correct call by the referee. And that's a try. Takes the score out to 5-1.
It's an obvious one in the end too. Nobbs was probably 2 or 3 metres offside there. Chadburn playing through. Margin out to 4. As now Indiana Kelly marches 4. That's good footwork from Kelly. Pops a pass, and now they get extra numbers on this left-hand side. It was Sipple wrapping around, who had a good start to this match. Getting involved once again now. Kelly waits at acting half. Back for Sipple. Sipple sends it long. Decent little pass there. Out for Johnston, but well shut down again from the Mustangs. Robson out of acting half. Nothing really doing. Now simply kill the play away from the Mustangs box, but Brisbane are well and truly in control here.
They sure are. It was hard there. Last touch, there wasn't much on, and so not much the Swans could do. We could get another no touch here, and indeed, yep, referee right on the spot. So they need to score, and they need to score probably this set if they're any chance of clawing their way back into this game.
Eagle eyes from Gab Rose. We could well see her in the New Balance pink outfits out there.
I used to like it when I was playing. Tell the refs.
I'm sure you did.
Respectfully, of course.
I was going to say, there's a reason why you commentate now. We know you can certainly talk. As it pops around to the 7,
rich.
drop down there. That's the polite way of saying it, Gab.
Yeah.
Float over the top, touched in flight by Brisbane, but into their arms, and it didn't go forward, importantly. Oh, however, there is someone in the crowd who certainly thought it did. That's the loudest call we've heard all weekend.
Yeah, and it's resulted in something here, so it is going to be a Swans penalty. We'll get the call from the referee in a moment. Yeah, it went forward was the call from the referee on field. So Swans again, you can see they've brought Notley back on because they need to score right now in this set.
Well, that is an old demonstration of power of the people. If you protest loud enough, you might well get the callers. Couchy goes to this right-hand side. They will capitalise straight away. Beautifully worked from the southwest Queensland Swans. Bakiri comes up with it, but they'll pull it back.
That looked beautiful. I'm not sure if we'll get to see a replay, but they went one way, came back the other. It was a set play. We look up the replay here. Beautiful hands. And I'm guessing they've called that last pass forward.
Here it is again on the replay. Didn't look forward when we were watching it live. Oh, I'm still not sure about that. That's gone backwards.
Yeah, they
and it's
thought
not a
they
touch
were in.
pass either.
No, yep. Players aren't happy, but we're back to live, and we've seen another penalty here. Mustangs thought they were racing down the field to score and put the cue in the rack there. But Swans, quick on the ball and see if they can get another try here with a couple of minutes to go.
Well, Zgoroik, who couldn't believe the call herself. Here she is on the ball now, out of acting half, and they've stepped up very quickly here, the Brisbane side. Couchy, Notley. Notley now with a little bit of speed, and then didn't play it squarely.
Yeah, and that's just scoreboard pressure. You could see the Mustangs there. They're just, tightening the screws here and going to bring home this game for their club.
And they certainly will. There's less than 2 minutes remaining in this match. Another good run there from Kelly. However, she's also become a victim of a non-square play the ball and then also simply hopping over it too. It's got to go between the legs. This comes out now to this left-hand side for Park. Now Notley marching forward. Almost runs into Johnston there. We'll hop in at acting half. Park, Johnston, now Walker through the middle. Nobbs directing traffic. Will hop in at acting half herself. Takes off, but this is dangerous, of course. If you're new to touch football, you can't be caught out of acting half. That is the changeover.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Nobbs, though. She's working well with Walker. They're going to be a losing team today, but there's definitely some ability around the field that they'll be able to work with heading into the quarterfinals.
And, of course, this does mean a first loss in this tournament here for the Southwest Queensland Swans. Brisbane will remain undefeated as they approach finals Sunday. Now a little bit of a step coming in there from Van Heerden. Will be ushered back to the 7 inside the final minute now. Can they get a consolation try, the Swans? I'll drop it down on the 7. All flat there for Nobbs, who juggles it, then gets to ground. But once again, they make the touch, Brisbane.
She did a good job there, Nobbs. She was still catching the ball and diving to score as well, but well defended by Brisbane.
And Nobbs looking left, looking right, finding nobody in time. Touch is made, and Brisbane, well, they've had all the answers, and that really does sum it up, that final play.
Yeah, they should just hold the ball here, Brisbane. Take the ball upfield, and Huda should not be too far away.
So Ruri with a nice little charge up towards halfway now. Watson, who's a ball of energy, brings it forward. Still an option through the middle here. Watson now, they were never back on side. That's why they were able to keep running, but the final pass goes astray. And with the seconds ticking down, well, they might get one final look at a potential try here. Nasalio will restart it. There goes the siren. Last one coming up. Watson with a chance to squeeze through. Oh, back to Nasalio. Well set up from Watson, but the touch is made just in time. And that will do us here, Gab Rose.
Sure will. So that was a comprehensive win in the end to Brisbane Mustangs over the Southwest Queensland Swans. A good game, as we said, top of the table clash. And these two might meet again tomorrow, James.
So up next, we move to the women's 27 division. First time, I believe, we've seen them on our main field. But full time here between Brisbane and the Southwest Queensland Swans in a battle of the formerly undefeated two teams. It is now Brisbane who keep that perfect record intact to the tune of 5 tries to 1.
So here we are live, the quarterfinal action between the South Queensland Sharks A and the Brisbane City Cobras. Quarterfinal here in the women's division. The Sharks with the first attempt. Semi-Jo Curtis takes it through the middle. Lucia Fielders gets it out to Paige Markey. The touch made. Chelsea Cummins over there on the left-hand edge as we look at it. Left-hand edge of the Sharks. Tony Wells through the middle. Semi-Jo Curtis. Long ball out to the right-hand side. Nice touch there. Fielders. Filed in the half. Picks up, Lucia goes short, nice little hole. Hannah Forbes had folded in too narrow. Waldy takes it up, that's English, taking it to the line. Waldy in half, Lisa Maimai, long ball out to the left. Naomi Parslow strikes back for the Cobras. Touch made. Maimai breaks short, big long ball from Files, gets it out to Paige Markey. Markey, an outstanding finisher. Gets across the line again. That's the second try for the Sharks. Sami-Jo Curtis at acting half. Donovan now, ball in hand. Lucia comes around. Isabella, the sister, outsider. Referee calls play on there, as has Rebecca Maimai, the captain. There's Lisa Maimai now. Oh, beautiful pass. Finding Sonali gained in space. They had two options there. There's Meg Muir, beautiful penetration into the defensive line of the Sharks. Forbes into half, she's dangerous. Intercept taken, they'll go the length if they can. Meg Muir comes across in cover, I don't think she'll have the pace. That's a great intercept, that'll break the backs of the Cobras. Number 12, Shani Valila. There's Muir and English again, they'll work together. English back to Meg Muir, Meg Muir goes for the dive, finds Hannah in space. Hannah Forbes, that's a well-worked play. Gets it off to Lucia Fielders, now out of half. Isabella Fielders makes the most of the opportunity. Fielders to Fielders, or Files to Files. Beautifully done, Rebecca Maimai. You see Lisa pointing, she's the danger out of the half position. Goes long, throws it into a hole. Ray Barker finds the hole open at the link position. We're back to 5. Bryce runs a little switch play with Valila. Bryce goes for the long pass. Referees are going to call that one clear. Drawing the defenders up. You can see the referee talking to the Cobras defence. There goes Lucia Files. Steps back inside. English needed to push out a little bit more there. Folds off the right foot, comes back down low. Just how important she is. Great skill set for the young lady as we see Lisa Maimai load up again. Ray Barker gets into the hole. That combination has been important for the Cobras, keeping the team intact. Maddie Murphy was in there at half. That one dripped off to Sammy Jo Curtis. Hits Bryce, finds Lucia Files. A tiring Ray Barker can't commit coming in to hit Files. And they extend out now by 3. Forbes lines up outside of that. That's Forbes with the ball now. Muir with the ball. Goes for the dive over. Individual. 2 players in defence lose their footing at the one time. You don't see that very often, but that's because they were pushing out hard. Sammy Jo Curtis and Cashman, I think it was, hit the deck. Heads up.
Welcome back to CX Coffs International Stadium, Day 2 of the National Touch League Championships for 2025. James Preston and Gab Rose to bring you all the action here in this Round 4 Women's 27s competition fixture between Brisbane and WA. So we get a little taste of the Tigers here, who will be defending first, running from left to right on your screen. Brisbane are underway. They've had a good start to this tournament, but not a good start in this set.
No, a little bit of a sideways roll ball there as we see, yes, Women's 27s, Brisbane Mustangs, top of the table playing against WA Tigers. So, but conditions can, with the ball here, anything can happen, James.
That certainly is the case, as now the Tigers will look to head up over halfway. Little dummy coming in here from the work of Giadine Gardner. And then through the centre they go with McVicker. Out to this left-hand side. Gardner will promote it wider still. Couple of dummies coming out and then shut down. So not asking too many questions there, but a complete set. And in these conditions, that's the first focus.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that start, the WA Tigers, and they'll be looking to start strong and see if they can unsettle the highly fancied Brisbane Mustangs.
Brisbane now up over halfway. Gallen getting involved. Into the action comes McConnell. McConnell bouncing off the left foot, then tracking further out towards that right-hand side. Thomas will pop a little pass and then receives it back towards the middle. Dumming here. Last one brought up for Brisbane. McConnell takes off again. A little bit of speed. Floats it over the top. What a ball and what a finish that is. Rybelt right in the corner. Oh, and they're going to pull it back here. Forward past the call.
Deserved a try. It was beautiful play from acting half. And as you said, Rybelt took the catch on the fly, dived. We see the replay here. She went charging through, running at the offside player. Right to left, cut out pass over the winger. Beautiful hands. No try though.
It's another one of those ones where we're probably happy to just say, you know what, give it to him.
Yeah.
If it looks good, we'll take it. Now the dummy comes out again here. And then they'll take off with a bit of speed and then the old over-the-head pass there. That was interesting. That's off the back of the work of Bowen.
Yeah, she tried to go straight through them. Looked for a 6 to go on the last play, but not to be. But an enterprising start here for the WA Tigers.
It looks like both teams are happy to throw the ball around, as meters are on the offer now for Carla McConnell again, who's been very heavily involved in the opening exchanges. Rybelt hopping in at acting half, and now Rice takes it toward the middle. Rybelt again. Pops it here for Solian. Solian will drop it down, and now scooped up here from Jessica Renee Flay. Oh, and the hat comes off as well. And that's Rice who has to retrieve it. There's the turnover in favour of the Tigers.
Excellent work by the WA winger there in Williamson. She kind of got her body in the way and actually just put her shoulders, so avoiding 6 to go, but got possession back for her team.
Now good meters on the offering here for Windleborn. And then up over halfway. Nice quick roll ball as well. Now continue on through the middle passage. Monique James now out of acting half, and there is a forceful touch. And now great field position for the Tigers.
Yeah, and this should be the first time we get to see the Tigers down the end of the Brisbane Mustangs. But a lot of these players will have come out of playing Women's Open in the last few years, James. So the speed of the game should still be a good one.
So now bouncing around is James once more. She'll wait at acting half. Scoops it up. Good chance on this left-hand side. Or James had a 4-on-3 situation. Probably just had to play it simple.
Yeah, I feel like for then, the gap just opened up all too easily for her, and she wasn't quite sure what to do. It just opened up, and then, yeah, a little bit more patience there, and it could have been first try on the board for the Tigers.
Yeah, worth pointing out as well, the Tigers have actually been quite competitive across the board. They went down 2-3 against the South Queensland Sharks in round 1 were certainly no easy beats. So they're making a good fist of things in the opening 4 minutes here. And we are, of course, still locked at 0-0. Now, a good little charge upfield here from Jay Deves. And then further through the middle, Tigers once again, though, recovering and make the touch here on Stephanie Thomas.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job here, the Tigers. The Mustangs look like they're just about to break through, but the defence is there, ready to go.
So, round 4 match. Tigers, of course, still searching for their first win, but they have been competitive by and large. The touch is made there again from Thomas. Now working up over halfway now, the Tigers. All flat pass there, that's let go. Lovely catch and pass. Here's a chance now for Gardner, who puts the foot down. And once more, they'll take off out of acting half. It's McVicker looking for some support. McVicker trying to link up. Pops a pass. Oh, what a ball from McVicker. And then right on the spot, they'll get to ground. That's an outstanding try.
Well done, Nicole McVicker. She just went straight through. She's an experienced campaigner in the world of touch. Comes on. I'll go myself. I'll get round 1. I'll go straight through. Who can I find? And then a great catch, dive on the ball. Don't worry, you win it. You've opened up the scoring for your team to take a 1-0 lead. Halpin.
Yeah, Rachel Halpin there did a wonderful job to get there in support because McVicker was flying and just in the nick of time. Look at that catch. Outstanding stuff. That's one for the slips.
Yeah, well done. So they've taken a 1-0 lead. It's backed on the base of on the back of their defence, but they'll be looking to hold out the Mustangs here.
I think every neutral fan here at the venue is wanting a victory for the Tigers. Oh, but they really pull them to shreds on that right-hand edge. That was lovely play from Brisbane.
Yeah, really good fight back there by Brisbane, straight off the tap. We'll get the try score in a moment as we look at the DoorDash replay. Here we go. There's bodies going everywhere. Slices through, patiently wait. Good pass. And again, amazing take there. So it looks like it might have been O'Leary.
And set up there by Schweitzer. Lovely little run and then took off. There's very little room to work with. That is a tremendous finish from Caitlin O'Leary. So now locked up at 1 try apiece. Good little run here from James as the Tigers look to launch a raid yet again. This is a fun little contest that's developed early on. And that ball will come free though. So about 6 minutes into it and probably a lot tighter than many were expecting.
Yeah, it's been a really good opening clash here, and the Tigers are putting everything into it. As you said, they're looking to get their first win for the tournament on the back of a couple of close losses. Mustangs will be looking to settle into their processes, take the ball up the field, and hopefully at the back end of the halves for them, they might see get a little joy down on the try line.
So up over halfway they go now, Brisbane. Greta Reid with a nice little run, but another turnover here from the Mustangs. So they just keep inviting the Tigers down this end of the field. As James will play it just shy of the halfway line. Nice pressing line here, putting pressure on Jessica Vu. And they will come up with a result here, Brisbane. And of course, when you have that up and in defence, that can happen.
Yeah, and that's probably the difference. I know the score's 1-1, but it's probably the difference between the two teams at the moment. The Mustangs are just being a little bit more aggressive in their defence, and it's putting a bit too much pressure on the WA Tigers coming out of their line.
Deves once again distributing as Ryabelt re-enters the action on this left wing. They'll also try and get Schweitzer out there now. She, of course, set up that first try for Brisbane. She's on in jersey 68. Here she is now with ball in hand. Just straightening up. Schweitzer looking for that strike dump. Gets it here. Deves takes off. Floats a pass over the top, but there was a great opportunity to put Schweitzer back up through the middle. She had made a lovely late little turn.
Yeah, I thought they might have come back up through the middle, but not to be. They went out wide. But again, WA ward off the attack, and now they're taking the ball. And this is a better set here by WA Tigers, marching straight up the field, already in opposition territory. See if they can get some fresh legs on and get a strike dump at the end of the set.
Now Shinta Knox drops it off here. Oh, great footwork as well coming out from O'Connor, who then sends it wide. That was a very tough one to take, though. Nothing that Chambers could do about that, but excellent step.
Beautiful step. Ankled, as my children would say, as they get me in the backyard time and time again.
That's how I know they're Gen Z. So now up towards halfway. And I don't mean the slang, if you will. I mean that they can get you.
Yeah, well.
You've got to get up pretty early to get around Gab Rose. Now short pass here from Rybelt. Up towards halfway. Lovely catch and pass. Oh, there was a chance for one more there. Then it would have been a one-on-one situation up against Chambers. And they do have some speed on the edges, Brisbane. Now a chance again on this right-hand side. The big dummy comes out, but Jessica Renee Flay can't squeeze through.
Yeah, she nearly snuck through, but it was Catherine Bowen there for the Tigers that managed to come up with the all-important touch. So just over halfway in this half and still 1-1, James.
Another try here for the Tigers, and they really will have this Brisbane side rattled. As now they step up to make the touch. Out of acting half comes Vu. Vu once more, working through the middle here for James. Drops it down. Vu with James still off her hip. Will go back that way, or now a little change of pace, and Monique James nearly squeezed through.
It was a great option there on the last touch. Just thought she looked like she was going to pass back in, but just thought I'll just have a crack myself.
So touch made there by Layla Norris. So they now head out to this left-hand side with Rybelt. And both teams have been very good with their footwork so far in this one. I don't think we've seen a slip so far in the opening 9.5 minutes.
No, we haven't yet, and they've kind of stayed away of this little mud pile down here near the halfway line and the box near the commentary side.
Now Thompson rolls it back quickly. Last one here coming up, and it's scooped as they look to engage this defensive line, but nothing really doing there for Brisbane. There is the turnover.
Yeah, a bit of stalemate at the moment. We're just kind of going from end to end, not too many opportunities. We've got about 6 minutes left on the clock coming into half-time, and hopefully the Tigers can hold and keep this this speed that they're playing with at the moment all the way through to half-time.
Now Gardner, and then Halpin. Sends it over here for O'Connor, who does have some good footwork. Halpin once more will take it forward. Oh, nice little pass there. It was building quite well for McVicker, and we know that she can certainly motor, so that might be another little option next time they're down that end of the field.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity for there, and if she could have held on to the ball, we could have seen some danger signs out here.
So inside the final 6 minutes of this first half, as Flay takes off, but will come back for an indiscretion back on halfway.
Yeah, they're going to get a penalty right on the halfway line, so they're going to get a fresh set of 6. About 5 minutes to go. They would love to score a try and take the lead heading into half-time, James.
7 on the field was the ruling as McVicker brings it forward. Ooh, little bobble there for O'Connor. That looks to be the blueprint, though. McVicker and O'Connor, but O'Connor's going to head to the sideline for now. Jewel then unleashes. Now McVicker again. Quick release back here for Bowen. Bowen will drop it down. Now has a little look at the line. Bowen driving in hard, but Flay was there to make the touch.
Yeah, it was a shame there because we had Norris coming flying on out in the outside link there, but a little bit too late. Couldn't quite get the ball to her.
So conservative start to this set for Brisbane. They'll just head along the sideline, trying to get some fresh players onto the field. Now driving forward is Gallen. 10 shy of the halfway line. Draw and pass is nice as they keep it alive here with Reid, and then Reid off the right foot. Actually done a lot of subbing for their wingers here in this one, Brisbane, which is a little unusual. So they now drop it inside enemy territory. They'll take off here with Schweitzer. Good footwork. Now they're building at pace. Oh, lovely Reid once again from Chambers out wide.
Well done. It's definitely Schweitzer's the one to watch. It's a little off the left, out to the right-hand side. If they could have got a cut-out pass there would have been danger signs down that right wing. But well defended, isn't it, by WA Tigers again.
Yeah, it's a good scramble. That includes the likes of Chambers and McVicker. But a nice up-tempo defensive press here from Brisbane to start this set. They're really not going too far at the moment here, the Tigers. James turns it back on the inside. Now they get going in the right direction. Last play, though, James will look for that draw and pass. Just can't quite release it quickly enough. She did have Windleborn coming in support as well.
Yeah, they ended up as a good back end to the set. They were struggling to go forward in the first few touches, but a couple of plays just went straight and direct. They've managed to get it down into enemy territory, down near the Brisbane Mustangs line.
So still level here. 1 try apiece. Tigers searching for their first victory of the tournament. Brisbane, of course, riding high up towards the top of the ladder as Rybelt is caught here just into enemy territory. Now Deves, catch and pass. Here they go. It's building nicely for Brisbane. They'll keep heading out to that right-hand side momentarily, but they didn't quite get that strike dump working, so back to the middle they go. Now good little evasive technique there from Thompson. Last one, and nobody ready to take advantage of it. The Tigers, however, though, didn't step up either. Well, everybody just stopped on that occasion. That was strange.
Yeah, it sure was. There was still 1 touch to play. They had to go back to the Mark Mustangs. But it looks like for Brisbane Mustangs coming on out of their transition that they could get some joy with a little fly play or promoting the ball out to that right-hand side.
So Knox now with some decent metres, but back onto the mark she goes. 10 shy of the halfway line with about 2.5 remaining in this first half as Jewel Heads up over halfway now with Halpin. Quick roll ball from her. Support arriving for Vu was very late in the piece. Too late, in fact. There's the touch pass called.
Yeah, so with a couple of minutes to go, Brisbane are trying to get down the other end of the field. Looks like they're going to go direct, straight up the field here now as they bring it out towards their box, get some fresh troops on and try and strike before half-time and take the lead.
Rybelt now dropping it down as Flay enters the action once more. Schweitzer down this short side, all played at there. It's gone backwards, but of course it hits the deck, so another set for Brisbane. This could be a crucial set as well.
Definitely could, and we see with Schweitzer about to get the ball, she'll be the one to look for in this set.
Schweitzer once again, an option through the middle, but they'll head out to the right instead here with Reed. Now first receiver is McConnell. Schweitzer out for Flay, drops it down quickly. Schweitzer and now at pace. Here comes Reed again, back for Schweitzer. They'll look to roll it quickly. McConnell gets involved once more. Hops in at acting half and then back for Flay here. Inside the final 90 seconds now. Flay takes off. Schweitzer still an option. Oh, that lovely little late angle change to get on the outside of the link. They're claiming the touch, but I think Schweitzer's done enough. Beautiful in and away, stepping with the ball still in flight.
Yeah, she deserves that try, Schweitzer. So we see Flay stop, start, stop, held up the ball. She still had some work to do, Schweitzer, and she's done a great job there to get the ball down. And about a minute to go, they've taken a lead in the back end of this first half.
It's that little angle change just as she was waiting for the ball. That was all it took to get on the outside of Candice Jewell. And so with less than a minute remaining in the first half, it's taken a long time, but finally Brisbane have their noses in front. Can the Tigers square things up as we approach the break? McVicker with a long pass. Well, it certainly was on, but Chambers wasn't quite ready for it.
Yeah, definitely on and worth trying as the seconds tick down towards half-time. Enterprising play there from the Tigers, and they'll be pleased going into half-time with this score, James.
They certainly will. It's very reminiscent of their first round match against the South Queensland Sharks. 3-2 at full time there. They tested the Sharks throughout. As Rybelt tiptoes down the sideline, just stayed in the field of play. And there is the half-time hooter. And it really is still a contest here, Gab Rose.
Certainly is. As I said, I think the WA Tigers will be very happy with their first half. Brisbane Mustangs, they'll be happy they're taking a lead in, but I know there's room to improve for their side as well in the second half.
Well, let's see if they can make those necessary adjustments at the break. It's a tight tussle here. Brisbane have the lead, 2-1 over the Tigers. Second half action in just a moment, right here from CX Coffs International Stadium. Welcome back to CX Coffs International Stadium. Day 2 action of the National Touch League Championships. Live from Coffs Harbour. Brisbane on the screen here with a slender advantage over the WA Tigers, who have really made a good fist of things, and they are up for the fight here. 2 tries to 1 at the break in this women's 27 fixture. It is still a long way from home, Gab Rose.
Yeah, it's been an entertaining first half in this women's 27s game here. And you're right, hard to pick a winner yet. Brisbane Mustangs are on the field ready to go, and I'd say their coaches down here at halftime would have told them to stick to their processes, run hard and run fast, and see if you can go straight through the WA. But it's a willing defence, and they'll be looking to get their first win of the tournament.
And when they've had that straight drive up through the middle, they've looked quite good, the Tigers, and Halpin has really set the tone in that sense as well, along with McVicker. So can we see some more strong performances from them and the rest of the side? That is all up in the air at the moment as Windleborn brings it forward and then wraps around on this right-hand side. Here she is again, Windleborn running it offside defenders now. Will there be a penalty there? Well, they're going to say at least the next player was back in time. They won't get the rub of the green on that occasion. We certainly have seen those called as penalties, though.
Yeah, excellent short side sweep and looking to generate a penalty. Didn't quite work for her then. We see coming around for the sweep. There a chance here.
And then Windleborn had the chance to just bounce off the left, instead hopped out towards the right, and there's a little bobble there as well from Deves, and there's the turnover. So they've just got them a little rattled here off the back of that solid start with their first use of the ball, the Tigers.
Yeah, really good start there by Tigers. They've called play on. The Brisbane Mustangs were claiming a forward pass, and indeed they've been given their pleas have been answered, and they get the ball back.
I think it had to be called. James was actually standing in front of that supporting player there, so there's no way it could have possibly gone backwards. So the touch comes in now from Williamson. They've got them hemmed up along the sideline here. Rybelt pops a little pass for Schweitzer, who's been the outstanding player for Brisbane so far. Now good speed on display as well from Rice. Picks up good meterage. Schweitzer will take off on this left-hand side. Flings it back to the middle, but didn't have enough on it, and as a result hits the deck.
Yeah, and you can see the WA Tigers defence this half. They've obviously been spoken at halftime. They're trying to push up in their defence and cause an error early in the touch count before the Brisbane Mustangs get a roll on.
So now straightening up towards halfway. They'll come out to this left-hand side. Rybelt working hard, but Halpin, who scored that great try for the Tigers in the first half, keeps it alive. And now back here for McVicker. They need to try and unleash her speed. Hops in at acting half. McVicker will take off. Now to this right-hand side. Here's a golden opportunity. McVicker puts the foot down, looking for support. Where's Halpin again? Finds a pass, but they mark up solidly and deny Jewel from getting a try.
Yeah, McVicker, we saw exactly the same in the first half that resulted in their first try. Looked likely there, but couldn't quite get it to the player.
So now out towards this right-hand side. Brisbane chewing up the meters. Rybelt with an easy passage here until the mud becomes her biggest obstacle. Now a little release here for Thomas into the action again. Rybelt will pop it back to the middle. Scooped up here from Thomas. Now meters on offer for O'Leary. Sends it out to this left-hand side. And they've lost track of the touch count on that occasion.
Yeah, it was definitely better play by the Mustangs, but yeah, 6 touches. As we see a nice little shift out to the right-hand side for the Tigers and make an easy 15 metres, James.
Yeah, Chambers up into enemy territory. So they'll play it now 10 metres on the Brisbane side of the field. Marching through the middle. Vu drops it down. Vu once again looking for support. We'll play it now. They've still got a couple of plays up their sleeves. They'll take off again out of acting half. This is an all or nothing play. Looking for Vu. Bounces up in the air. Still nearly arrived there for a put down.
There's a little bit of hot potato, throw it up, people diving. Couldn't quite get the ball to 2 hands and then to the ground. So, but again, enterprising play, and they've definitely, WA Tigers had the better of this start of the second half.
If they score there, I think the ground announcer might have put on the wiggles for hot potato, hot potato. Up towards halfway they come now. Little short pass provided. It's a good contest, actually. Brisbane, of course, flying high. Tigers still searching for their first victory. They were competitive in round 1. As now Deves marches forward. This is a much better set here from Brisbane. Catch and pass, they score, but they'll be caught earlier in the count. And there we go. So it was that first pass that they got pulled up for. Little touch just as they received it.
And the longer that WA Tigers can keep Mustangs from getting ahead further on the scoreboard, the more frustrated they'll become. So would have come into this game highly fancied to win it, but the WA Tigers doing an excellent job to stay within reach of the Mustangs.
So once more they'll head up towards halfway. Bowen with a nice charge, followed up by Vu, recycling it as Gardner. Now the troops arriving once again. James will straighten things back to the middle and then stays alive in the play. Wanted a quick roll ball, but instead it's almost a grubber, and there is the turnover.
Yeah, unfortunately there for the Tigers, but again, Brisbane pushing up in defence, led by Thompson.
Deves are now a little delay on the pass before providing here for Gallen. Gallen out to this right-hand side. Deves again has got through a mountain of work to start this second half. Marches forward once more. Rice to the middle. Waiting in an acting half, and now they'll take off once again. Here's a chance. Schweitzer pushing through. There was a touch, though, out of acting half, and there is the turnover.
Excellent touch there. Had to be made because Schweitzer was slicing through again.
Schweitzer is such a crafty customer, but by and large the Tigers have had her measure, and that was one of the most blatant retrievals right through the ruck there. That had to be a penalty against McConnell.
Yeah, and they needed that, the Tigers. They got a fresh set of 6. They're trying to work it up the other end of the field. But I'm sure we'll see here the Mustangs with that push defence.
They're down to just 4 on the field at the moment here, the Tigers. They need those reinforcements to arrive very quickly. Oh, Halpin was under all sorts of pressure, nearly caught from acting half. Now Brisbane, sensing blood in the water, will step up. That's a lovely cycle of the footy. Now there's a chance, they just had to keep it alive on this side. Nearly squeezing through was Norris. In the end, she had a 3-on-1. Norris now will straighten things once again. Caught here in the centre of the field. McVicker taking off. This is a little bit of danger. Now, she was hoping for a penalty there with McConnell not retreating the distance, but Schweitzer closed it down.
Yeah, she couldn't crack through on that occasion, but yeah, a good set by the Tigers. And you can see here now, Mustangs, they'll get fresh legs on the field. See what they can manufacture.
So Rybelt with a flat little pass, and then entering the action once again here is Solian. Solian will take it forward once again here. Nice straight drive. Last one coming up for Brisbane. Quick release. O'Leary finds a pass. It was a good one too. Chambers again with a terrific read from out wide.
Yeah, Chambers has saved them, I'm going to say, at least 2 or 3 times in this game from certain tries out wide, doing a fantastic winger's job.
So Halpin now brings it forward as McVicker once more upfield. Always plenty of speed about her work. Knox will drop it down. In a real team performance so far from the Tigers, everybody playing their part as Vu brings it forward. Little catch and pass here to Bowen, but well dealt with. That's probably one of the better defensive sets in this second half for Brisbane.
Definitely. So we're heading towards halfway through this second half. No change to the scoreboard here as we see some nice enterprising play out here for the Mustangs.
Now Flay drops it down. Back once again here for Gallen. Gallen will provide for Thompson, who just slows it momentarily. Deves, Thompson again. Concerted approach from Brisbane. Baying for that penalty. We haven't seen too many of them. Deves will now take off. Needs to release. Sends it out wide. Or Chambers again takes the catch. For mine, she initially had a clean catch on it, then got contact, and it was dropped, but the referees don't agree. It's another set here for Brisbane. Maybe a bit of a tough one on the Tigers.
Yeah, they'll do well to hold them out here, the Tigers. We're going to see a little drop back in play, straight through, and again, well defended.
Yeah, Bowen it was that shut it down right on the line. 2 tries to 1, so midway through this second half, into the final quarter of the game. If the Tigers can hold out here, they are every chance of getting a result. Deves, now a short pass for Gallen, diving from distance. Gallen squeezes through. It looks like they're claiming the touch here for Vu, but Gallen has done enough, and there's the buffer they've been working for. 3 tries to 1.
Yeah, and we'll see on the replay in a moment. It was just a weighted possession. They got 6 to go. They swept around. Looked like she was going to throw back in, but again, that dive. Referee said they weren't onside. Score 3-1, the Brisbane Mustangs.
Well, Bowen certainly wasn't, and I think she got there before Vu came across, so that's a good call from the officials.
Yeah, excellent call. They were right there. Looked to her sideline referees, and they were all happy with the all clear.
So that could be a crucial try in the grand scheme of things. Windleborn brings it forward. Oh, and then a very, very difficult pass for Monique James, who was under all sorts of pressure. That's the old school hospital ball.
Yeah, she definitely couldn't take that pass. We'll see Mustangs here. They're coming up the field. They'll be happy with that defence after a couple of touches. And now they're letting the ball go out wide again. They can see some space out on that far left-hand side.
Yeah, still numbers on that side as well. O'Leary would be wise to head back that way. Now they've marked up, though, the Tigers. O'Leary will drop it down. hits the deck, and they take off here with Rice. Rice with a little bit of speed, but the touch is made. The Tigers, even having conceded that most recent try, they are still sticking with them and competing on every play.
They sure are, and that was Windleborn again, and a very strong defender, number 23, Windleborn, for the Tigers.
Now James drops it down. Here is Windleborn. Finding Chambers. So they recycle the footy. Up towards halfway they go. Halpin, sole try scorer so far for WA. As McVicker, once again using her speed, drops it down quickly. Nice little scoop here from Jewel. Oh, and then a tough one for McVicker to deal with. That was down very, very low.
Yeah, McVicker's definitely the one to watch there. She came on at speed, light on her feet, and looking to go from half whenever there's an opportunity.
Oh, short side raid, but it's come up trumps here for the Tigers. If they spread it quickly, there's a golden opportunity. Does McVicker see it? No, instead she'll opt to head back toward the middle. Keeps it alive here for O'Connor. McVicker again for Halpin. Those two combined last time for a try. McVicker bounces toward the 7. Strong touch there. And yes, they will get the penalty for it.
Yeah, so they get another set of 6 here on the line. They're going to get a fresh troop on the field here as we see McVicker just hold play up, and definitely she'll be the orchestrator of this set.
So McVicker bouncing around once again. Takes off, steps off the right foot. Back to Halpin, looking for the penalty. Brisbane need to keep stepping up. They do so now. McVicker, Halpin drops it down, back to McVicker. Now Halpin on this right-hand side. Long floating pass. Chambers stepping back in off the wing. Nowhere to go, though. They need that speed of McVicker again off the back of a strike dump. That's how they split them last time. Halpin, McVicker diving herself, all very close. I thought she'd got there at first.
Yeah, it took a great touch from Schweitzer out there in the link position to save that try.
It's been a great battle between the two of them, Schweitzer and McVicker. Points decision probably going the way of Schweitzer at the moment. In terms of the rucking, though, that's probably where McVicker has had the better of the two. There's now Deeves looking for support here. She pops up and now receives it. Deeves with a little tip on play. Oh, great hands in the end. They'll keep it alive here. It was Greta Reid, who must have superhuman fingertips or something. Maybe Peter Parker style. Flay out there on this right-hand side.
I was going to say Inspector Gadget.
Oh, yeah, the little go-go gadget arms.
Yeah.
So out of this right-hand side once again. And even with that other try being scored, it's still a bit of a stalemate, this one. It's back and forth, but very hard to breach either's defensive line. So they'll float it over the top here. Oh, Vu with a real difficult gather, but did a good job under pressure and then unfortunately succumbs to the pressure on the very next play.
Yeah, again, they were just going a little bit sideways. They needed someone to just straighten up and even sacrifice a touch, but to get their team going forward again. So it's going to present a great opportunity here for Brisbane Mustangs to try and get another try and seal the game.
I think one more would certainly do it as Rice is into the action now. There's just over 3.5 remaining. O'Leary drops it down. Rice again at speed, finds a pass. Oh, I think they've done enough there through Knox, who makes the touch. Last one coming up.
Again, great pinch touch there by Knox. Had to be made or a try would have been scored.
So final play to see off here for the Tigers. O'Leary with a static start. Big step, but another good touch coming through the middle. On this occasion, it was Jewel.
Yeah, had to be made there, and they've got a penalty here, so they'll march the ball upfield. They'll have to start throwing the ball around with only a few minutes left. They need a try. Great hands out there.
Knox again taking the metres on offer. Bowen brings it forward. Chambers now involved as well. Gardner with a nice dummy and then gets up over halfway. Windleborn, nobody in there at acting half, had to get there quickly. James drops it down. Back now for her once more. Windleborn with the one-handed scoop, bouncing off the left foot. Back for James, tries to pop a pass. It's gone forward, and that'll do it here in terms of a contest. 3 tries to 1. I don't think they have enough time, Gabrose.
No, they probably needed to get a try there to get them back into this match with only a couple of minutes to go. But I've been very impressed with both teams. It's been it'll be a tough, gritty win here for the Mustangs, but WA Tigers, what a great match they've had.
It's been a good showing from them, and we'll catch up with one of their players at full time. Oh, speaking of which, there goes Norris. Head over apex. And now Schweitzer popping a little pass for Gallen, who got the most recent try. Schweitzer will take off on this right-hand side. Flay was looming in support, but again, Windleborn comes up with a good touch.
Yeah, Windleborn is following her wherever she goes and coming up with the touches.
James and now Windleborn again. Very impressive performer here for the Tigers. Chambers, unfortunately, leaves that one behind, comes spewing out. There's the turnover, and final moments here for Brisbane. They should lap it up. And they'll have one eye on final Sunday tomorrow, of course.
And with these heavy conditions, it's probably taken a little bit more out of the tank than they would have hoped for in this game for the Brisbane Mustangs. Hard conditions, legs will be getting heavy. They've come away with the win and will remain at the top of the table in their pool.
Thompson now sends it out to this left-hand side. The touch is made there from Jewell, but play on is the call instead. Now Deves receives it there from Thompson again. Thompson will get the touch. Oh, that ball simply come free. I think there was a bit of gamesmanship there from Thompson.
Yeah, they're having a little joke there, the referee and the WA Tigers. All laughs here in the women's 27s with in the final minute of the match.
Thompson now for Deves again, and Thompson will have a little look at them. Back for Deves. In fact, that's gone nowhere near Deves.
Excellent defence there again by WA Tigers. So, all things being equal, they should finish with the ball, the Tigers, and see if they can manufacture something in this last set of 6.
McVicker once more coming up with a little dummy. Now for Jewell, who drives it forward. As those reinforcements arrive, Knox brings it up towards halfway. Vu waiting for it. Roll it directly on that marker now. Last one here for them. They'll keep it alive over the top. Here's a chance for Norris. Oh, there comes the late flick pass. I was certainly waiting for it to come out. Williamson, I don't believe actually had a touch in the end. That would have been the first one, so that would have been a nice way to finish for her. But the Tigers certainly challenged Brisbane. 3-1 at full time, though, Gab Rose.
Yeah, great game here in the women's 27 division. Good win to the Brisbane Mustangs. The WA Tigers, they'll be very happy with how they played today. And we'll be in a moment. Next, we're going to have James Preston, who's going to go down onto the sideline and, in fact, interview one of the WA Tigers players and see how they felt playing on the main stadium.
The team at SportsCover are grateful to provide you content and what you got to say?
New Balance, we got now.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
SportsCover provides affordable, tailored insurance solutions designed to protect your sports and leisure lifestyle. Created by sports people for sports people. More than 35 years of industry-specific experience and knowledge makes us not only experts in our field, but pioneers of our industry. So whether it's in the sporting arena or it's for fun and leisure, you play with pride. We protect with passion, because we don't just know sport, we are sport.
Welcome back to CX Coffs International Stadium, here with the captain of the WA Tigers, Monique James, and also Nicole McVicker. Now, A really strong performance from your side, obviously coming up against an undefeated team in the form of Brisbane. You really took it to them.
Yeah, so we knew that was going to be our hardest game, and I think we really gave it everything. It's wet, it's slippery, we were there for each other, and like far out, this is a team that hasn't trained together, and we couldn't be prouder. Like, standout performance for our girls.
And Nicole, take me through the try setup. Rachel steaming through, coming down with it. It's pretty epic.
Well, I just ran.
So
and and just tried to stay really calm because I usually freak out. And I could hear Rachel on the inside. She was like just falling really quietly, so I managed to get the ball away.
Well, straight out of the Forrest Gump playbook, just run. That's the idea. What's the goal for this tournament for you girls? Is it, where do you want to finish essentially? What do you want out of it?
We actually were the runner-up champions last year, so we wanted to kind of do the same thing, but obviously it's been really hard. We had the cancellation. We did have a team together. That kind of fell apart, so we've got lots of new recruits this year, and it's just been so much fun. We've got some great players from the player pool who've added a lot of depth to us. We'd love to get to the finals, but don't know. See how we go with the next game.
Well, look, we've had a lot of fun watching you as well. Monique, Nicole, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much.
The game's about to kick off, and you've had a shocker.
The big man's dropped the ball.
Oh, no, just no.
Oh, what a fiasco.
Your daughter calming the crowd. Your daughter more. DoorDash.
Back to live action here at the NTL Championships. We're into the men's 20s division. Sydney Mets taking on the CQ Bulls. Scott McAllister and Adam Pride in commentary for this. Love watching the 20s play. You never know what you're going to get. Bit of razzle-dazzle, a little bit of confrontation, bit of friction from time to time as well. It's great footy to watch.
100%. You never know where to look. Plenty of tries, plenty of actions. Mets on the attack straight away. Look for JP Catalano on the ball in hand.
It's sweeping around. Bulls hold out on their line. Second versus third in the pool here, Pool A in the men's 20s. Beautiful ball. Ripped out of the hands there of that young man you've made mention of, John Paul Catalano. That is one of the best you'll see here this weekend.
Yeah, that is sharp. John Paul, fresh from playing, or JP as he's affectionately known, fresh from playing for the Australian Emus in the 20s team, just rips a nice link. And you better pay mention to the line from the Mets link. Jokador just into space and scores a nice try. Mets up 1-0.
Great start. First touch here for the Mets. They strike early. And the Bulls looking to hit back. And the ball looked like it might have taken a bit of the grass, but a penalty has come. Yeah, so not too much separating these two teams coming into the game, both having 2 wins, a loss, as well as a bye so far. It's just for and against separating them in favour of the Mets at the moment at +10. The Bulls are sitting at an even 0. Now, sharp footwork. Looking for offside players. Nothing there.
Yeah, Rawali shooting it from link. Didn't make the touch. Referee's allowed to go.
Now the Bulls, Rawali steps up and takes it. And wisely just gets the ball down on the deck. That's a 0 touch from the intercept as well. So first touch here in the shy, the halfway line. Ball rolling around a little bit there in the play ball. They continue on and get some changes out onto the park now. Here with Bissett, who plays it? Crowley. Ooh, that one definitely took a little bobble. Referees get that one sorted.
Yeah, a few bobbles during that set. Got away with one, didn't get away with 2. Is CQ themselves get away with 1 as well. Both CQ Mets really strong men's systems, so expect both these teams to be very well structured. There's lots of experience in both coaching boxes. Excited to see what the next generation have.
Coming into the last touch now and getting in between and behind the defence, and a ball out to the corner and taken nicely as well for the Bulls to get their first try. Gelmo Somerville there.
Julio Somerville, Queensland 15s representative, only 16 years of age this year. Young Somerville, and it was just a bit of disconnect between the Sydney Mets middle, summed up really nicely by Charlie Harris. Just splits in between them and finds Somerville in the corner for the equaliser.
Bulls lock it back up. 1 try apiece. The Mets got a good history in the men's 20s. They've won last year in 2024. They were runner-up the year before. And now looking again to get more points. It's opened up into a bit of a shootout early on. Lagos there setting that one up for again. John Paul, Johnny on the spot for the second.
Yeah, they've scored off that sweep play already. This time they use Catalan as a decoy, go towards the short side. Lagos signs it up really nicely. Just a bit of patience, and we saw the middle from CQ lose their feet. Ollie Hines on that occasion, and an easy try in the end for Catalano.
Now the Bulls looking to go through the hands. Riley there to make the touch. Supported as well by Bissett. Out on the right wing for the Mets. And Rawali again is taking it. This time I think they'll fancy their chances a little bit more. Great speed shown here and running away for the Mets. Well, they turn defense into attack. Prince Guyan goes full length coast to coast here for the Mets.
Yeah, Rawali, he's been in that lane twice. 2 intercepts in 3 minutes. Both times he hasn't backed himself. He's looked for speed around him, and this time it came in the form of Guyan, and he just shut the gate out of the blocks. Great athleticism. The 2-14s come together, but it's a victory to the Mets on this occasion.
Pushes them out by 2 tries now. Mets in front 3-1, and they get the penalty. Just a little bit too early out of the line there from Wickman.
It's something CQ are going to have to adjust. They've gone to that space twice. It's traditional defensive style from the Mets. Lynx playing nice and high in lanes. Winger called offside.
I think they're happy in the end.
So what they're going to probably have to look to do is either look to pump the ball early, see if they can get an early read, or potentially look to hit wing and then look for that tap back towards that space. I wouldn't be digging into the line, particularly with the former Wali's in that space.
Nothing there for Fuller. At the moment, it's the Mets forcing the Bulls to go backwards. They're coming into the last touch now. Nothing on offer for the Bulls as Fuller hands it back here to the Mets.
A good defensive set there from the Mets. Weren't under too much pressure. Nice little away set here. They go down towards that far edge.
Oh, that had to have gone forward. And picked up accordingly from our referee. So relieving penalty on the halfway line here for CQ. And gives them the opportunity to get some changes out onto the park. Butcher plays it. Now Hines looking to set. Much doing in the first few touches here for CQ. Nice little short ball. Good touch. Rawali, he's been everywhere in defence, hasn't he? Now, there's a bit of finger pointing going on now. I think it's actually had a bit of a chat there and confirmed that there was no contact made.
Great honesty here, I think, from the Mets link. It's Rawali just goes through, and I think the no is the call. A little bit of miscommunication, but it's Ollie Hines, the try scorer for the Bulls.
I'm just taking a look at the replay, and you can see the Bulls saying, ask him whether he made the touch. And while he confirms no contact made. So good hit back, keeps the Bulls in it. 3-2. Now ball bouncing. This time no penalty against the Bulls.
It could go either way. I'm expecting them to go back to that sweep platform. Catalano in the middle at the moment with Lagos.
Here is Lagos, comes off the right foot. He is sharp through the middle, but they say no. Oh, what's going on here? Bit of confusion. Now they're going to bring it back. Was there a touch made?
Referee signaled touch. I thought it might have been a forward pass, but they come back for. But anyway, play on. I think we're touch 2.
Oh, Catalano just flicks it back in as casual as you like. And a combination these two have. The 1 and the 6 here for the Mets. A bit of play in the middle at the moment. This time Catalano rips and rips beautifully. And we thought they might have scored a couple of moments ago. They won't be able to take that one away from them. Oscar Moore in the corner. Ball work again from JP.
Yeah, seems like he's got all the time in the world at the moment. Digs in Rooster and goes very long. CQ just holding the line with a little bit of defence, giving Catalano that time. And when you've got a ball of that quality, you're going to score most times.
Bulls back in the run. A little bit of space out here, but only one attacking player to go to in Somerville, who has scored already for CQ. Last touch now, they played on the 7-metre line. They come back to Somerville again. Couldn't get him on the previous play. They went back to the well and come back to their try-scoring man. He gets a double.
Yeah, great. Summed up well here. Alex Fuller at length. The bleached blonde hair for CQ. Look short, plays open, and just all the time in the world there for Somerville to score and minimise that lead now just to 1.
The back and forth battle continues here between the Bulls and the Mets. Like we mentioned, pretty reflective of where they're sitting in the table in the men's 20s division at the moment. 2nd versus 3rd. A big, important match for both of these two teams as we start to make our way towards finals. Now the Bulls make the contact outside the 7. And now it's the Bulls who get the intercept. No. Nice work there, Harrison Fuller. Players must have been a couple of steps short of the line.
You can hear through the effects mic, Landsberg, the referee on the field at the moment, calling play on. So offside, no advantage. Here comes Catalano sweeping.
Early release. This time they ripped long. It was out in front. And the ball has gone forward out into the hands there of Liam Bissett. Chance their hand early in the touch count.
Yeah, not afraid. 20s, it's almost that confidence to do anything. Speaking of that, CQ coming away from their sub box now.
Do you like to see him go for it in that instance, or is it that balance of you still got a full set of 6 to work with, or if you see the space, we're down here anyway, let's just give it a go?
Personally, you want to back your players if they see an opportunity to take it, but you also early in the count want that low percentage play where, you know, you might go at the line or you might ask a question that's less likely to lead to an error. But it is that balance. You definitely don't want to muzzle players, as we've got a couple of sloppy roll balls now. You don't want to muzzle players if there's a chance to score. And I think someone like JP, he's best when he's just playing footy and you caught one of those, but he'll bring you back 3 tries.
Yeah, it was a sloppy set there for the Mets, wasn't it? Probably not their best so far at the game. Bulls now looking to skip away, but they'll have to come back. Tyler Zala, and now they turn it away. You see that sometimes one team doesn't have a great set. You know, Bulls should have been able to capitalise off the back of it, and they just give the football straight back to the Sydney Mets.
You'd love near halfway just to go a little bit more direct, go a couple of touches forward, get some momentum, earn the right, and cash in that good field position. Instead, now they're under the pump and scrambling in defence. Great touch there from Upton at link.
Last touch of the set as well here for the Mets. Finish it off. This guy takes a little stumble, and his teammates are revving him up in the sub box. Bulls need to be cleaner this time around. They work their way towards the halfway line. Fuller decides to kick it out. I was just holding the footy in one hand. Last touch. Nice little short ball. Good touch made. Ryan again.
Yeah, good touch had to be made as well. So a little bit of arm wrestle now. 4-3 Mets. Had a couple of sloppy roll balls, waiting for the penalty to be given there, but the referee's letting the boys play at the moment.
Lagos, Catalano is popping the ball around between them. Send it out to Grosvenor. Lagos again now half. Catalano, that's late ball. Bulls hold out in the fence. Lagos is there as well. There's a little bit of going on. This is what we were talking about at the start of the game. Now looking to get things back underway. The Bulls wanted the ball.
Sharp combination there between Lagos and Catalano, putting them under pressure. Just a little bit over vigorous to get the ball back. Lagos didn't want to return it. The referees are letting the boys play.
Let them play. Let the kids go. And good refereeing as well. Just pull it up. Have a quick chat. All right, boys, let's get back to the footy. Bulls. Last touch. Oh, did get a little deflection and bat on, but nothing at the end of it there for Riley Madding.
Yeah, Met's just been a little bit more cleaner in that midfield at the moment.
Oh.
They're going to get the over-the-mark penalty this time, CQ. Somerville's been lucky a couple of times, caught behind the ruck. But those touches where you caught behind the ruck just makes you lose momentum. So that's where the Mets getting a little bit more flow. You can see defensively for them, their touches are in front. And CQ find it really hard to get to the line.
Hines from half. Again, they're getting hands on the ball and just wrestling for it there. The Mets say, we'll take that back. That's ours. Thank you.
That is an epic take. So Rawali getting hands on the ball again. And it was more just AFL style, hands above the head, almost wrestled it to himself, gets his team the ball, and look at the momentum he's earned now.
They're rolling downfield nicely here. The Mets now Rawali sweeps, releases, they're creating numbers. That ball's gone forward, it's gone late as well. But a good set.
Yeah, great set like that play too. Little sweep, quarterback with flow. CQ, open side defense, not in a position with good pre-touch. And a penalty here for Bissett over Vigorous in the touch, but nice play. Somerville struck from Link and had to do it, otherwise it was an easy try.
Bulls, they got the penalty here. They still need to get that punch going forward. Just a little bit of steam coming out of their attack at the moment. And it's continuing to roll on in this set of 6 so far. Coming into the back end now. Looping ball out to the corner out in front. Tough one to reel in for Manning.
Nailed it on the head there, Scotty. Just their first 3 touches, there was just no intent to go forward. That was quite pedestrian. And it's really hard to generate momentum on touch 4 if you're not earning it on the first 3.
Bit of contact there, and we saw one of the Mets players get pinned just before, using a little bit of shoulder, a little bit of elbow. There's a little bit coming in there from CQ as well. Referees allow it to play on. Nice pick up and go. And Bulls must have just been onside to make the touch.
There's a bit of chirp out there from the moment. Both of these sub-boxes, 20s boys getting up and about.
Juggled now from CQ. Again, it's a flat start to the first couple of touches. Hooter sounds, and they'll concede and head to the sidelines. Mets in front by 1. Probably feels like they're a little bit more on top of the game at the moment over the top of the Bulls.
Yeah, I agree. They're controlling the midfield a little bit more. 4-3. The Bulls are in the game probably more than we feel they should be. If they can fix up the first 3 touches, they're in a big show with his second half. Mets, number of Aussie youth players in their team. Doesn't mean nothing when you're in a dogfight in a wet footy field.
Absolutely. It's still a 2-horse race. The Bulls are right in this game. Important match between these 2 teams. Not much separating them in the tournament at the moment. We'll see who can take the victory in the second half. We'll take a quick break and be back with all of the action here from the championships. at halftime here in the men's 20s Pool A fixture. We've got the Mets on screen. Got some good experience in the coaching ranks there. One in familiar that you're very familiar with, Paul Sphere. Great coach, and he'll be leading these charges here for the second half.
Great coach, great human being. He was laying the law down to start with, along with head coach David Collins. Mets fairly happy with the half. There's probably a few things they would like to tweak. So we'll see how they react. Defensive set for them to start with. CQ split through the middles once for a try and 2 nice long balls for Somerville on the wing. So we'll see. I imagine they're going to look for that 4-on-3 platform, and I suggest their halftime chat would be don't hit link with the amount of intercepts we've seen.
There's about 3 or 4 the Mets were able to pick off there in the first half. That's a pretty nice way to start here for the Bulls. Slipping in underneath, perfect way to start and lock up the scores.
Yeah, tap move when it comes off. Coaches, they love that more than anyone. Daniel Chapman, the CQ coach, would be very happy. Nice little sweeper play into phase, and they just never recovered the Mets players, and it was great awareness there. Riley Fagg just finds the line. Great skill in wet and greasy conditions to slide that ball out towards the line, and CQ level the score up.
He was good in the first half, Riley, and starts the second half in strong fashion here for the Bulls. Catalano, great ball again, good footwork, and the Bulls recover to come back to make the touch.
Yeah, big touch on that far edge. Catalano causing headaches again, ripping long off that sweep. And a penalty here for no advantage.
Mets now first touch. Catalano ducks the head in. Bulls strong on the line in defence. Vargas and Catalano working in the middle again. Here's JP Palms. It takes it right behind the line, scoring a couple of metres forward.
Yeah, looking for that little sinker pass, just not executing on that occasion. A little bit of space there. Probably was on just a rip wing again, but good questions from the Mets. But CQ, defence standing up this second half. They'll be taking confidence with how they've started this half.
A good punch coming out of the box as well. Flat ball back on the inside. They play on as Butcher plays it. Now, the bat on. Happy to continue at the moment. Somerville takes his chances, and Riley has to come back last minute. Wow.
Huge charge, big play. Nice bat on, just stuck his hand up fuller, just hoping for the best. Found Somerville, and Somerville showed some great footwork, almost something out of nothing. Rawali, this is a great diving touch in the corner. Look at it on replay. Oh, just a little goosey, almost got him.
Acceleration off the goose as well. He had one little dink and then went again and then took off to the corner. Credit to Riley to come back.
It repeats it now for Mets from halfway. Crowley with the ball in hand.
Just play it. There's Jack Dean. Now plays it on the 7. Crowley feeds it back. They've got some numbers in space and they get it down. Jack Dean hits back here for the Mets. They get back in front.
Yeah, Jack Dean working here with Crowley. They earn themselves a penalty at halfway as they got the repeat set. Crowley feeds him early on the overside quickie and gets the ball down. Referee Landsberg in a great position there to officiate, as you can see on the replay. Great finish there from Dean, and the Mets back in front.
Just got caught a little bit on the line, didn't they? The Bulls. And it's just that extra little bit harder with wet conditions, boggy down on the line, get those legs moving forward. Mets summed it up perfectly to get their 5th. Bulls now with the sun shining here in Coffs Harbour. And again, scrapping for everything out there as there's deflections.
Yeah, every moment's pretty crucial. You can see both ends. The field's in great conditions. We had over 60 mils of rain here in Coffs Harbour last night. They're in fantastic condition. The wear and tear is going to start in the 7 and the try line and towards our 2 sub boxes. So you can start to see that visually through the cameras now. And it makes it especially harder to defend. Oh, wow.
Pretty special try, that one. From the Sydney Mets. Catalano again, as expected, just got his fingerprints all over this.
It's a sharp pass. They run a little punch play here off the back of drive, and Catalano just rips early link. Both passes there had hands to get around, and the Mets now double their lead.
He's got a great passing technique, doesn't he? Really fizzes it out of the hands, throws everything behind it.
It's quite flat. As a defender, you can normally see people load up and get a cue from their body where they're going to pass. Catalano, you don't know if it's short or long, just with that rip out of his wrist.
Gleason comes back here for CQ. After starting, oh wow, slicing through again, not much doing in the Bulls. They've got numbers everywhere to score, and they come out to Somerville, who gets his third. Well, just felt like not much doing. Pick up from half, and again that acceleration going through. Bulls just keep hanging in there.
They did all the hard work, Mets, all the hard work. Defended hard for 5 touches, just had a static roll ball to get through, and they just split the defenders. Good patience on the line, finding Somerville, who crosses for his hat-trick. I did watch the Mets coaching staff. Poor Svizzy almost threw his neck out. He was shaking his head that much.
It's great work. Where's Harrison Fuller from half? From the Bulls. Did the job for them.
Another former Queensland 15s representative. There's a number of them in this Bull side. Very youthful team.
This time Lagos goes to the open. Nice defense there coming across from Fuller.
Yeah, big space to defend. Had a lot of acreage. Fuller to defend. Got there well in the end. It was a nice attacking play from the Mets. They went to Catalano and Lagos and actually used them both as decoys. Nice little change up.
Held out defensively. CQ scoring down the other end. Just ebbs and flows in this game, isn't it? It was Bulls to start with the second half. Back-to-back tries from the Mets. Bulls come back. They just keep scrapping and hanging in there in this match. Down by 1 at the moment. Still plenty of footy to go on this one. Good meters through the middle of the park. Here for CQ. Now coming into the last. They've got numbers out on the left. They got the short ball option through the middle.
Yeah, definitely had more space out wide. The middles and links quite tight defensively for the Mets. They're in decent spots, but it means you got space to get to that link and wing channel.
Penalty here for the Sydney Mets. Getting involved in the ruck there, CQ. Mets now tap it on their 10-metre line.
Yeah, last time we had a repeats that penalty at halfway, it was Dean and Crowley who combined for that try. We'll see if they go back to the well here.
It's Crowley who plays it. Here's Dean. Has a look. Nothing there at the moment. Now Jack plays it. Plays down on the deck. They've got to capitalise here, the Mets, and they will. An easy take and put down in the corner. Mets back up by 2.
We mentioned about going back to the well. It was Dean that dumped last time. Crowley fed him, and they've gone to the same pattern. This time, a trip in the line, and CQ had to collapse. Dean just summed it up nicely. Great ball over the top, and Mets back out to a 2-try lead.
Bulls need to continue to respond, but they don't want to keep chasing 2 tries. They need to get to a point. Now open side, oh, good release just behind Somerville.
Good pressure applied there from the Mets defensively. Big key moments now for the Bulls where moving towards the latter stages of that half, you don't want to chase more than 2. So for them here, got to be disciplined. Mets, it's good enough for them now to play some field position, just big defensive sets. So after points, they've gone just with power out of the box. They've found Catalano. They're going to end it in a good space. In fact, they're going to even get 6 more. So perfect set after points with their experienced players now fresh and on the field.
They can really put some pressure on CQ here in this attacking set. As the Mets come out to Ruali. Hold things up to play it. Oscar Gray comes back and just a loose ball. Door stays slightly ajar here for CQ. Got to come back to the mark with Fuller.
Yeah, I'd love to see them with some flow head back to that 4-on-3 platform. A nice middle link dump. Try and open that space up. They had big success on the left to right passes.
They come back out to the left again. Ball hits the deck. Not much doing there on the first touch for the Mets. They've got interest in getting over to make some changes. No touch claimed, and it has been picked up from our referee, Michael Landsberg. Saw that one clearly.
Yeah, Ben Butcher arms up. I'll tell you what, if Landsberg didn't see it and he called play on, which that's how it's officiated, they were in all sorts of trouble, the Bulls.
Got to capitalise on this opportunity. Here's CQ. Fag has a look up. Nothing there. And 2 Mets jerseys to make the touch. They'll come back in field for the penalty. Touch and pass.
Yeah, wrong option on that occasion. They did have the correct middle. The better option probably would have been feeding Butcher the ball. Just tried to do too much himself from acting half, and turnover in the end.
Somerville claims the touch, which means the Mets have gone a good couple of metres over the mark. Back-to-back sets here for CQ, forcing mistakes from the Sydney Mets.
Yeah, if they want to win this game, the Bulls have got to cash in. This is the set.
Have a little bit of a look, nothing there. Dean there to make the touch. Bulls now. Hines, who sends it back. Fag has a look. Now they're going to come back again.
Yeah, they're going to get him on a hooking penalty here. Just got caught in behind and just helped the defender on his way, which ended up the defender tripping over. Unfair advantage gained by the attack, and Mets get rewarded with a penalty.
Now cleaner around the transition this time around here for the Sydney Mets. Now another Bulls player down. Oh, nobody at home. A little bit of a miscommunication from the Mets. Looked like one of their wingers decided to pop out. They didn't have the replacement player in position.
The late sub.
Oh, now the Bulls have turned it over.
Oh, no. Yeah, late sub. It was definitely the right option. Catalano over the top. Bishara wasn't on the field just yet, but they got another chance now, the Mets.
Footwork again, Bulls scrambling, players down on the deck. They get back up to their feet now as JP sweeps. Oh, phase play. Tries to get the ball away, which is pretty hard to do when you're only about a metre away from the line. They just popped up, made that contact, forced a mistake.
Yeah, sharp play, lots of effort there from Catalano. They were looking middle. He covered a lot of territory to sweep round to that far edge. Dumped just a little bit too close to the line. They need some punch here, CQ. They're a little bit flat.
It's going to come from the replacement players. They still quite haven't got all their positioning. Now they're looking a little bit more control coming into the last. Late ball. They played on the 7. They look up. And good defence, throwing everything in. But they give the penalty away. Full set of 6 here for the Bulls. Got to come up with points. Might need to look to go early in the count as well, and just slinging it out of the hands. It wasn't the play.
Just a little bit of patience there would have been the play. It was the all or nothing little quarterback. We talked about that in the first half, Scotty, that these boys aren't afraid to grip and rip, but that was the occasion where they probably just need to settle. 6 touches. They're under scoreboard pressure and the clock pressure now, the Bulls.
Now with no contact made, Bulls looking to come back. And good slide, scramble defence, I should say. There still hasn't been contact made, though. Oscar Gray just calmly throws it in. Might have tweaked the hammy a little bit, Oscar. He's head over for a breather now. He's got his team in a perfect position to potentially ice this game. Lagos, wow. 2 number 1s coming together. Riley Fag shooting out of the line.
Yeah, Lagos with the ball now for the Bulls. Oh, sorry, for the Mets. Look at that, the one-arm dive, and he's fumbled it just before the line. Some great athleticism from Lagos, and oh, they're going to get another chance.
Well, we saw them do something pretty similar not too long ago. First touch, looking to progress the footy across and get some changes. Just give it straight back here to the Mets. Now, nice touch, Somerville. Did create numbers.
Yeah, good read in the end from the Bulls. Little onside quickie created space.
Now they show it away from Lagos and on the outside. It was only a matter of time. Prince Guyan goes over, and that might be the game here for the Mets.
Yeah, that should seal the game for the Sydney Mets. Looking short side off the sweeper, getting towards the end goal, and Guyan getting the ball. Just too much pressure. Repeat set after repeat set. Blink Fuller couldn't help, Riley Fagg couldn't help himself going for the ball. Guyan gets rewarded with the second try.
This work from Michael Jukador as well, setting that one up, the 8th try of the game for the Mets. Nice footwork here, and losing it in the end, unfortunately. Alex Fuller did everything right, just slipping out of the hands. Got some Women's Open action coming up next. This will be a great game. The UQ Rebels taking on the Hornets, 1v2 in Pool A of the Women's Open division.
Yeah, that result could have big ramifications on the quarterfinals in the women's division. The Rebels currently in P1. Hornets drew with Sydney Rebels on day one, so the loser of that game could drop to third when it could be first.
And the Mets are finishing this off in absolute style as Liam Bissett goes over. It's just been it's impressive last 5 or so minutes for the Mets, hasn't it? And as the hooter sounds in the background. And I think the coaching staff will be pretty happy with that. They were challenged by the Bulls. It was tight going into the halftime break, but they just continued to work with what they had there in the second half and just ran away from them in the end.
Yeah, 9-5 probably reflects how the game was. CQ were good, but not quite as good and powerful as the Mets were. Both teams can walk away and take different pieces of that game and be quite happy with it and probably look for a few things to work on. Our wingers had a field day, though. We had 2 hat-tricks out there. Oscar Moore for the Mets and Julio Somerville crossing for 3 himself for the Bulls.
So good win there for the Mets. They roll on and looking pretty good in the men's 20s division. Like we said, the defending champions from last year looking to go the double again in the men's 20s here in 2025. Women's Open action coming up. As we mentioned, we got the Rebels taking on the Hornets. Make sure you stay with us for that.
We await the commencement. Referee Shiki gets us underway, and the Scorpions tap off. A little drop ball from the opening. Tap off. Could be just nerves, as you said, youngsters. A little bit of pressure in the roll ball. So there's Quinlan now. Michaelopoulos. This is a gift. Young. This is off Michaelopoulos now, right into the line. There's Quinlan. Quinlan gets it down. Webb again from half. Simone Rogers need to keep chasing there. And is that a Lynn Mortimer? Let's see what the referees consult. 9 times out of 10, they're going to call that ball down, and they have here. Nice ball back out to Rogers. Smith from half. She'll go. Good pace, Smith. In behind the line. Ball. Great pass. Talara Bamblett. That's the young girl I was talking about, Paul. Doesn't matter because they have the ball now. Back to Duff. Duff goes for the dive over, and I think she got there. There's no question that the touch was made, but I don't think Gabrielle Chu was onside since then. Good pass.
Great ball.
Ashley Quinlan. So now they pull the reins back just a touch because Quinlan wants to set up a static play here. Goes long. I think Michaelopoulos is in again. Unfortunately for the Scorpions. Play there. And concern shown.
Great work.
That ball. Communicate here and make the right choices in defence. Quinlan.
She wants the ball.
Beth Webb. She looked to go back inside for Quinlan. She does now.
Great touch.
But the defence was on song. Lala Duff. 15 seconds remaining. There it is. It's all about timing, and Duff was on song. This will be the final play. 5 seconds remaining. And there it goes to ground. So the Scorpions.
One touch here.
Siren in the background. One touch. We're all tied up. Sfeezy, 3-all. So the Mets with the first opportunity to attack. Scorps need to put defensive pressure on. There's the roll ball. Quinlan gets the run around. Young turns it back inside. Space out wide. Duff needs to go for the line. So Regan it is that scores. That's Saldern. She'll drive in. Parky into half. Picks up. Duff goes for the long ball. The tap-on play attempted. Still six more.
Correct.
The Scorpions will get the ball back. We've had a minute and a half gone, so 30 seconds remaining.
25 there.
Saldern. This is Duff. Duff down for Saldern. It's a ball back. Could have been forward. The referees have spotted it. That call would have come from the sideline. You can see in the background there, the Mets girls, the box was celebrating.
What
The
a shame.
second touch.
They'll just have to ruck it up.
That's the pressure. The hooter about to sound in the background. There it is. The Mets box go up as one. Quinlan. They need to get off the field here. The Mets pile on.
Back here at the championships, we're back into the Women's Open action. Pool A, this is the 5th round as well. A match between the UQ Rebels and the Hunter Hornets. One that's got some implications coming into the final series later on tonight as well.
Yeah, definitely. This will decide positions in Pool A. So Southern Rebels playing on field 2 next to us against the Western Tigers. At the moment, it's Rebels, UQ Rebels in P1, Hornets and Southern Rebels in P2, equal after a drawn game yesterday. So as Jess Potts hits Link and a slip over from the winger.
No, sideline's going to say forward. Again, it's always these ones where they're playing in behind the defensive line. It's almost a 50-50. You want to give it because it looks spectacular. It's a great play and skill to be able to play it behind the line, but just so hard to get it backwards out of the hands.
I think they got it right. I think it was forward. Although the celebration from the Hornets girls when Potts hit Link, they were all up and about. You almost want to reward it just for the try celebration.
You see, he always threw it before the defensive line, but they just punched through behind once the pass had been thrown. Just got caught on the line. It looked like they're the UQ Rebels. They're back on the attack, but a good defensive set there from the Hornets as they start their set. Nice strong contact. A little bit sloppy around that roll ball, and it really, again, just started around those first couple of touches. It's just so hard. We've made mention of it throughout other games to get your momentum back going again around that touch 2 and 3.
Yeah, big intent from UQ, really pressuring heavily on those first couple of touches. So they've got themselves rewarded with an early turnover here, something Hornets are going to have to look to address in their midfield.
The sun absolutely shining through here this afternoon in Coffs. And Murphy has touched in the corner. Eva Simpson closing down the final play, and they do it nicely there with Taryn Love as well on the final touch. We've had the reverse weather-wise, haven't we? We had dry conditions yesterday into rain, rain this morning into sunshine. We'll take the sun whenever it can come. Oh, good hands to hold on to it. Love, ooh, awkward. Doing the splits, gets up, cops another shot. Back down on the deck. Hornets now continue on.
Bit of feeling out there, Scotty. Both teams are quite passionate and up for this one.
Now over the halfway line. Chippendale releases. And they go over the sideline with Tyler Brown. So the Rebels will start their set pretty similar location than what the Hornets did previously. So just over the 10-metre line. Now UQ, work to do. Murphy, halfway line. Placement players still haven't got their full complement of 6 in position coming into the last. Bryce, though, just picks it up, and that gives the opportunity for Brown to come in and make the touch and close down the set.
It hasn't been clean from both teams in that midfield at the moment. It's the defensive pressure really making it hard, and with conditions being a little bit greasy, having to take 5 or 10% off that roll ball, it's just stifled the flow a little bit.
Good ball movement here from the Hornets. They come into the back end of the set. And just picking up from half was McCarthy. showing it both ways, deciding to hold on to the footy. Completed set down the other end of the field, though.
Yeah, it was good intent from Jess Potts. Came out of the box, had her hands on the ball a couple of times, and a nice strike dump. They left it in a good spot, the Hornets.
Ashurst, it's pressure. Ooh, that's flat coming out of the hands of the half. Murphy, and now on the flip side, the Rebels, just finishing over the halfway line, shy of the 10-metre line of the Hornets. It's a tight contest between both teams, but no one really able to grab the stranglehold of field possession at the moment.
No, it's living up to all the expectations. These teams are very well matched at the moment.
Hindmarsh will pick it up from half. Has a look. They still look like they're retrieving. Hindmarsh just slings it over. Out to Love.
Yeah, well defended there. Demi Ashurst, the middle for UQ. Initially offside, just kind of almost herded her opponent towards the corner.
Blade plays it. Just held up in the breeze from Sammy Joe. They're in all sorts of trouble here, the Rebels, as Sammy Joe now comes back to Donovan. Andreasen does a good job to throw it around. They're throwing the football around to get themselves out of trouble. It's worked for them so far. It's Donovan and Andreasen who've changed that set. The last pass goes away. They were in 6s and 7s coming out of their end of the field at the moment. Nice work there from the 2 and the 3.
Yeah, all sorts of pressure. It all started Hornets leaving the ball on that far side, and Rebels do play a very unique rucking pattern where they like to send players through the middle. There's lots of ball movement, but with that pattern, if you leave it on the far side, they've got a fair bit of work to do to get over, and they made the Cardinals instead of making subs before that 10-metre line, which meant no one was behind the ball. Luckily for them, Donovan and Andreasen really got them out of trouble.
Again, Hornets not able to punch too far downfield. Real defensive game at the moment, isn't it? Defense is getting up over the top. Both teams finding it hard to pick up yardage. Again, yeah, you can hear Britt Donovan just saying, run, run. They are getting a little bit pass happy at the moment. And now the Hornets coming in with strong contact.
Let's get me. I almost wanted to run. How direct Britt Donovan's orders were then.
One up, set Britt. Interesting start to this game, isn't it, from both teams? Really tight, no one able to crack, but it's probably had a little bit of a different style in how this first half has really got underway.
Yeah, we're really playing between almost the 2 7s. We haven't really had too much line attack yet. Both teams probably had a handful of touches on the 7, if that. So it's really one of those ones, who's going to trust their grind here? Who's going to back themselves? Who's done the fitness? Who, back end of day 2, is going to step up? Let's talk about now Hornets on a nice roll.
McCarthy, nice quick pick up from half, and again, good scramble. And they come across to make the touch. Again, another set started here on the 7. Rebels with Hammond. And they come out to Bryce. Second touch, still only picked up about 15 metres, better from Fildes. And they're looking for the replacement players as they come onto the field. Blade double duties from half. Sammy Joe straightens them up. Ashurst has a look, comes back to Sammy Joe, does a good job to sling it. That last pass goes forward out in front of Murphy.
Yeah, good defensive set once again there from the Hornets. We see touch 3 and 4 short of halfway, which means once you've done that hard work, you don't have to keep pressing. You can almost roll and then just defend that strike touch, which they did really nicely, force the forward pass.
Hornets picking up some good meters in this set. Mitchell plays it. Now got some running, show and go, and Bryce claims the touch. Might even be Sammy Joe Curtis. Referee is going to say ball down first. Great speed coming onto the ball. And took a little while, but the Hornets open up the scoring.
Yeah, this was sharp. Nice sweep towards the short side. Just a nice show and go. Tight finish there, but Chelsea Hindmarsh did a great job to get the ball to ground. I think the referee's jolly on the spot and probably got that correct. So Hornets getting reward for that midfield pressure they've applied the last 3 or 4 minutes, and Hindmarsh the try scorer.
Hornets go up by 1. It's been a real tight contest so far in the opening stages of this Women's Open match. Round 5 in Pool A. Rebels currently sit on top of the table. 3 wins without a loss. Here's Files now, ball in one hand. Just saw the space. It's Bella. She'll take her time to come back. Sister Lucia from half. Little flick, ball out the back. Hits the deck.
Yeah, good defensive set there from the Hornets. Seem pretty comfortable with everything that UQ threw at them. Their next goal now will be after points. Get to a 6-touch. Chippendale with the ball in hand.
Evades the first couple of defenders. Loose ball as they're making changes. Can get confusing, can't it, when you've got players coming on, players going off. You can feel the defensive pressure coming up and flooding you while you're trying to make those changes.
Yeah, especially hard when you don't have momentum. If you can generate momentum, touch 1 and 2, so much easier with the defense on the back foot. When the defense is dictating, it's when the errors come in. Now they're under the pump, the Hornets.
Hammond loops it back infield. Fold sisters again connecting. Lucia comes back to Hammond. It's Bella. Sweeps, decides to release early to Blade. Simpson comes across. Good little battle on the flanks. Ava Simpson, very good player. Good defender as well.
Yeah, Simpson fresh from representing Australia in the 20 girls division on the wing, and Blade herself made a debut for the Australian Women's Open over in Christchurch. So 2 young wingers definitely locking horns here on this close edge.
Again, struggling. Here come the replacement players having to come around behind that 10-metre line flat. Last touch of the set here for the Hunter Hornets. And all of a sudden, Rebels are starting to get a little bit more pressure back and starting to get themselves back into this game.
The try Hornets scored. We saw 2 or 3 sets from the Rebels where they struggled to get to the 10. Now Rebels have flipped it. So we'll see what they have here out of the box. Plenty of touches with the group coming on. So Andreasen as a link, Bryce as a link, Sammy Jo Curtis in the middle. So this is the big guns here, expecting the links to be heavily involved.
Here's Henny, comes back to Bryce, has a look up. I want to get it in the middle of the field at the moment. Bryce, footwork, has a look. They're still retrieving the Hornets. Now they've got them covered. They just need to come up and make the touch. Don't let them throw it around. It takes a deflection. Now they get a repeat set. Look like they did a good job just to hold their nerve there and have them covered. Just needed 1 touch to make. They get the football back. And all of a sudden they got to defend another 6. Curtis comes out to the left-hand side. They get good contact there on Bryce. Oh, it almost opens up again.
A good touch, Highmarsh. Could have probably had an argument there for the ball not being square. She was in a good spot against Bryce. Hornets holding strong still.
Ashurst plays it as Andreasen splits in and Simpson just leaps up off the deck.
Made me very nervous for the Hornets. Simpson, the arms overhead. You were waiting for it to possibly sail over, but backed herself, trusted her ability, and a good defensive stop there from the Hornets winger.
There's been many a winger just pop up with their hands up and just watch it go over the top. Simpson was there, plucked it out, got the footy back for a team. Now the Hornets turning defence into attack. Pretty good set for them so far. Chippendale loops it back in. They still have 1 more touch to come.
Yeah, 1 more touch, still a bit of flow. It would have been nice if Chippendale did find a target for that little check play back on the inside. It would have been a nice strike dump, but now they're defending the Rebels with fresh legs out of the box.
Donovan always brings that energy when she gets back onto the field. Can't get away from Chippendale though. Really stem the flow there. And they shut down again. Rebels still not able to crack this Hornets defense. Loose ball, Brown there. Gets across. Keeps the footy here for the Hornets. Now this looks like another cleaner set as they release. Coming into the back end of it now. Potts plays it. Nice clean pick up again. They've split the UQ Rebels defence one more. This time looking for the support. Oh, almost coming there. I don't think she was the original target. I think it was coming across to Simpson again, but all of a sudden just popped up there. Had a good grab at that one.
Anika McCarthy just absolutely split the Rebels in half through the middle. Potts almost jumping through and just having a really extravagant try. She's had some good touches. They've gone to that platform twice where Potts has come out of the box and they've handled the ball a couple of times, really causing the Rebels some headaches. But now they're going to have a repeat set.
Looking dangerous, McCarthy, isn't she, when she gets a good clean opportunity. Now it's got to be the defensive team here for the Hornets. Heading towards the back end as Bryce looks to take them on. She'll get sent back to the 7.
Nice sweep there from Townie Bryce. Good coverage on the inside. Jess Potts diving full length. Had to be made.
Bryce again. This time they've got numbers sweeping around. Foltz manages to get away from one. They can't get the bat on. Out to Teagle.
They're pretty solid in defence, the Hornets at the moment. Missed a strike on that occasion, but Opensight did well to cut it off. So we're in the final stages, probably a minute or two here before the break. They'd love to get some flow momentum and just lock this ball down the far end.
It's a pretty good defensive set so far from the Rebels until that last run. Nice little bat on play. They managed to squeeze it out to Brown, who's heading towards the corner, loops it over the top. And Hammond was there to pick up the crumbs.
Yeah, some entertaining play. Nice bat on, nice catch and pass. Kate Hammond making a big touch. Teagle stretching overhead now to hold that one.
Yeah, lucky. Teagle's got that tall frame. She reeled it in and kept the footy for the UQ Rebels. Sammy Joe pop out, but a great touch. Now SJ switching in Folds, and they make another great touch. Hindmarsh, the try scorer for the Hornets.
She's had a great half. Hindmarsh both in attack and defence. Solid touch there from Ashurst.
Show and go from Mitchell. Good meters, skipping out. Still no contact made. As Prestwich slings it back in field. Looking to set up, coming into the back end. Little feeds it early from half. Chippendale, nothing there. Sammy Joe pretty comfortable. Hooters sounds, and that'll bring us to a close in what was a great first half. Tight contest. We've seen quite a few tight contests in the Opens divisions, men's and women's, low scoring, and really, like you made mention of, they almost played between the 7 for the majority there of the first half, but the Hornets with that one try go into the break with the lead.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of fatigue in this game. Ball in play a lot between the two 7s, and it's Hornets who probably just had a little bit more class on the end of their attacking sets, probably created a couple more half chances, and they've managed to cash in one of those to hold a lead.
Yeah, this game's on a knife edge, and like we said, implications coming into the finals. Big second half for both these teams coming up. Halftime score in the Women's Open, the Hunter Western Hornets 1 over the UQ Rebels 0.
We're down here at the New Balance merch tent. Adam from New Balance. Mate, first year of a new partnership with Touch Football Australia. First time at the championships as well. Exciting times.
Yeah, really exciting. I think for New Balance and Belgravia, it's a really, really important partnership for us. Really important community aspect to touch footy that we're really excited to be a part of. And then the NTL being here at the elites of the tournaments, gives us a great opportunity to sell some Emus product and some NTL product as well.
Yeah, and we'll see all the referees out here in the bright pink and the yellow kit out, New Balance as well. Saw in Redcliffe as well, the Australian teams in the New Balance kit for the first time. Exciting for the sport and for New Balance.
Yeah, exactly right. I think it's like I said, really good aspect of community and elite, and to be able to see our logo on that product in all aspects is really exciting, and yeah, really good for us.
Got the merchandise set up here at the championships for those that are here. Talk us through it, mate. Great products as well, and all the punters can get their hands on it this weekend.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, like I said, we're NTL championships, the best of the best, so if we can get the logo out there, it's really important for touch footy. And then, yeah, the New Balance Emus range. Like you said, really good to see the players in Redcliffe and New Zealand wearing their products. So you see some replicas here, and then you see some polos and just some supporter stuff. I think it's probably something that we might have been missing a bit in the touch footy space, and yeah, good to see more and more people in the green and gold like always.
And if anyone's tuning in at home as well, they can't be here this weekend, how can they get their hands on some of this gear as well?
Yeah, that's it. We've got an online store, belgraviaapparelshop.com. Yeah, you can get your referees gear and any of this replica merch as well. Sold a lot better than what we have thought, so if there's nothing there, it'll be online very soon.
Excellent. Well, very exciting to be down here at New Balance this weekend. Exciting times ahead for both sports as well. Thanks, mate.
Beautiful. Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Back to live action here at the NTL Championships. Great game on our hands here in the Women's Open. The Hornets up by 1. Low-scoring contest. Really tight between these two teams. Sitting 1 and 2 in Pool A here in the Women's Open. And as expected, a tight contest between them. Rebels, first touch of the footy. You always want to start the second half in strong fashion. Ashurst skips away from 1 and almost got away from his second, but contact made there on the arm.
Good defensive stop there from the Hornets, just sliding out between the middles.
And last touch. Ashurst brings it out. And contact made. Andresen finishes it off in the corner. It's on the opposite side of the Hornets box. They're going to hold the footy here to start the second half. I like that intent from them.
I was watching the UQ line up for their defensive set, and they were ready to smash that 2-pass towards the box. So good little change up here from the Hornets.
But then they've shifted on the back of it. It was almost like they felt like they were going to start with holding the ball and go away, but then they had the option to make some changes, so they took it. Good meters there from Brown as well, as we see them switching in. Great passing too, and good defense. In the end, Andresen having to come across, but I like that opening set there from the Hornets.
That was really nice. Not often you see an away set, but you still managed to get everyone to substitute off the field. Tyler Brown did a really good job. Touch forward, they didn't have everyone on. She just kept kicking to space, kept getting meters, made about 20 meters, but also, more importantly, brought time for a whole team to get on the field. It's a great first set from the Hornets.
The Rebels will be looking to respond. Again, they've contained them pretty well so far here, the Hornets. Bryce having to pick up and look at options. She's got great footwork. Nice ball here to Donovan, who sends it out to Blade. Blade is quick, but Brown, she's quick as well. Another really good battle between a couple of quality wingers out there. It was nice, though, on the back end of that set. The last touch of the set from the Rebels. Again, not much doing. Footwork there. Tiani, Bryce, and Donovan getting a nice final pass away. So we see some contact.
Bryce looking the most dangerous here for the Rebels. Hopefully they can get her in the game. But as you mentioned, Tyler Brown on that far edge. Great defensive read. Earned a team a penalty as well for the ball not being returned.
Here's Foster. It's a nice clean play, the ball down. As Chippendale skips, comes back to Foster. Make the touch on the try line. Tiani takes the hard work there on the first touch. Gets some good contact as well. Changes here for UQ. Hammond gets him over the halfway line, but it is the last touch. There might have been a little bit of contact there as Folds picked the ball up. That was Bella.
Yeah, decent defensive set there for the Hornets. Turnover around the 10. They're going to shift straight to their box on this occasion.
Here's Brown again. Just getting away from that first defender. Every metre is so valuable when it's been so tight around the midfield for both teams. She's doing a great job here in the second half. Bit of space to work with out on the left. No one there. Simpson is a couple of steps behind.
Yeah, they keep making momentum with that little change up out of the box. Potts puts herself like she's latching at link and then ends up shifting to the middle and kind of sweeps around, so creates an extra number, and it's making a lot of meters for the Hornets and putting UQ under a fair bit of pressure.
Ashurst looking for options. Finds Andresen. Sammy Joe barking instructions while she's in possession of the ball. As Andresen sends a nice ball out. Murphy there was met as soon as she took it from Taryn Love.
Yeah, great read there from Love. Was in nice and tight for the link pass and just tracked the ball overhead from Andreasen. Nice touch there for the Hornets.
Mitchell plays it. And it's Alice now looking for an opportunity. She's half and court. Now signal from the referee.
Yeah, good spot. Still turning it over on the 7. UQ have to go coast to coast.
Rebels with Curtis. Nice ball to Teakle. And picks up about 10 valuable metres. Donovan down as Bryce splits them through. Has a look up. Clarkson out in front of Files. It's just a replica of the first half, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a genuine arm wrestle. This is day 2, fatigue in the legs, muddy fields, top of the table. Who's going to trust their fitness? Who's going to trust the work they've done in the lead up to this tournament? Bit of trouble here for UQ. 2 middles offside.
Chippendale going through, decides to release. Might have had a chance. They go straight through the guts. They were in all sorts of trouble there, UQ. Cloud starting to roll back in here in Coffs Harbour as well. Starting to look a little bit grey, a little bit ominous. Now the ball hitting the deck again.
Hayley Prestwich did a really good job. She identified that the fly was coming from UQ and just put herself nice and high in front of her middle, which she wasn't able to strike it before the touch was made, but it was enough to put the pressure on and force an error.
Hornets now with changes. Brown from half. Happy to throw it around at the moment. McCarthy will look to straighten them up here. Receives it back. Good meters coming into the last. Hammond makes the touch. Looping over the top and flying through was Caitlin Prestwich.
It was a good drive there from the Hornets. They had some really good flow. Kate Hammond stood up, made a really strong touch, just brought a little bit of momentum. Potts still good enough to hit Link, and a nice diving touch at the end from the Rebels. Good touch all round.
Here's Hammond. Dre sent out of the box. Murphy feeds it to Curtis from half. Bryce. It's a nice platform. This time releases out to Murphy, who drops it.
Missed opportunity. These tight games, any half chance, you want to maximise the most. Charlie Bryce, great left to right pass, great skill. Fortunately for the Rebels, Murphy unable to handle that one.
Now the Hornets over the halfway line, looking to set again. Hindmarsh, the try scorer, the one and only try scorer. This time she's in from half, loops it over the top. They play it and it falls into the hands of Brown. A fortunate deflection for the Hornets. You take all the luck you can get. They score in the corner, now they're up by 2.
Yeah, reward for pressure. 2-try lead in this tight tussle is huge. Hornets, just nice flow out of the box, and you can see Hindmarsh, she's had a really good game out of acting half, throws long, and just a fortunate deflection. But the Hornets will take it 2-0.
Couldn't have fallen any better into the hands there of the number 6, Tyler Brown. With points at a premium. A 2-try lead might be important. We know that the Rebels have got points in them. They just haven't been able to get across the stripe yet. And Files gets caught in possession. They just need to keep doing the small things right here, the Hornets. Rebels now punching up. Nice ball again. Gets them on the front foot.
Yeah, field position becomes all important, particularly when you're up against the clock. So Hornets got to identify, we don't have to score every set of 6. We still want to chase the game. We still want to win it. But a good step for us is leaving the ball on the 7-metre line. Let's make the Rebels go 70.
Stewart switches in. Nice ball out to Simpson. Bats it back. They're scrambling here, the Rebels. Eventually they set it down. Took a couple of metres away from them as they were throwing the ball away. UQ.
Yeah, they've got other ideas. They're chasing all the tries here, Scotty.
The defence has been great. 2 from Hunter. Look at Simpson coming up out of the line. Murphy does take a deflection off McCarthy. Burn a touch down their sideline. Here's Hammond. Another run forward for Kate Hammond. She's doing a lot of work here for the Rebels this time. Releases. Andreasen looking for the 4-on-3 down the left. Hammond takes it right to the line. Tinkle. But Brown is there to make the touch. She scores down the other end. Her defence has been even better throughout this game.
Yeah, the wingers for Hornets, all three. Love, Brown and Simpson.
Oh, danger though this time as they come back down towards the short side. Final pass out in front of Tinkle. Nice little play. Caught them napping there on the line, the Hornets.
Yeah, just beating short side there. Little lapse there from the Hornets middles, but just finished. The three Hornets wingers have been unbelievably good today. Simpson, some great reads on this close edge. I'm not even sure how often she subs. She might have played a full game here, but they've done a great job defensively and finishing.
Under pressure though this set. The Hornets. This plays down on the deck for the Rebels. They're coming up out of the line. Andreasen making another touch, and they turn it over on the halfway line with Highmarsh caught in possession. That was a really big defensive set. They can feel that something needs to start happening here for UQ.
Yeah, there'll be a big defensive set here for the Hornets. You'll have Bryce coming on here as a link, Ashurst, Curtis, and Fildes. So there's plenty of strike in this four. Just lost their way a little bit at UQ.
Tiani. She'll look to set. Gets it down though for Fildes. They're retrieving here. Back to Tiani. Bryce and Simpson makes a touch on the bootlaces.
Epic touch over Simpson. Just Fildes just playing nice and direct from half. Put them under a lot of pressure. Actually got the link to bite on the short side where she didn't need to. Simpson just arms stretched out. Saved a try for the Hornets.
Now Mitchell, good meters. They look the punch out of the box. All flat from half. Chippendale, they play on. Chippendale again, skipping across field, comes back inside. Not a bad set though to get down the other end of the field.
Yeah, good spot, leave it on the 7. UQ now have to go 70 metres.
They've contained them pretty well when they've been getting UQ over this side of the field. First couple of touches down their sideline. Been able to put that pressure on again. Chippendale coming up out of the line, but they've got themselves out of trouble. Clarkson, again, looking back on the inside. They need someone to go forward coming into the last. Fildes does that, and Donovan was thinking pass before she had a good grip of the ball.
Yeah, Prestwidge again, she's done that a couple of times. Just played nice and high from link, just forced another error. So the ramifications here, Scotty, at the moment on the Touch Football Australia Live ladder. Hornets hold on for the win. They go to P1 in this pool. UQ will be P2, and Southern Rebels will be P3 because they have had a loss and a draw. If UQ can get back to scores being level, so if they can get 2 tries in these closing stages, it will end up that UQ go 1, Hornets go 2.
And it's important, particularly in that quarter-final type setup, you do definitely get more of an advantage depending on where you finish. The higher, obviously, the better when you're crossing over pools. A 1v4 quarter-final versus a 2v3, and sometimes as well, and I think within the women's as well, we've got 2 pools and an uneven pool, and 1 now as we see Blade just take off down the sideline so quick, and that's exactly the try that they needed. UQ back down to 1. They're still in this game.
Tiani Bryce, we've said she's looked the most likely, and this is probably only the second time in the game she's had a chance to go to that left or right. Just rips it from the middle of the field, and Blade only needs half an opportunity. Great finish in the corner. Tiani Bryce, great skill, great vision.
Big defensive set here for UQ. Mitchell, Tallis sends it out. Highmarsh, who's been great for the Hornets throughout the game. Is she the one to break the hearts here of the Rebels? Looking, scheming. The Defence's just holding their nerve at the moment. Someone's got to continue to go forward, though. Curtis comes up to make the touch. Hindmarsh takes him on again. Gets it to the in goal. Oh, Brown was there. Did she get it down cleanly? Referees look pretty happy. They're high-fiving here, the Hornets.
Great play here from the Hornets. Just watching the UQ box, they had planned the next 4 on. They were going to have a big attack at them. Doesn't matter if you go down and score, and it's nice little dummy short side. Hindmarsh, she's been spectacular this game, and we've given the wingers a rap a few times. Tyler Brown just chases the ball. UQ couldn't react, and Brown good enough to get the ball down. Huge try for the Hornets.
It was a great finish. As soon as it hit Brown's hands, slapped it straight down on the deck. So the last touch here for UQ. Bryce, right foot. They might have him. Curtis couldn't squeeze the final pass. Repeat set. It's the right call.
Yeah, 6 more. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Andreas and Bryce on some sweeps here.
Sammy Joe a little bit ginger getting back to her feet. Clock winding down. Rebels down by 2. Tiani, short side. Brown, does she get across again to make a try-saving touch? Referees confirming. They're going to give the penalty. Rebels are going to make changes. Curtis and Ashurst off. Donovan and Clarkson onto the field. Tiani plays it, receives it back, takes them on. Chippendale makes the comfortable touch.
Yeah, great job, Zali Chippendale, playing nice and high at length, just negated the touch, and the full-time hooter sounds in the background. Great win for Hornets.
Yeah, huge win there for the Hornets. They'll finish on the top of the table as well. Like we said, in this match that had huge implications. That is a great performance there, knocking off the defending champions. And they're looking to get their way back to the top of the tree. They were in the grand final back in 2023, looking to go back to the big stage again here in 2025. We'll head down on the field as well. Bridie will get down there and have a chat with one of the Hornets players. And we've got more action to come at the National Touch League Championships.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Joined on the sideline here by victorious Hornets captain Sarah Stewart. Sarah, what a tight tussle. We spent the first half basically between the two sevens. Really tough wrestle against the Rebels, but coming out on top. How was that?
Yeah, great win. Very tough game. They're such a good team. And no, the girls just dug deep and we played really well, stuck to our strengths, and yeah, got the win in the end. So.
I love seeing the Hornets style of play. You've got a mixture of youth and experience. You've got a number of emus who have just come back, and also a number of youth players pushing through. How does that balance work?
No, it's great. The younger girls killing it out there, and just to see them running and just doing everything, it's so good to see. And then it's just a great combination between the young ones and the old ones, and really good mix, and we're doing really well together. So yeah.
Definitely a big statement in that game, knocking off the last year's champions as the crowd absolutely heckles you from behind. What does that mean now? You put yourself P1, quarterfinal against the 4th-ranked team from the other pool. Confident ahead of tomorrow?
Yeah, confident, especially with these girls. Killing it as always, and feeling confident after that game. So just hopefully sticking to our strengths, and yeah.
No dramas. Congratulations. All the best for tomorrow.
The game's about to kick off, and you've had a shocker.
The big man's dropped the ball.
Oh, no, just not.
Oh, what a fiasco.
Your daughter calming the crowd. Your daughter more. DoorDash.
Welcome back to the 2025 Championships. My name's Gab Rose, and I'll be joined by James Preston in just a moment as we're going into a Women's Open clash here between Brisbane Mustangs and the Moorabbin Lions. So, second play 4th in the pool, and they'll be jostling for positions coming into the quarterfinals later this evening. And it looks like the weather is rolling in. We've had a bit of everything today. Heavy rain overnight, bit of cloud and then sunshine, and now looking out right in front of the commentary box, it looks like there's some rain that perhaps are rolling in. So I'm feeling like James Preston and I, we're in the perfect spot this afternoon.
There's no other place you'd rather be, Gab. Certainly not down on the pitch. It is getting very wet once again. We can just see it starting to sprinkle, and hopefully that does hold off as much as possible, of course, the sideline. I'm not seeing it here on this particular shot. That one's actually not too bad where the Brisbane outfit is, but for the Moorabbin Lions, that's where it's particularly muddy at the moment. We've seen a lot of players sliding into touch throughout day 2 with no hands laid on them, but let's see if there can be an upset on the cards here. Brisbane will get first use of the ball up against the team from Victoria, the Moorabbin Lions.
Now let's hope it doesn't get too wet or muddy here, James, because these uniforms are quite similar looking at them from the commentary box. Looks like navy and orange, the navy and red.
Well, similar, yes, but a familiar little result here for Nicola, who looks to dive through, but just denied. Back to the 7 she goes. So, make no mistake, this is indeed the Brisbane Metro side on hand at the moment. Nicola once again takes off. Oh, pops a pass. That's delightful stuff. Hillman following up in support. Just a wonderful disguise from Nicola.
Yeah, sure was. There was nothing really on leading into that touch. They had to come back to the mark, play the ball, but Nicola, too classy on that equation. Look left, went through right, popped the ball over the top, and Hillman, easy try for her.
Yes, you are right, Gab. Taking a closer look there at those two uniforms. When the back comes turning back around, it is almost identical. So hopefully we don't see too many in the way of intercept passing directly into the opposition.
No, so we'll see how we go here. Interesting to note here with the Moorabbin Lions, you see a little passive play and an intercept.
Off they go now. She'll get up over halfway. Good luck catching Chloe Nicola. She will certainly go the distance here. In fact, the Lions will pull out of the chase early on and say there's not a chance we're catching her. That is 2 tries to nil, and they're really on the back foot from the outset.
Yeah, nearly beating the clock here, 2 tries to nil. A length of field intercept. She looked up and it was never in doubt for Nicola. So the 2 sisters already heavily involved in the game. So they looked for a passive play as we see the replay snatched out of the air. They chased till about halfway, the Lions, and then thought, nope, we'll save our energy and get the ball back from halfway.
So Brooks now getting involved for the Lions. All heavy contact there, but play on is the call. They'll keep working at speed now with Lever as they flow it back out to this right-hand side. Brooks once again. Still an option through the middle. They'll come back that way. Good hands from Brooks just to keep it off the deck. Caught about 10 metres away. Last one coming up. Lever takes it to the line, looking to get away from them, but will come back to the middle. There is the turnover.
Yeah, so well defended there by Brisbane Metro. Now, we do know there is a try-scoring extraordinaire over here for the Moorabbin Lions. So, Leah Percy, the number 6 for the Moorabbin Lions, obviously extremely experienced touch player. 112 tries at the championships coming into this tournament. Leading female try scorer in the history of the championships.
That's an incredible feat from her. And it's out to this left-hand side. Go the Mustangs. Slide down through Neal on this occasion, then picked up again from Pratt. Pratt will take off, splits them, looking for support. Lovely diving effort. I think they've done enough here to stop that, the Lions. Yes, they have. That's great scramble.
Yeah, call it a touch or potentially even a drop ball there, maybe both. But they saved the day there, the Moorabbin Lions.
Down a short side once again. And here's Percy, that continues marching forward. Lights have taken effect here as well at CX Coffs International Stadium. So that little bit of extra rain just causing a few issues for visibility. Once more they'll look to march forward up through the centre. Good meters here from the Lions. They take off on this right-hand side. Here's a chance now for Lever. Squeezes through, looking for support. Sends it wide. Oh, that would have been one of the great put-downs.
She had the right hand extended, threw it right out near the corner post, but you're right, James, it would have been an absolutely miracle take if she could have pulled that one in to score the try.
Instead, it remains at 2-0. Around about 3.5 minutes into the contest. Here's a good chance, though, for the Lions.
Yeah, and they'll be looking to put up a good show here, as we said, coming into this in 4th position and wanting to cement a position in the quarterfinals.
So rolled back now. Lever waiting at first receiver. Gets it here and sends it back to the middle for Watkins and further to this left-hand side. Lever will wrap around, bouncing off that left foot. Eventually caught here. Watkins. Short pass for Lever again, up towards the 7. Lever. Hands all over this set, turns it back on the inside. Beautiful delivery for Lever. They'll point to the spot, and the Lions are roaring.
2-1 we have. They're on the board. They'll be happy with that, and it came from Lever. She runs hard and she runs straight, and we'll look on the replay here. Dumps the ball, gets it back, draws 2 players in, back inside. Great try.
Yeah, terrific work, and the try scorer there, Jessica Johnston, getting right through the middle, and look at the conversation there with the referee. She was not going to be denied.
No, pleaded with the referee and came up trump. So 2-1, Brisbane Mustangs over the Moorabbin Lions.
So Nicola, once more, pulling the strings here for Brisbane. Heads out to this left-hand side. Now Charlie Nicola in there as well. Chloe, has a little dummy and a look. Can she stretch out and put it down while still standing? Nearly was able to. The Lions, though, did enough, but there's a penalty for Brisbane.
Yeah, and you imagine here that Charlie and Chloe Nicola will be working together in this set.
Charlie in the 3, now distributing for Hillman, who got the first try. Oh, and then little bump there onto the back of Charlotte Dybel. Hillman. Yeah, and that was an awkward little roll ball picked up from the officials.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it was a little bit clunky in the play ball there, and it's resulted in a changeover. Lions come through unscathed, and they'll be marching up the field.
So they made a contest of things in the early exchanges here, the Lions. But right on cue, they'll deliver it back to Brisbane. We'll try and put the foot to the throat now. As Nicola takes off on this left-hand side. Oh, big dummy. That's classy from Charlie. Outstanding. The hop, the skip, the dummy, and then the speed.
And then the smile at the end as she gets a high five. Well deserved. There was nothing really doing there. Early in the touch count, off the right, throws the dummy to the left, races through and scores an excellent try for her team, making them skip out to 3-1.
She could sell ice to an Eskimo with a dummy like that. Brooks took it for all money. She was on her way to Sawtell, thinking that's where the pass was going. So, Moorabbin Lions, they continue pressing on this line here. I'll turn it back to this right-hand side. Johnston tracking across out towards the wing, but stopped on a run there. They'll head back to the middle once more. Just setting up for a raid here on the last. Quick release. Oh, a chance to turn it back once more for Johnston, but ultimately Brisbane up. The high-pressing line turned them away.
Yeah, good attacking set there by Lions. They won't be too disappointed with that. They finished with it down on the Brisbane Mustangs line. See them going back to their processes. Players off, players coming on at speed.
Now good meters here for Forbes. Up towards halfway. Across that threshold now. Big step there from Kuraishi. Kuraishi still going here. Nice incisive run from her. Quick roll ball. They'll play on with things now. Here's a chance. So they look to link up with Forbes again, just falling shy of the mark.
Yeah, so ball goes down. There's a player on the ground there, but she's up slowly to her feet from the Moorabbin Lions. They'll bring it out to their 7-metre line. And I venture a guess here we'll see some push defence here, or rolling defence from the Mustangs. They're coming up in that wave style. 3 up, 3 back, like waves of the ocean.
Let's see if the tides are favouring Moorabbin on this occasion, though. So they'll work at about 15 metres away from their own line here. Nicola up quickly again to make the touch. That's a better drive from the Lions as Lever once again is involved. Nice little cycling of the footy, stays alive in the play. Drop down there from Robinson. Lever again. With her hands all over it here at the moment. Floating a pass. 12 juggles before it hits the deck.
I'm impressed with Lever, though. She runs hard and straight, but she's also got some nice footwork, dropping the ball and recycling the ball to her teammates.
And she's always looking to play, and now Forbes with a great run here. One-handed scoop from Kura Ishii too. Great hands too from Nicola. Took it full stride. As it's delivered here from Richardson, and then Hillman arrives in the middle. Looking to stay alive as Nicola drops it down. Charlie, that is. Out to this right-hand side court, just inside the 7. They won't have the strike dump to work with. Nicola once again, takes off on the right foot. Already has them worried. Nicola dives once again, and for a second time comes up trumps. It's Nicola's world. We're just living in it.
And again, there wasn't much happening there. It was coming into the last touch, and similar to what we saw before, but close to the line as we look on the replay here. Big step off the right, dummies to the left, and straight through again. 4-1. It's just beautiful play because she's drawing in, because she's holding the ball out in two hands, James. The defence doesn't know if she's going to run or if she's going to pass. Last 2 times she's run, and with great success.
So 4 tries to 1 now. Brisbane have been in pretty good touch in this tournament so far, and I think it's fair to say they're growing with every performance gap.
Yeah, they certainly are. So they had a first-up loss against the highly fancied Scorpions, then wins over the ACT and the Mets as well.
So Johnston now out the back as they look long. Not a bad delivery whatsoever. A good covering defence. Coming across was Laura Field. Made up plenty of ground very quickly. Still with a chance here, though. They'll simply look to kill it away in the corner, and that will be the end of the set. So they're definitely asking a few questions, the Lions, but so far Brisbane very firm in their defence.
Yeah, they sure are. That last touch play just was, they killed it down in the corner, trying to make it difficult for Mustangs to get to their box.
So Coyne distributing, then Nicola with the run, of course. Charlie's already squeezed through a couple of times now. Chloe try as well, and Hillman. So all 4 tries have had either direct or an assist involved from the Nicola sisters. As the Lions come out to this left-hand side and up towards halfway, but it's a rushing defensive line, really just hampering any opportunity for the Lions here.
Yeah, it's making it difficult for them to get a roll on. They're going to go direct here, see if they can get some joy straight through the middle. They've still got 1 touch up their sleeve.
That's much better there as Brooks takes off, and a little stumble coming in there as well from Robinson, I think it might have been. Hit the deck, yes it was Robinson, so there is the turnover.
Yeah, it was unlucky for them. It was a good strike dump coming into the last play.
Jamming in themselves here, and they do force a result. I was just about to say that's good pressure from the Lions. I'll get the turnover here.
Yeah, it's definitely the way they've got to defend and try and unsettle the Mustangs.
So Robinson sends it out wide. Johnston is there, receives it back again on this right-hand side of the field. She keeps crabbing that way. Eventually will rest toward the centre. Johnston again. There's a chance to dive immediately at the line. She just stopped on the run, and in the end, it was that little difference that allowed for that covering middle to make the touch.
Yeah, and we saw earlier she dived and got a try, so she'll be looking for that play again.
Johnston, Robinson, ushering supporters back underneath. Brooks is waiting. Back to Robinson here. Robinson running at a woman she believed was offside, but instead it was just a very quick shootout from Archer.
Yeah, really good touch there by Archer. No stress, no fuss. Affected the touch and then straight onto the ball for her team.
Thought you were about to start an infomercial there, Gab. So now meters on offer. It's a lovely incisive run from Neil up towards, and now over halfway go Brisbane. Richardson keeping the flow working here. Kura Ishii, another great try from her. Nicola picks it up. Now wraps around. That's a lovely set play from Brisbane. It's building. It's beautiful. It's a try for Richardson.
Just sit back and just clap your hands at this play. They're all smiles, and why not? That would have been something they've practiced at training in the most recent weeks, and they executed it perfectly. The passive play out the back for Nicola. Beautiful 2-on-1 pass, and Richardson, the recipient of try number 5 for the Brisbane Mustangs. That is beautiful to watch. You don't see better play than that.
Terrific work, and even though it was telegraphed what was happening, there was no way they could shut it down. Nicola was just so swift with that little shift out to that left-hand side. It was a sweep that really cleaned up the Lions. So now they'll head back to the middle here with Seidel. Lever. sends it out. And then wider still to this right-hand side. Lever's still an option back to the middle if they want to use it. They'll look to set her up now. Lever, quick release. Looking back to Lever once again. Good coverage, this time from Coyne.
Yeah, good dive there by Lever, but again, good touch there by Coyne.
Field they go now, Brisbane. Heading towards halfway. Now, the rain is pretty consistent here. It hasn't really gotten any heavier, but it is still floating around and causing a few issues for handling.
Yeah, that was brewing nicely there for the Mustangs. They'd come on at speed, looking to see what they could create at the back end of the set. But Lions now, quick on the ball, and they like recycling, but unfortunately there was two players kind of went in. They weren't sure which one was going to take the ball. Neither happened to catch it properly, and the Mustangs are straight on the ball. And then it's Nicola again, a beautiful right foot step. Back down to Richardson, great touch, cover defence. But they've still got about 4 touches up their sleeve, James.
So back to the 7 they come. Charlie Nicola would love a hat-trick. She has ball in hand at the moment. Sends it to Hillman, who got the first try. Now up to Forbes. Hillman, back to Forbes. Forbes building nicely. Oh, great saving touch from the Lions. Full stretch, and they got there in time.
Excellent touch from the winger. She looks like she might have hurt herself, but no, hands up, shoulders dragging down a little bit, but yeah, she saved a try for her team.
You're right, she's a little ginger there as now Nicola once more takes off. This time sends it long. That is an absolute peach of a pass from Nicola, who has shown every single skill set you could ask for in a touch footballer in this one.
I said sit back and applaud before, and I can't say anything different this time. Again, that right foot step, this time a 20-metre right to left pass, and Richardson, she's going to be a happy winger today.
It's a double now for Richardson. What a performance, though, from Charlie Nicola. 2 tries, 2 try assists out of 6. So she has just been in everything. And, of course, sister Chloe, not really to be outdone. She's been outstanding as well.
Yeah, it's an absolute masterclass at the moment by those 2 sisters.
So once more, Lever looks to be the likely customer here. Works through the middle and comes up with a try. The Lions have a second.
Yeah, they struck straight back there through Zoe Lever. As I said, she deserves that try. And we see there it's Percy. Back inside, draws in 2 players and back to Lever. Well-constructed try there. So you can see Percy off the left, draws in a player, and Lever right on the line. Claps her hands, 6-2.
So there is the siren now for the end of the first half. Kura Ishii will leave it behind, but overall, it's a good display here from Brisbane. The Lions, though, I'm quite surprised just how much of an attacking onslaught they have provided at times.
Yeah, that first half flew by, and it's the Brisbane Mustangs 6 leading the Moorabbin Lions 2 as we head into the second half, James.
So a bit of work to do here for Moorabbin. They have a 4-try deficit. Can they manage to conjure up a bit of a miracle in the second half? We'll find out shortly when the action continues here at CEX Coffs International Stadium.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
mil light overwrap tape for further protection and to prevent the rigid tape coming off during sport. And then lock this off with the rigid tape.
Welcome back here to CX Coffs International Stadium in Coffs Harbour. A little bit of drizzle coming down as Sweet Caroline rings out through the stadium here. That's just energising the fans a little bit. It's quite chilly. It is, of course, wet, but the action on field still red hot. 6-2 at the moment to Brisbane over the Moorabbin Lions, who have probably surprised us a little bit in that first half, Gab.
They certainly have, and they're going to have the tap-off here, James, so they'll be looking to strike back and make their way back into this contest.
They would love to score first. 16 minutes on the clock as the siren sounds. If they can get another one on the board here, there is every chance the comeback could still be on as Johnston delivers now. Lever brings it forward. Here comes Percy. Oh, that looked to be forward by a mile. And yes, you can see the arm come straight up there. That was Georgia Walker, who hasn't really had a great deal of involvement, but she's outed herself big time there.
Yeah, the hand went up even before the referee signalled it and gave herself away on that occasion.
I don't know if I've ever seen that. The arm come up before the whistle's been blown.
No, she may not be great at poker.
There might be a deficit in the earnings ledger there. As now Nicola comes out to that right-hand side. And speaking of outstanding performance, she was definitely player of the first half, Charlie Nicola.
No doubt. There was just full array of skills on show. See them coming into the line. Last touch.
Now Pratt takes off. I was just going to say, Pratt's actually been rather quiet, all things considered. She's had a great tournament so far, some really big performances here on day two, but with the work of the Nicola sisters, she hasn't really been called upon.
No, but they've got a penalty there, so she's going to get a fresh set of 6 to work her magic.
Here she is again now. Oh, Pratt, the big dummy, then takes off out towards that left-hand defensive edge. Good sliding tackle coming in. Really collected the bootlaces there, and it essentially was a tackle in the end.
Yeah, it was a touch that had to be made. It was otherwise she was over for her first try for the Mustangs for this half.
So Lever up to make the touch as the rain heavies here in Coffs Harbour. Coyne plays it quickly. Oh, there's still an opportunity on that left-hand side. They'll go away from it, though, with Archer. Coyne. Pratt. Oh, Pratt floating a pass over the top. Nobody wanted a bar of that. It was like COVID.
Nobody did want a bar of that. It went over the top, landed in between. The Moorabbin Lions player put her arm out and then quickly pulled it back in so her team could get the ball back.
So thinking expansive early on in this set here for the Lions. Oh, Falcon, followed by another Falcon. Somebody call pest control. There's birds loose at Coffs Harbour.
You don't often see a double Falcon, but we saw it right there in these wet conditions, and Mustangs are back on the charge out here on the right-hand side of the field.
I'm calling it right now. That is rarer than Migaloo. Where's the white whale? 2 Falcons, forget it. National Geographic, call them up. So now they approach the 7 here. And quite literally, both teams are happy for Kura Ishii just to arrive on the spot. Nobody wanted to continue.
They were very polite, weren't they?
Yeah, it's almost like, you guys don't quite have 6 yet. We'll wait. Kura Ishii now does wait for it. Oh, a big right foot step. Kura Ishii trying to squeeze through and does exactly that. Well, that was a big pounce from a decent distance, and she has got some form in that department.
That was amazing to watch. As we said, that was the play they waited to come on. I bet they wish they hadn't, because she made them pay straight away. So the dump, little step off the right, back in, slams the ball down for her team's 7th try.
So 7-2 the score here. Lions with plenty of work to do. As the rain continues to come down at Coffs Harbour. Lever brings it forward. Overall, pretty decent handling from both teams given the conditions. Percy sends it back to Lever here. Good touch is made in the end from Lily Neal.
Yeah, casual as you like, Lily Neal there. She came in, affected the touch. Just had a decoy player run through there.
Percy, last one. Delivering short here. Robinson trying to squeeze through. Once more, the gap is closed. They've had probably half a dozen near misses, the Moorabbin Lions.
Yeah, that one was super close. I thought the referee was on the spot. He pointed to the spot, but then said 6 touch, and Mustangs saved that onslaught.
So up towards halfway now. Come Brisbane. They'll cross that threshold. Good meters here, in fact. And they'll keep it alive. The Nicola sisters have caused all sorts of chaos for the Lions. As Hillman brings it forward. Speaking of the Nicola sisters, here's Charlie. Takes off. Change of pace. Oh, Charlie Nicola so quick. but they will make the touch. Robinson comes up trumps.
Excellent touch, Robinson. She dived down trying to get a try at one end and 30 seconds later saving a try at the other end. But there we saw from Nicola the left foot step. So clearly she's got light feet on both sides.
So out towards this right-hand side come the Lions. Oh, and that pass had question marks all over it. It's let go, though. Now Nicola up quickly to make the touch as they turn it back to the middle here with Cooney. And then Cooney up over halfway. Last one now. They'll take off with Walker. Walker trying to squeeze through. Cooney was there late. But again, Brisbane have all the answers defensively.
Yeah, great hands there by Cooney. But to no avail. Defence was there ready to touch her. And now Mustangs have got the ball and they're charging up the field about a metre or two shy of halfway. And you're right, James, about this time yesterday the weather rolled in. As we see, speaking of rolling up the field, great run there.
Yeah, it was a good movement
by
from
Forbes.
who's now taking a little bit of respite on the sideline. No real respite, though. The rain's still there, too. Oh, and then there's some just brilliant speed moving through the middle. And that's all it needs from Archer. That was very swift.
Yeah, and as we said, that came on the back end of a beautiful run by Hannah Forbes. Got her team in great position. And a little fly play out the back. No other passes needed. And a good try there for Felicity Archer.
And there is Pratt on cue. We've talked about her being a little bit quiet in this one, given the dominant performances of the two Nicola sisters, but she played provider on that occasion.
Yeah, beautiful soft hands. Took her time, found the gap and the right person, and off they went to score.
And another turnover here, unfortunately, so Brooks, who was looking to chew up the metres, instead handed over here to Brisbane. 8-2 the score. This one looks to be beyond doubt now for the Mustangs, and I suppose the real approach here for the Lions is just trying to prevent that double digits from being ticked over.
Yeah, as we see, they're going to get a penalty there by the looks of it from the referee. Went through the ruck, and you're right. So they have to start playing a game within the game, the Lions. So they've got to look at not letting the Mustangs score any more tries and then completing their set, see what they can come up with.
So Chadburn bouncing around off that right foot. Gee, she's picked up plenty of metres there with a little...
Yeah, it was like 2 to the side, 1 forward, and she still made about 15 metres.
Little zigzag, and now they'll go again here with Nicola, but the roll ball was not a successful one. They'll come back onto the mark. A bit sloppy there at the end from Brisbane, as now the Lions work it away with Lever, who's just been getting through a mountain of work both sides of the ball.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard, as we said. The rain's tumbling down, and so the ball's going to be slippery as we head into the back end of this game.
So short pass provided, and now taking the metres on offer is Cooney, but Cooney will turn it over. And as conditions continue to deteriorate here, so too does the completion rate. Now, Nicola once again marches forward. Chadburn on the follow-up. Scooped here from Natasha Day. And Day. Oh, that's an awful delivery in the end from Charlotte Dybel. It is slippery out of the hands, and I think that's what happened there.
There it is. That was a diabolical pass, that one. But, yeah, it slipped out of the hands. You wouldn't see that too often, and she'll be back defending hard and then driving the ball up the field for her team.
So now short pass provided. They get up over halfway. Oh, strong contact there, and hitting the deck was Cooney. Now keep it alive now for Walker. Walker then for Johnston. Walker waiting and acting half. Oh, that pass has gone deliberately forward there. They'll fortunately get away with an earlier indiscretion from the Brisbane defenders, but that was one of those ones where if it was rugby league, you'd actually call the penalty.
Yep. Yeah, she was standing in front of her through the pass, but, yeah, as you said, lucky enough to get a penalty and get another set of 6 on the Mustangs line.
Walker once again will stroll directly towards the try line. Also starting to see that end of the field chopped up a fair bit now too. I think that's a little worse than to the left of the screen. Currently not on screen at the moment, though. It's now Lever. Dummies it a couple of times and takes the touch here. 7 out. Lever again. Oh, lovely straightening up there from Lever, and they all leave her alone. There's another try on the ball for the Lions.
Yeah, and again, well deserved. It's a double for Lever. And as we watch back on the replay in a moment, just a dump. Give me back the ball. I'll step off my my left, and I'll dive through to score. She's nice and tall, Lever, so you can see from a few metres out. Slides, beautiful put down, plenty of space. Score is 8-3, and they needed that try, James.
Yeah, nothing Hillman could do about that. 8-3 the score. Time is getting away from them, though. It's around about 7 minutes remaining in this one. That rain has gotten even heavier here, Gab.
Yeah, and that was a good result there for the Lions. So they scored a try, they've come back, they've now drawn a penalty out when they were defending. Now they get the ball back about 7 or 8 metres shy of the Mustangs from the halfway line.
So play there from Percy. Into enemy territory they go now. Nice little incisive run here from Brooks. And they'll pass for Watkins. Turns it here for Percy once again. Shuffling back towards the middle. Picked up once more from Watkins, looking for support. Sent it here for Brooks, but nothing doing.
And it's important here, James, that the Lions, they're still trying to score and keep within of the Brisbane Mustangs because, as we know, for and against could come into play depending on final positions and the other games that are going on around at the moment to see if they can jag a spot in the final four.
Yeah, it's a valid point. They are thereabouts, the Lions. They've already come up with a victory, so there's every chance. So they send it back to the middle now. Johnston will roll it down. Just waiting for an opportunity to link up once again here. Does so with Ruby Timms. Now getting onto the field is Seidel, and Seidel will just hover around that 7 metre mark. Cooney, Johnston, Walker now at acting half. Back here for Johnston. Patient build up once again. Cooney shifts over to this right-hand side. Walker will send it that way, but misdirected. Over the sideline it goes.
They've drawn a penalty as well, offside, so they'll get another set of 6. So again, these last few minutes, I have to say the Lions are peppering the line here of the Brisbane Mustangs, and in these slippery conditions, anything can happen, James.
Well, this is where they would love to have Lever out there just pulling the strings. She is, in fact, on deck now, so they have made that quick change. Lever waiting for it. Here she is once again. Oh, once more looking to go back to the well. There was that big left step again.
Yeah, not so lucky that time. The Mustangs have it covered, and you can see on your screen here, it is now absolutely pouring out there. So these ladies are doing an excellent job, not only in controlling the ball, but in terms of keeping their feet.
Yeah, we've mentioned it once already in this game that it's actually been quite a decent completion rate when you consider how hard it is raining and just the general state of the field, which has deteriorated quite significantly. Now, Nicola thought that was the last one. She's actually got one more up her sleeve.
Might be a little trick play. We've seen her pull the step out on the last play a couple of times. She's trying it again here, off the right, off the left, drops it back in.
Oh, and then
6
play
to go.
that. Well, that was one that certainly didn't need a palm to be stuck out.
It was all a little bit too tempting, wasn't it?
I'm a big believer that unless you believe you can take the intercept, or there's a try definitely on the offering, you just tuck the arms behind the back. Treat it like you're a sweeper in soccer and you're trying to prevent the penalty from being awarded. And speaking of awarding, they will award now a hat-trick here for Charlie Nicola.
Yeah, she was right on the spot there. She's always in the action when her team's attacking the line, and we'll see on the replay there as it comes up in a moment. Makes a touch on the 7, goes out one way, comes inside, beautiful dive. She got the ball down too quickly there for her hat-trick. Number 3 with 3 tries on the board already this afternoon.
Great stuff from Nicola, and Walker just couldn't quite get there in time. Try and give you an update on exactly how much rain has fallen across Coffs Harbour as well. It's been very wet. Really hasn't let up since probably about 3:30 yesterday afternoon. So once more they go driving forward here, the Lions, looking for a 4th try, and of course they'll be hoping to stave off double digits for Brisbane. Bouncing around, last one here yet again. Brooks will take off to this right-hand side, flings a pass, nothing really doing, and easy pickings in the end for the Mustangs.
Yeah, a little dummy to the sideline referee. They didn't fall for it there, and we see the Mustangs move up the field. They're spreading the ball, trying to get to the box and get some changes, but they're not afraid to throw the ball around the Mustangs. It'll be interesting to watch them as they come into finals time, depending on the conditions. But it's auguring well for them at the back end of this game. They're just charging up the field here, looking to see what they can create on a defence that's rolling now, James.
Yeah, watch out for Kura Ishii here. She's so dangerous in this part of the field. Kura Ishii picks it up. However, the roll ball was a sloppy one. Chadburn pinged for it. There is the turnover. Now, this might surprise you as well, Gab. We've actually only had about 5 millimetres of rainfall in Coffs Harbour today. That's according to the gauges, but I think if we put a little measurement down here on the field, it'd say a lot more than that.
Yeah, definitely surprised. We see a heavy hit in attack there. Back into the line for Brisbane Mustangs. Play on, say the referee. Yeah, it definitely feels like more than 5 mils of rain so far, James.
Walker, Lever, Now Johnston picking up some good metres here. Walker on the last. Can she find Lever? She'll head back towards this right-hand side of the field, and now Nicola gets hands to it. Well, how are they going to say that wasn't played at? They'll say it's forward, I suppose, but, geez, I'm not so sure.
No, so they're saying again that first indiscretion was from the Lions, which is why it was a penalty, but, it didn't look forward out of the hands from here. Unlucky call for the Lions.
They haven't got to last too much longer to try and avoid the double-digit scoreline from Brisbane. Less than 2 minutes on the clock as Hillman brings it forward. Now Forbes with a bit of speed, or big left foot step. Forbes turns it late here for Hillman. Played out again here from Walker. Geez, they're all happy to stick the mid out.
Yeah, they sure are. And again, we saw this a couple of minutes ago. Lions gave away a repeat set of 6, and Nicola took full advantage of it with a try. So let's see if we see similar circumstances here.
Can she get a 4th? Here is Charlie Nicola now. Back for Hillman. Feigns the touch and stays alive in the play. Now drops it down 7 away, or there was a great chance to go directly at Lever. They might still get there in time. Nicola diving for it. That's great cover defence from Johnston, though.
No, they've given a try, I say. They've gone behind the line. And Nicole, they're still talking. No, try. Try number 4. Charlie Nicola, take a bow.
This will be interesting to see on the replay, because there certainly was a discussion between player and referee. First glance, I thought it was all legitimate. There is Johnston definitely on the line. She then steps up and for mine makes the touch.
Yeah, and she's called the touch. She was definitely onside. You see there, she's actually behind the line. Comes in. She nearly headbutted her knee. That was nearly how she affected the touch. As we hear the siren in the background, they did get to double digits, and in a wet and rainy Coffs Harbour afternoon, Brisbane Mustangs have come out winners 10-3 over the Moorabbin Lions, but James, Moorabbin Lions put up a great performance.
A great performance. They certainly went toe-to-toe with Brisbane for the longest of times, but in the end, the class of the Nicola sisters proved to be a little bit too much for the Lions to try and match. And that scoreline, I'm not sure it's quite reflective of what we saw, though. I know Brisbane were very good, but I thought the Lions were probably better than 10-3.
I agree. They had a few opportunities. Unfortunately, couldn't capitalise on them. But, the Brisbane Mustangs will march into the finals tomorrow. And hopefully for the Moorabbin Lions, they get another game later this evening. But don't go anywhere, because there is a cracker of a match in the Men's Open coming up straight after the break between the Gold Coast Sharks against the Hunter Western Hornets.
Oh, we're down here with Adam from the Southern Rebels here at the NTLs this year. Mate, playing in the senior mixed, how's it shaping up this weekend for you?
Mate, so far so good. Senior mixed crew, we think we're a chance this tournament, and we've got a bunch of people that have played together for a while, so we're looking forward to it. Some good friends, and it should be a good time away. We've managed to win the first game, so onwards and upwards.
What do you like about the NTL? We've been here a few times now.
Yeah. 5 times now, I think. Look, it's always a great weekend. Coffs does a really good job. Congratulations to the people that managed to get the fields ready. It's amazing. But the whole town does a really good job of hosting, and we always have a good time up here. And and the touch is good, and it's great to be active, and it's great to be able to see so many people that you know and you've known over the years here, and it's just a permanent fixture on the calendar.
Yeah, absolutely. Coffs Harbour as well, bringing the event here. It's been here for so long now. It's a great opportunity. You got your family here as well. It's just a great atmosphere and a great place to play a bit of footy while you're here.
Absolutely. Yeah, I got my boy with me this year, and he's having a good time, and I think that's what it's about. It's a real sense of community around touch. So I think it's a really great sport for those purposes, and Coffs is a great place to come and do it.
Excellent. All the best for the rest of the weekend.
Good on you, Scott. Thanks, mate.
Ginigay New Jarwin. Yam Naya Gumbenge Janba Nari Gumbenge Waja. Yam Naya Matt Flanders. Nanyundi Badamaran Gumbengia. Aboriginal people all across Australia are the ancestors that have walked this land for thousands of years. For those thousands and thousands of years, they have looked after everything we see around us. The plants, the animals, the people, and the land. We pay our respect to everything around us so that they look after us and no harm or bad spirits come to us. we also acknowledge and recognise the future generations of people coming through to help look after this beautiful country that we walk on today.
The game's about to kick off, and you've had a shocker.
The big man's dropped the ball.
Oh, no, just not.
Oh, what a fiasco.
Your daughter calming the crowd. Your daughter more. DoorDash.
Ding dong, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Ding dong, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard.
Welcome back to a soggy Coffs Harbour, but don't you worry. Things are about to get very, very hot on the pitch. Perhaps the match of day 2. It is the Hunter Western Hornets taking on the South Queensland Sharks. Legends across the board, Australian representatives across the board, and if they haven't quite done the top notch for the Emus, they have certainly played State of Origin. Both of these teams are stacked. It's the Hunter Western Hornets and the South Queensland Sharks in the men's open division. Both teams undefeated. James Preston and Gab Rose to bring you all the action.
I have circled this match, had it waiting all day. Top of the table clash, stars right across the board. It's going to be one belter of a match this afternoon in the rain, so do not go anywhere. Stay in your seats. Strap yourselves in for what's going to be a great game, James.
Now, for those new to touch football, there are some absolute stars on display here. Dylan Hennessy, arguably the greatest touch player of all time. He'll be featuring for the South Queensland Sharks in jersey number 6. And on the other side in jersey 6, last year's player of the tournament and, of course, currently in the Australian setup, Jack Edwards also featuring, not to mention just a litany of stars, including the likes of Dylan Thompson, who's been in fine touch so far in this tournament. So first use of the ball here for the Hornets. Up to the 7 they go. Edwards pops a little short pass. They're trying to squeeze through, but the South Queensland Sharks close the gap.
Yeah, and this game, even though the conditions are poor, will be played at lightning speed. And we see we've got 4 referees here. They're trialling that this tournament. Usually one more than the traditional 3 refs.
So Kane floating, waiting for an opportunity. Now Connor Edwards picks it up, gives it to Kane, who is stretching out. Now I dare say in dry conditions that ball stays in the mitt. But with all the rain spewing down, so too does the ball come free.
Yeah, and the referee was actually about to award the try then. He went as a play through, but then saw the ball was dropped. So it was a change of possession.
Rain getting heavier here as well. Now there is the GOAT himself, Hennessy, on the field. So they start to straighten up. Good charge here from Robson. Picking up great meters. Now Hennessy with the floating cutout pass. Tipped on. Play on for now with Phillips. Phillips looks to turn it back on the inside. It was an unnecessary play from Phillips. They still had a couple of touches up their sleeve.
Yeah, it sure was. Like he just rolled it forward like lawn bowls there. I'm not sure what he was thinking, but he didn't get a penalty against him. And it's play on. Hunter Western Hornets with the ball as we see Dylan Thompson just drive it upfield, and he has been impressive so far in this tournament.
And he's in great form, Dylan Thompson. Here he is again, the Doyleson Dragon. Of course, they've won so many state cups in the past 5 or so years. There's another chance that they should be getting here. No. Thompson certainly thought it was going to be a penalty. They all stopped for a moment, but there is the turnover. So a little bit of a cagey opening here. And there's another ball down. That was one of those 50-50, though. There was definitely contact, but not forceful, just strong.
Yeah, it's just because he had the ball in one hand. He tried to actually place it over the top of the defender, and it resulted in it coming out of his hands.
Now Wilton plays it about 10 metres away. Picked up here from Jack Edwards, the Newcastle Knight. Thompson shifts it wider still for Jones. Jones cuts out Thompson now. Biting for an opportunity. Picked up quickly. Here's Dylan Thompson with a bit of speed, or Hennessy sticks the mid out. Turns them away.
And that was one of those cases, James, where that had to be done. Had to knock that ball down. It was going to be a try for all money. And the ever-experience of Dylan Hennessy. I just love watching him play.
Otherwise, it would have ended up right in the arms of Jesse Jenkins. Jones, Thompson, quick release. Oh, back for Jones. Great footwork, stands them up, gets to the line, and there's the first try for the Hornets.
Yeah, and just a weighted possession there. We've hardly seen South Queensland Sharks with the ball, so big smile on the face. We'll watch it on the DoorDash replay. Nothing going on from half there. Thompson takes the ball, drops it back in, off the ground, runs at the offside player. Great try, 1-0, Hunter Hornets.
Yeah, Robson just caught out there. Such a quick little foray at the line from the Hunter Western Hornets. 1-0. Here they come, though, looking to launch a little raid now with Russell. Russell gets through, pops a pass over the top. Oh, tough one to reel in. There's the turnover. Now the Hornets look to attack straight away. Eagleton out towards this right-hand side. They'll try and get fresh troops on the pitch. Big dummy, and they'll pick up good meterage as well. Lincoln Little gets involved. Up over halfway goes Edwards. Now Dylan Thompson back on the field. Good touch made there from Tika. As Moffat starts driving forward. Scooped up here on the last by Luke Kane. They'll send it out to this right-hand side. Oh, Lennon was coat hanger there for a moment. That was up around the collarbone.
Yeah, it would have been a high tackle in rugby league circles, but it was accidental. Touch was affected and it's changed over. Tell you what, he's looking heavy, James. The Hunter Western Hornets shirts at this point with all that rain. They're carrying a little bit extra weight in the wetness of those T-shirts.
Yeah, they're one of the few teams that actually plays in T-shirts. Most teams, of course, opting for the singlet. I believe the Southwest Queensland Swans, they're also in the shirts. Now here's a very welcome penalty now for the Sharks, who really haven't seen much of this end of the field. Hennessy is out there as a response. He'll wait for his opportunity now. Here he is, scooping it up. Little short pass provided. Hall drops it down. Hennessy once again scheming as ever. Oh, what a flick on that is. That's so classy there from Beaton. But they'll pull it back again. Geez, we've seen some great ones that have been disallowed.
Yeah, we've wanted to see these tries, and it was beautiful soft hands. You see Hennessy out, tip on. I'm saying play on. Not to be, though. Not on the scoreboard. Doesn't count. They've got a repeat set of 6 here, and now you see they've got Norman out there as well. He'll be looking to see what he can create.
What a stack side it is. Pete Norman in this outfit as well. Here he is now, sending it out to this right-hand side. Hennessy. Quick release for Norman once more. Drops it down. Hennessy, the one-handed scoop. Now Pete Norman, big left foot step. Back to Hennessy. Floats the ball over the top here for Beaton, who will come up to the 7-metre mark. Plays it quickly. Hennessy, the dancing feet, over the top. Norman with the tip on. It's batted away. And then it's a ground Falcon. Geez, there's been a lot of Falcons today. They must know I'm here, Gav.
You are loving the Falcons more than anybody, James, today, and you have seen them, plenty of them.
I've been spoiled, Gav. It's like Valentine's Day for me.
I'd say Easter for me would be my favourite day.
I've got no interest in chocolate. Now they come away to this left-hand side. Edwards turns it back there. It was precariously dangling for an intercept. Now Connor Edwards switches it on. Oh, Jack got the little tip on. It was a tough one to reel in, but gee, still a frenetic pace about things in the opening 5 or so minutes.
It sure is. A little bit more like basketball at this point. There's tip-ons everywhere in this match by both teams. That's the challenge. We see a penalty here. No touch affected. They won't be happy with that, the Sharks, but the Hunter Western Hornets straight onto the ball and creeping their way into the Sharks' area of the field.
So Jones and now Edwards once again. Now for Hugh Doherty. Edwards ushering Thompson onto the field. Arrives there just in time. Doherty, and now for Eagleton in those flashy yellow boots. We'll play it quickly now. Lennon is out there as well. Geez, there's a lot of Australian representatives in this side. Lennon will drop it down once more. Thompson off the right foot. Now looking long. Here's a golden opportunity. Back on the inside. Lincoln Little just couldn't reel it in. Otherwise, there was a second there for the Hornets.
Yeah, Little knew exactly where he had to be. He hit the right hole, but perhaps even going too fast, he couldn't reel the pass in. We see a penalty here to the Sharks. It'll be a welcome penalty. Going through the ruck. And so 10 metres shy of halfway. Sharks will just slow the play down, take their time to tap. It looks like another legend of the game, Drummy there, taking the ball forward for his team.
Dayberg Muir out there has now Beaton. Brings it forward. He's had a good start to the game too here, Beaton. Looking on this left-hand side now with Jacob Hall. Shown in one hand here from Corey Russell. I think between these two sides, you've got probably half of the Australian men's open team as now Russell takes off again. There's a little flick pass for Beaton, but the touch had already been affected. That'll be a touch pass, and there is the changeover.
Yeah, definitely a late pass there. Yeah, there's so many stars across the board here. We wouldn't even need the lights on. There's that many stars, James.
Very good, Gab Rhodes. As now Eagleton brings it here for Thompson. Oh, floats an awkward pass over the top. Well, he was looking for Squires, but Squires only had his eyes on the sub box. I don't really think that was on Squires. That was more a Thompson issue there.
Yeah, you wouldn't see that too often from a team like the Hunter Western Hornets. They're going to have to defend their line now, and straight away you see Hennessy back on with Norman.
Norman receives it back here once more from Hennessy. Great quick release yet again. Well, that is a formidable trio. Russell, Norman and Hennessy all at once. Now here is a little flip up for Hennessy. They'll go for the cutout pass, and that was once again poor patience from them. Tika was unmarked in that link position. If they put it through the hands, they probably score.
Yeah, and you're right. It just seems they're just pushing the pass a little bit when they've still got touches in hand. Perhaps in these slippery conditions, some phase play might work better. We're going to see a penalty here. Too hard a touch. Ref straight onto it. Hunter Western Hornets get a tap 7 metres out from their own line.
And Tika, the man who was pinged for that one, as now Little brings it forward, the USA international. 4 metres on offer now for Luke Moffat. Yet to see Josh Moffat, actually. I'm not sure if he's even on the sideline.
No, so for a lot of these teams, they've got 16 players. They have to sit a couple off each game, barring injury.
Thompson with the big dummy. He's been in great form over the past 18 months, Josh Moffat. So I'm sure he'll feature heavily on finals day, of course. Both these teams undefeated coming into this one. 4 from 4 for both the Sharks and the Hornets. And this is a great roll-on now for the Sharks. Robson brings it forward 10 metres away. Look at the speed here. Tika takes off. There comes the audacious flick pass, but it was never going to find the mark. That was delivered more in hope than anything else.
Yeah, and again, if they dump the ball there, they had the defence coming in to shut it down. In these conditions, it's very hard to get back to the line.
So 1-0 it remains. Pretty deep into the contest. Nearly 10 minutes, in fact. So low scoring, sorry, Gab, but very entertaining nonetheless.
Yeah, I was about to say, James, we would have expected with the attacking ability across the field that this will be a high-scoring affair.
Now Luke Moffat delivering short ball here. So they drop it down. They've lost track of the touch count, though, and as a result, good territory now for the Sharks as Robson brings it up over halfway. Short pass provided, 10 metres into enemy territory. Yeah, and that was just simply a case of holding firm in the contact. That's good work from the Hornets.
Yeah, well done by the Hunter. And now, they've changed their mind. Through the ruck there. So they'd already made the decision, must have got the call from the sideline referee. Everyone's a little bit confused out there, but the Sharks are happy because they've got the ball and a fresh set of 6 attacking the Hunter Western Hornets line.
So Dayberg Muir out there once again for the Sharks. Short ball here for Russell. Russell now for Dayberg Muir again from distance. Lovely dive from the legend himself, and in he goes. Jermaine Dayberg Muir will lock scores up here at 1 try apiece.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that because he drew the penalty first for his team, going through from acting half. And they didn't panic here. Again, they showed more patience. Forward running player against backward running player. Big dive, clap of the hands, 1-1.
This one is well poised, and it's exactly what we were hoping for, Gab Rose. Tight as we get towards the pointy end of this first half. Into enemy territory come the Hornets now off the restart. Eagleton. Little for Thompson. Now Lennon sweeping around. Thompson quick release for Lennon. Back towards Thompson. That looked to be Ford. Yes, there it is, the turnover again.
Yeah, definite forward pass there. They've just got to go back to the mark here, the Sharks. 1-1. They've defended their line well there. A couple of minutes shy of half-time, but this match is living up to all expectations so far.
And the short ball provided as once more they get up over halfway through Pete Norman. Now a good little charge here from Maya Phillips. Norman will show it a couple of times. Now releasing here for Tika. Norman again looking for Tika. Lovely delivery. Wider still they go. That is clockwork from the South Queensland Sharks. Oh, he nearly dropped it though there. Marcus Holm was a little bit too excited to score that one.
Yeah, he did nearly drop it. So they come around on the sweep, drove in, beautiful pass back, soft hands by Norman, over the top, and easy as you like, looking up and rolled it through the try. Thank goodness for him that he got that down.
That's a variation on the lawnmower celebration.
It's not even try July yet.
Oh, I can tell you now, we don't need any lawn mowing here. We just need some sandbags to soak up all the water. As now Edwards delivers here for Wilton from distance. Good saving touch coming through from Adam Russell. Back to the 7 they go. Delivered here for Jack Edwards once more. Now Connor Edwards sweeping around. Jack will take off. Oh, short delivery. It was there for Jones.
Yeah, that was a try gone begging, but they've got 6 to go, so there must have been a deflection off the Sharks player. But another opportunity there for the Hunter Western Hornets.
So Luke Kane enters the action now, along with Luke Moffat. Edwards drops it down again. Jack Edwards turns it back on the inside. There's the old brother combination. Connor and Jack produce a lovely little hit back for the Hornets. It's 2-2.
Yeah, beautifully constructed try there. We'll see here on the replay. Simple roll ball, pointing fingers. We've practiced this before. Takes 2 players out, drops it back inside. Edwards to Edwards, and we're all locked up 2-all.
Well, just a little bit of overcommitting there from Robson. Probably didn't need to try and latch onto the work there of Jack Edwards. So played quickly now from the Sharks. Toward the centre of the field they go. Back up toward the 7 as well. Jacob Hall drops it down. Oh, Dayberg Muir popped a pass that could have been taken by Connor Edwards. They'll get the penalty though here, the Sharks.
Yeah, he came in to shut the play down, Edwards, our try scorer. But he's given away a penalty.
So Dayberg Muir alongside Russell now. Tika adding his weight to proceedings, gets down very quickly. She's great handle on the ball as well.
He's hard to stop, isn't he? Catches the ball and he's gone before you blink an eye.
Once more to the 7 they go. Dayberg Muir right at the advantage line. That ball's come free. Fortunately for Dayberg Muir, Kane had already made the touch. So back to the 7 he goes. Midway through the count here for the Sharks. Dayberg Muir setting up once again. Now the last arrives. Short pass provided for mine. That's not played out from Edwards. He can't disappear. Oh, but they'll say that he hung an arm out, and you can see the frustration there from Edwards. He is very much more than pleading the case. That's a full-on argument.
Yeah, well, he's got to defend another set of 6 here, and that is fatiguing. They've been on, they've scored the try, they've come back, and this will be their 3rd defensive set in a row here against this strike power of a team with the Sharks.
Tika picks it up again, looking for his fellow Tika there. Lennox received it off the back of Kaya's work. Lennox will play it. Now here's Kaya Tika. To the middle they go once again. Drop down quickly here for Russell. Tika takes off, looking for Russell, finds him. Beautifully worked from the Sharks, and the weight of possession mounts. And another try on the board. South Queensland have the lead.
And virtually unstoppable here. 3 sets of 6 in a row. Lennox Tika takes off, slices through a gap. Beautiful pass behind the Hunter Western Hornets. And Russell, great put down. They're back in the leads. Sharks 3-2 heading into half time.
Inside the final 40 seconds here as it's brought forward. They drop it down now. Jack Edwards now for Thompson. Has them worrying. However, that pass is very uncharacteristic from Thompson. It hit nobody.
Yeah, the head went back from Thompson. He was going out for the back, the player out the back, but I think if he had a time again, he would have hit the lead runner.
So the Sharks now, if they're smart, they'll simply opt for ball control here. See out the set. Only about 15 seconds remaining as now Hennessy gets up over halfway. Quick release, and now they're really driving forward. They can smell some blood in the water. All the grubbers come out. Well,
beautiful grubber as well.
Yeah,
right
well weighted. That would have been a repeat set.
Definitely.
And there's no chance, of course, to take the field goal right on the stroke of half-time, even though we have seen a grubber to close things out. But really just such a high-quality contest, this one, Gab.
This is an excellent match. 3-2 at the moment to the Sharks over the Hunter Western Hornets, but don't go anywhere because there's another 16 minutes of amazing play coming your way.
Yeah, the stars are all shining in this one. It's a massive effort from both these teams despite challenging conditions. We can't wait for the second half. I'm sure you can't at home either. But don't worry, it's just around the corner right here at CX, Coffs International Stadium.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
down, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Get down, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard.
Welcome back to a very wet CEX Coffs International Stadium here in Coffs Harbour. A cracking game unfolding before our very eyes. The Hunter Western Hornets needing a little bit of work to do here in the second half. It is the South Queensland Sharks with the lead at the moment, but so much talent across the board here for both teams. A one-try deficit, well, it might as well be nothing, because this can turn on a dime, this game.
Yes, certainly can. There's plenty more to play out in this 16 minutes. And for all our viewers at home in the break, I also learnt that James Preston, star rapper. There's plenty of stars on the field. And just look out, you never know. Try scored, we might see you rap your way through the replay, James.
That is absolutely something that nobody needs to hear. Nobody needed to know it. If the album comes out, you'll hear about it. Don't you worry. Exclusive right here on KO.
Anyway, speaking of superstars, here we go. Dylan Hennessy starting the second half. See what he can manufacture for his team.
I will take the superstar moniker, though, as now Jermaine Dayberg-Muir approaches that 7-metre mark. Oh, Dayberg-Muir, that's superb stuff. Put his body on the line, but the skill, the guile, the little flick on, it was outstanding. It hit the mark, and South Queensland start on fire in the second half.
What better way to start this second half? So you see Norman, Dayberg-Muir, beautiful pass, and a try in the corner.
Well, they are cooking with gas, and Nathan Cook is the man that gets across the line. So 4-2, the rain continues to tumble down, but, geez, both these teams are playing like it is dry weather footy out there. Now Thompson brings it forward for the Hornets. Once again, bouncing around. Short pass here for Thompson. Thompson looks long, touched in flight. Play on, pops it back on the inside. Oh, there's the try of the tournament. There's no doubt about it. Squires had a lot of work to do to keep that alive. Wilton capitalises. That is special from the Hornets.
And actually a try assist from the Sharks player here. So Thompson lets it rip, comes off the Sharks player, pops it back inside like basketball. Back in the game. Now if the second half's going to be like this, let them play all night, James.
Don't let them eat cake. Let us eat the popcorn while we watch. This is outstanding from both teams. They'll drop it about 10 metres away. Look at the speed now from Tika. Receives it inside the 7. Sends it wider still to his brother. Lennox waiting for it. Gets it now from Kaya. Kaya drops it down. Back here for Lennox Tika. Oh, he sent it out wide. They read it well. It was 2-on-1, so Squires had a lot of work to do, but the pass just falling short.
Yeah, there was definitely opportunity there if the link was hitting up through the hole. But, yeah, cracking start to this second half where we have Hunter 4 tries to 3. Sharks over the Hornets.
So Hornets now working through that slippery surface once again. 4-3 the score in favour of the Sharks. There's a little bit of an issue with the on-ground scoreboard as now they take off here with Luke Kane trying to get away from them. Now roll it back here with the turnover. So South Queensland Sharks holding firm on that defensive set. Beaton picks up good metres. Now Russell gets involved as well. Bouncing around through the middle. Scooped up here from Jacob Hall. Great speed about this set once again. Oh, Hennessy with that bullet pass. He really does have the best passing game in the world of touch football, doesn't he? There's no drawback.
No, he sure does. It's hard to believe the game we're seeing and the conditions that they're faced with, these men.
It almost say beforehand that it seems like we're going to be a little bit shortchanged based on the conditions, but it really hasn't panned out that way. They're still playing the exact same way that they would if it was a dry track. Now Edwards with a lovely spiral pass. Out wide, drawing pass. Here's another chance. Squires over the top. Oh, the last pass is a little too big, though.
I wanted him to score there. I wanted the pop back in and the big swan dive to even the game up. We look on the replay. Skips outside his player. Pass in, over the top while he's falling. Couldn't quite get it to his player on the inside.
Credit to Russell as well, though. He'd made up the ground, and there would have actually been a contest to try and get that ball across the line before he made the touch. Now a lovely one-handed scoop here from Norman. Sends it out to this left-hand side. Squires was trying to shut it down with the tap down. And they're just checking to see whether he did get a hand on it. I don't think he did, and there is the turnover. But interesting one there for Squires. His previous one that he set up, far more difficult than that one.
I know, he made the hard job look easy earlier. Couldn't do it again just before, but this is just end-to-end action. Within 3 to 4 touches, they are just both teams rolling down the field.
Eagleton are now scooped up here. Connor Edwards, one-handed, pops it on here. Oh, contact there on Lincoln Little. Nothing little about the contact. He was cleaned up.
Yeah, he came in at speed, the Sharks winger. He might get a forced sub here, I dare guess.
You're spot on, Gab. There goes Nathan Cook. He scored the most recent try for the Sharks, but he won't have a chance to defend his line here. I also think that's a little bit unlucky there for Cook. I think it was incidental contact more than anything.
Yeah, he didn't mean to hit him high, but I think just because it hit him, in the head, they had to make that forced sub. I'm glad they didn't sin bin him, because that would have ruined what is an amazing game.
So 4-3 the score here in favour of the Sharks. The Hornets looking to get back on level terms. Edwards, caught here. He wasn't happy with the contact either. As Lennon will send it now for Luke Moffat. Drop down Eagleton under pressure. Quick release and then played at. So that'll be another set here for the Hornets.
Yeah, and again, the winger there for the Sharks where we had, looks like home, he had to do that. He had to knock the ball down. It was going to be another excellent try out this side for the Hornets.
So Edwards, now Eagleton. Once again, Moffat from distance. Great dive, even better touch though from Drew Price.
Yeah, holding his head here, the Hunter Western Hornet. He's going to have to go off for a sub. But they'll get fresh legs on. He might have got hit in the head as he dived through.
Yeah, he's checking for some blood there, Moffat. I haven't seen any come out as of yet, but the way that he keeps checking the hand afterwards, he must feel like he's been split.
7. He's come off for an injury. Player has gone on a step early.
That's a bit rough, and I think they might come back for exactly that reason. Moffat's not 100%. He's actually on the ground at the moment in the box.
Yeah,
I'm happy to see that reversed.
So am I. I think the right decision's been made in the end. Hornets will get the ball back.
So now Eagleton up towards the 7. Short pass from Lennon, wrapping around. Kane wants it quickly, gets it quickly, sends it for Edwards, looking for a second. Oh, what a touch from Tika.
Tika's happy with that, a touch that had to be made. They played it on about a metre out.
Oh, he's never back
dive.
on side, though. He's not back on side.
And I think that's what Edwards was claiming. There's fingers pointing everywhere. Suffice to say, no try. Little intercept there. Sharks have got the ball back. This game's got everything, James.
It does have everything, including the Falcon. So I'm very happy. Now short pass here up towards halfway they go. They've really got away with one there, though, the South Queensland Sharks. Let's see if that ends up being the deciding factor in this one. So they keep moving forward now. Russell takes the meters on offer. Watch for the one-handed scoop from Hennessy. There it is again. Such class. Fires it over the top. There's no room at all. There's the juggle into the signage. Hello, National Touch League Championships, My Sports Tape.
That was getting up close and personal with the signage right there.
Well, the pace is just exceptional from these two sides as Lennon takes off. Speaking of pace, he's got oodles of it. Scored a great try yesterday, streaking down the right-hand touchline. It's now Eagleton. Turns it here for Doherty. Up towards halfway. Oh, falling, but able to get the pass away was Kane. Now scooped up again here. Directly through the middle is Edwards. What about the turn of pace there? Looking for support. Finds it in the form of Jones. Geez, there's been some cracking tries in this contest.
And he just went straight through there. We'll look at it back on the replay. Off he goes. Jack Edwards beats 1, beats 2. Flings it out the back, and Riley Jones in for his second try. And I've got us locked up at 4-all.
It is indeed 4-all here between the Sharks and the Hornets as the Sharks take off again. Oh, whoopsie-daisy. Down they go. Back to his feet, though. Here's Drew Price. Now they'll take off once again. Oh, Norman pops a pass. They get it to ground. For mine, that's still a try. I think it's come up once he's made contact with the ground.
We better look out here, James. They might come up to us for a replay. They're looking at it. They're saying a try. Norman went through. Dayberg Muir pointed to the spot, said, I got the ball down. We'll see here on our own replay here. So he sweeps around. Norman takes off short side. Dummies right. Drops it back behind the defender.
Ooh.
I'm going to say, no, he's saying, I got the ball down and it's been awarded, suffice to say.
From that angle. That's all I'm saying, from that angle.
We couldn't see, so we'll go with the benefit of the doubt for the referees, and they've taken a narrow lead again, the Sharks.
I know we said we wouldn't mention Isabel Kelly again, but that was very similar. very similar. I'm not sure that ball touched the ground.
Well, I wish it was similar and they'd given Isabel Kelly the try the other night as well, because I'm sure a blade of grass must have hit the ground with that ball.
Rubber the green, right? As Thompson now bounces out to this right-hand side. Edwards, who split them apart on the last play. Now, for mine, there was a foot tracking through. And more than that, there was a little push, and that's why it wasn't quite square. They will get the right result here. So 5-4 the score in favour of South Queensland Sharks. It's the Hornets on the attack again. Edwards trying to leak up. Tika got a hand to it. Another set coming up.
And again, had to be done by Tika. So in these games, we don't like to see 60 goes given away, but what we're seeing with the quality of the attack, the defence has no other option.
Now to this right-hand side now. Thompson, short ball. Ooh, Jones was looking for a hat-trick. In fact, Jones has got himself a hat-trick, has he? Yes, he has. They point to the spot. Now, he's winded off the back of it too there, Jones, but he won't mind overall.
Yeah, we look at the replay here. We see Thompson go from dummy half, steps off the right.
Ooh, yeah.
Excellent put down by Jones. Ball down, 5-all, locked up again. Can we please stop the clock?
Well, it's Pete Norman coming across there as well. I think a little bit of a knee might have actually got the side of Jones. So inside the final 6 minutes here, I'm with you, Gab. I don't want it to stop. Robson now comes forward, about 15 from the line, bouncing up towards the 7. Hennessy is there, receives it flat right at the advantage line. They'll play it inside the 7. Hennessy, the dancing feet, takes off. Now there's a chance, looking for a miracle ball somewhere. Can they provide it? Oh, beat it onto the spot as easy as you like.
He just makes difficult things look easy, Dylan Hennessy. So nothing going on as we see the replay coming up here. Dumps the ball. Looks right, steps off the right, goes to the left. Everyone's chasing, but it's like it's slow motion. Who do I want to pass to? Who's there? Beaten. Nobody on him. Unbelievable.
Worth pointing out as well, Dylan is in his late 30s, but he still bounces around like an 18-year-old.
He literally is the GOAT.
An ageless player and a timeless one as well. You don't get to see this calibre too often as Eagleton comes forward toward the 7. Moffat picks it up. That was a sloppy play, the ball, and they will pick it up. I think they're spot on, though.
Yeah, you called it straight away, James. And at the moment, it's a narrow lead to the Sharks, but that could have evened it up there. And they've made matters worse. They've given away a penalty, threw the ball away. And you can't give away easy meters in games like this.
So inside the final 5 minutes now, Hornets need to be next to score to lock things up. As Tika comes forward. Now playing it, plenty of speed here. Drew Price picks up great meterage once again. The one-handed scoop from Hennessy. Wants it a second time inside, does the split. Still picks it up here, but the roll ball was a bit of a dog's breakfast, and the turnover is called.
Yeah, 6 touch. I think they lost track, which, I mean, the speed at which it's going, I'm not surprised they can't count the touch count.
So short pass provided now. Moffat up towards halfway. Very slippery in that part of the field. Edwards, no look pass. Back to the middle here for Lennon. Edwards again. Now for Luke Kane. Edwards taking off, lays it down. Lennon picks it up, floats it over the top. Tip on play, just doesn't quite find the mark.
Yeah, so it's now becoming a little bit of scoreboard pressure for the Hunter Western Hornets. So we see a little stop in play there. Refs just having a discussion. It's going to be a roll ball for the Sharks. And what we've got about 3.5 minutes to go on our timer.
So up towards halfway again, here's Beaton, the man whose try is the difference at the moment. At speed again, they come here. Scooped up now from Robson. Robson inside the 7. Turns it back on the inside there for Tika. Got fingertips to it. But the ball will go to ground and the Hornets survive yet again.
Yeah, so they need to get the ball down the other end of the field. The Hornets, they'll probably get maybe 3 or 4 more opportunities with ball in hand and try and manufacture a try. That's a good run there.
Meters on offer now as Little gets up over halfway. Short pass provided here from Jesse Jenkins. They'll take off again. Looking long all the way over to Hugh Doherty. Edwards stays alive somehow in the play. Now Eagleton flings it wide. Here's Little. Great touch though from Lennox. He does have those go-go gadget arms.
Yeah, he definitely had to make the touch there. So they're stepping back inside looking for where they could find a gap. Not to be.
So less than 3 minutes on the clock now. The Hornets desperate to get another try on the board. This game actually deserves to end in a draw. Eagleton will drop it down. Forward comes Price once again, up towards the 7. Eagleton shepherding him away like a border collie. He'll play it on the 7. Hennessy right at the advantage line. Quick release back to Norman. Floats it wide. Oh, the little flick over the top. Well, that was crafty, but ultimately the Hornets were wary.
Yeah, and if it did end up in a draw, I know they don't play drop-offs in rounds, but wouldn't this be an amazing drop-off to watch?
Well, there was a pass that never needed to be thrown. For some reason, Jones panicked. Play number 2, he had options there. Even if you're not taking many metres, you've still got to find support.
Yeah, because you can't score without the ball in hand, and it's a shame for Jones because he's had a cracker of a game.
And of course, 3 tries in this one for Jones. And now just 90 seconds from victory here for the South Queensland Sharks to remain undefeated. The final pool stage game for the Men's Open. The Hornets, of course, coming into this one also undefeated. So this will dictate who tops the pool. Out to this left-hand side. Great hands from Price above his head. We'll backtrack. This is really smart game management here from the South Queensland Sharks. Making sure they use the entire set. Price takes off, through into the in-goal. This is a chance to wrap it up, find support in the form of Tika. There was enough on that ball when he was grounding it, and that should do it now. The South Queensland Sharks have a 2-point advantage.
Yeah, Price is right here. He goes straight through, little dummy left, right behind the line. Patiently waits, and there's Tika, seals the game for the Sharks.
And there won't be enough time now inside the final minute, so the South Queensland Sharks remain undefeated in the pool stages, and they will be certainly one to watch moving forward. Of course, the Hunter Western Hornets, they won the entire competition last year, so it's a great result coming into this one here, as now Squire somehow stays alive. Eventually caught 7 away from the line. Can they get one more on the board here? Edwards floats it over the top. Thompson tries to bat it on, but the Sharks have well and truly done enough.
Yeah, and they'll just walk to the ball. They're in no rush here. They've done enough to win the game. Hooter won't be far off. They'll just hold on to the ball and take home the win in the top of the pool.
Deserved win too. We would have loved to have seen a draw, but you can't deny the result here from the South Queensland Sharks as Russell celebrates with a kick that actually nearly hit his own teammates, hence the laugh there, and Edwards saw the funny side of it too, but an outstanding performance from both teams. Probably the game of the season, not the season, the competition so far.
Yeah, definitely the best game I've witnessed in the past 2 days, and if that's any indicator of what tomorrow's finals is going to be like, make sure you're watching because it's going to be a great day tomorrow.
And we can't wait for it. There's still a little bit more action coming your way here on day 2. We'll take a quick break, and then Scotty McAllister will take you through our next match right here from CX Coffs International Stadium.
Joined here on the sideline by South Queensland Sharks captain Jermaine Dayberg-Muir. Drummy, 3 tries for yourself in that game. Awesome performance from yourself and the boys. Big win over the Hornets, last year's champions. Boys looking forward to finals now?
Yeah, it's been pretty good for us this year. We've had a few young boys step up and it changes our game up a bit. But credit to Hornets, mate. They've been the best team for a long time. So boys stuck out and good win.
Yeah, conditions obviously quite wet. It seemed like it was a fast game. How'd the legs feel in that one?
Yeah, it wasn't actually too bad. It's a bit cooler now, so it's a bit easier. But yeah, it's still slippery out there, but it was good footy being played out there.
You talk about the boys coming together, mixture of youth and experience. How's that kind of working at the moment? Exciting to watch from a crowd's perspective?
Oh yes, it's, the young boys have actually brought something into our team, like adding something new. Like we've always had the good players, but the young legs and just helping us out heaps more.
Thank you. Exciting to see, and good luck for the finals.
Cheers, bro. Thanks, boys.
Welcome back here on KO Sports. We have our final live stream game of the night. The Southern Rebels in the blue and red up against the Central Queensland Bulls in the maroon and yellow. The final round game to decide places here for the finals. We saw the Bulls lose earlier today against the Swans. That was the battle for top spot. Rebels holding on to fourth spot at the moment. Both teams destined for quarters and looking for momentum.
Yeah.
Joined in the commentary box by Scott McAllister.
Yes, just been running up the stairs, huffing and puffing here. We're just waiting for some official sheets to come through. Yeah, it's an important game. Both teams here with the Rebels here. First touch of the footy. Fast start as well. Now slicing through and support on the outside. That's a pretty good finish in the corner. What a way to start here for the Rebels, and a spectacular finish as well for the opening try.
Yeah, nice try here from the Rebels. First set, well orchestrated. They come sweep from the right link, come back, and then acting half, looks short, plays open, finds his way to the in goal, and a great finish in the corner there for the Rebels.
What a way to start. This is an important match here for the Rebels. And equally important here for the Bulls. They're looking for a win coming into quarterfinals. So a little bit of a change in format with the weather. We were expected to start to get into some quarterfinal action about this time this afternoon, but now last round games, quarterfinals later on tonight. And this is the last broadcast game on the day, I should say, but keep an eye on all the social media. You'll hear the quarterfinal results. Got women's open 20s, men's open quarters coming up later tonight. Big day it's turned out to be now on day 2.
Yeah, that it is. I was down there before, Scotty, just for that post-game interview. It is wet, so decent amount of rain. Obviously, we've had overnight. We've had a decent shower in the last hour. It is very slippery conditions on field 1. The Vans were struggling on that sideline, I'll tell you that.
Oh, yeah, sticking in. Definitely on this grandstand side of the field as well. It seems like the water's holding a little bit more. It's pretty muddy down there now as the Bulls attacking the line. Nothing there yet. Rebels still in front by 1. Nice opening touch for them as well. Oh, and second touch though. They come up with a mistake.
The opportunity now for the Bulls. We see quick change happening. Zanetti onto the field. Damon Moore at left link.
They come back in, probably too close for phase, but they recycle it around. Zanetti's got that calf very heavily strapped. Still out there and taking on the line himself, Zanetti. The touch is there. Still a couple to work with here for the Bulls. Last one now. Moore has a beautiful left to right. Kenny takes it and heads to the corner. And they say touch for half a second there. I thought they were going to award it.
Yeah, looked very close call there. Great ball from Damon Moore over the top. Found Mal Kenny with a little bit of space, but great cover defence there from the Southern Rebels winger.
Like how Mal, when it hit his hands, he just kicked away and headed towards the corner. It's pretty sharp.
I'll tell you what, the Rebels are up and about. Hear the roar from their sub-box when they earned that first penalty. They might be coming into this game as underdogs, but the way they're playing, you wouldn't think so.
Now with the repeat set. Just happy to throw it around at the moment. Looking for opportunities to set up here towards the back end. Sweep option. They go away though. Link ball was there, wasn't it? Just behind on the chest. They're going over for their second.
Yeah, smart play from the Rebels. They held the ball in the centre of the field, sent that link sweeper back towards the short side, and because they held that far edge up, found space in the wing and link. Unfortunately for them, ball didn't go to hand, but Zane Cox with a bit of energy out of the box.
Now Crow feeds it to Benbow. Crow gets himself in half. Early release. Benbow takes him on. They had him on the back foot. Great set there from the Bulls. They get their first try of the match.
Yeah, almost scoring a try down the other end. It's almost a 2-try turnaround. They hold that on, and the Rebels score, and it was nice energy from Zane Cox out of the box. Jaden Benbow gets the ball back early, hits the ground and scores nicely.
Locked up at ones. Bulls hit back. Sitting in second position in the pool at the moment. Rebels in fourth. Now picked off. Cox takes it, has a look around for support. Cox didn't want to go.
No, he didn't. All of his support players were numbered up. He was just looking for another option there, Zane.
Had some space in front of him, though, and they held off him for probably the first 15, 20 metres. But they get themselves downfield. Again, that zero touch, the new rule off the intercept. And Sharp off the left foot. I think they are going to point to the spot here. The referees, they will. And Taste Black. So it didn't matter in the end whether Zane wanted to go the full distance. Pretty calm, collected. They just continue to roll downfield and they get the polish on the end.
He did a strong tournament here, Taste Black. Just sweeps towards his short side. Cox gives him the ball early. Black just stops on a dime on the left foot. You can see that's grounded first. Another one of these young under-20s players, Taste Black, coming through that CQ system and gets rewarded with a nice try.
This is an important facet of the game, although it's still early here in the first half. They started really well, the Rebels. Now the Bulls have come back at them. It'll be interesting to see how the Rebels respond now. Got to continue to try and throw punch for punch here with the Bulls. Sweeping short side, nice off the left foot. Good touch back on the inside from Chase Bales. Phelan comes back in field. It's Pritchard will get caught in possession on the last touch of the set. Bulls now getting to work. Earnshaw did a good job to get that one down cleanly. Now players slipping. Assay still trying to get to his feet. But luckily, Lachlan Black was there. He scrambled across to get into half. Here's Black again. Playing it now. Last touch. Slipping, sliding again here. Both teams, and they get the penalty.
Just good drive there from the Bulls. Playing nice and direct. Sweepers around. You can see everyone slipping and sliding on the field. It's not easy to keep your feet at the moment to get rewarded with that repeat set.
Nice slick passing and a nice dive into the corner. Good touch as well.
Nice little early release off that open side play. Lachlan Black finding Zanetti. Great hands from Zanetti to the wing, but a great diving touch on the far edge from the Rebels.
Now they come out to the right-hand side. Smith, little stutter step. Ooh, shaping to come back on the inside. I think he wanted his man in Bailey Asso to stay on the out. Pretty sharp there from Mitch Smith. Now he steps in, loves his right to left. Short ball option this time.
He's filthy at Bailey Asso there. I think Asso just cost himself a try switching back.
Rebels now working. Ooh. Slippery ball again. It's a light rain continuing to fall at the moment. Bulls in good attacking position. Zanetti switches and will come for a breather. Benbow calling the shots out in the middle at the moment. Here is Jaden. Goes out. This time Bailey grabs it and snatches it down with defence coming across. Missed out on an opportunity last time. This time he grabs it with both hands.
Yeah, experienced player here. Jaden Benbow just sums up the situation really nicely. They've already scored at this play once. ML, they release Jaden nice and early and they play towards the short side. The Rebels adjusted by striking from length this time, but Benbow enough time to throw over the top and a classy finish from Assay in the corner.
So Bulls now push out to 2. Rebels need a response. Stanfield wraps around, they get the penalty.
Yeah, repeats that now for the Rebels. Looks like they're going to go static here to start with.
Touch made on Thompson. Stanfield is at half. Gets it back from Thompson. Wastes a touch there.
He's a little bit static here. Hardest place to roll is in the middle of the field. Nice touch there on the inside from Crow. I was just saying, worst spot to roll is in the middle of the field. Sometimes it's not bad to take it away from that space before you come back, generate a bit of momentum, and then the defence has to make some decisions on the back foot.
You see teams, it seems like they just hold that static shape when you're in the middle, like you said, but on the out, it automatically almost forces you to then run again.
Yeah. And it allowed for, from a CQ perspective, you saw the 11, Benbow, he pressed early nice and high, so it's actually the defence dictating to the attack what they want, when as an attacking team, you want to kind of be in control of the narrative.
Kenny plays it. Zanetti gets it down. Now trying to get back in underneath. Matt Lavery, the on-field, seen something here. There's a bit of chat going on with the Rebels players. He's going to point to the spot.
Must have been an offside play. We talked about some of these young players in the CQ system. Chase Bales being one of those, fresh from a successful campaign with the 18 boys in the Australian Emus. Gets the ball back off a quick. He just gets nice and low, nice and early. Saver middle must have been offside. Stanfield must have been caught short of the line. And Lavery's happy. He's jolly on the spot. And CQ now, dangerous position for the Rebels. They're now up to a 4-1 lead.
They're really starting to stretch away now. The Bulls. Nothing on offer at the moment. Juwara just slipping one through. Referees have a quick look at each other. Footwork. Bulls players down on the deck. And they take advantage there. The Rebels, didn't they need that try? Nice work.
Wasn't the prettiest set of 6 from the Rebels. Fortunately, they got a slip over there. Bales falling over in the touch, but Placer, nice job there, getting low, finding some space. Love to see some more movement before they get to that strike dump, though. But 4-2, back in the mix now, need a defensive stop.
Rain starting to fall a little heavier now as well. Bulls on the run again, little one-on-one. And they've got them beat yet again. Lockie Crow gets the 5th, so they score down the other end, the Rebels, but they leak in defence.
Back to the well. They've gone to this play a couple of times, either off the ML or even just an early 2-step release, and Crow, just too much foot speed for that space. Rebels middle's just a little bit tight on the roll ball, but smart play from CQ and smart tactics by Coach Dan Withers.
Better run coming in now as Day comes back infield. Stanfield can't hold on to the footy.
Yeah, smart play there. Mitch Smith just held off. They were looking for a chance for phase. Rebels. Smith didn't give him the touch, held off and ended up losing control and getting the ball down anyway for his team.
Here's Crow. What was Cox in the 7, Benbow out in front. Rebels through the middle on the first.
Yeah, good start here from Rebels. I went forward on 1, so we're over halfway in 2, so they should be able to ask decent questions at the end of this set.
They need to clean play the ball. Yeah, they don't get it coming into the last touch. Placer, though, picks up, sends it across the sideline.
Yeah, they did really well, CQ, pressing on touch 3. Bailey Assay actually shot up from the far wing into the middle position. Interesting to see if the Southern Rebels identify that. There's a chance to go back towards the box for wingers coming in that far.
Changes for the Bulls. Zanetti gets him back in towards the middle of the field. Nice to play the ball there from Bales. Short ball. They can't squeeze it through.
Yeah, better defensive positioning on that play. It's caused them havoc. 3 tries coming from that little 2-step setup. They like to send their latcher on early. Zanetti sweeps around as a decoy and they come back this way, but the Rebels had their spacing right on that occasion.
Better punch out of the box here for the Southern Rebels, coming into the last. Clean pick up from half. Nice switching play. They show and go. And the contact's made on Tibbety.
Yeah, good defence there. Riley Earnshaw didn't bite in on that touch, just held his space. Now they're going to have to defend a repeat set. 6 more touches here for the Rebels.
It's a big opportunity for them. Down by 3 at the moment. Not much doing in the early stages of the set as Day takes the touch.
I'd love to see Tibbety on the ball here. He's at right link. He's looked quite dangerous with his footwork.
He's calling for it. They come towards him now. Sweeper coming around. Tibbety, though, sends it back infield. All the way back out to Sarah Cole. Yeah, just couldn't get it. Looked like they were covered down the short side there, the Bulls.
Yeah, comfortable defensive set there from the Bulls. Sloppy roll ball, they're allowed to play. Good use of the ball here from Hannah and Zanetti.
Here's Crow, releases Cox. Crow gets a clean pick up. Another touch. Switching in Cox. Deflection. Just couldn't quite get there to reel it back in. It was Sericold. And a good crack at that one.
Yeah, nice play from the Bulls. Nice use of passing, making extra metres on the front foot. Zane Cox sweeping.
Goes in early and low. And will get sent back. Close again. Black now feeding it from half. Penalty though.
Yeah, for those that not too familiar with touch football, when a defender hits the 7, you must move forward till the touch is imminent. So referee Generick penalising the link on the open side there for not moving and being around the ball. And that penalty now, which brings them up to 2, is for foot in the ruck. So we see a third, there'll be a player sat to the side.
Now slicing through. Black just whicks it over the shoulder. Contact made though first before the pass was given.
Yeah, big touch, Luke Tibbety. Nice little dummy towards the short side. Taste Black getting to the in goal, but Luke Tibbety put in the big ones. Big diving touch, earned his team a touch and pass penalty.
Now the changes coming around behind the 10-metre line. Rebels look to go down their sideline. Defence. Hooters about to sound. Nice pick up and go, and the ball's bouncing around. And the referees will bring that to a close. Quick tap though, penalty was given first. Assay offloads, they flick, they go razzle. Out to the corner and could be reeled in there from Hannay. Tough one to take in wet conditions. And the Bulls will go into the break up by 3. Rebels came out pretty strong, but nice work there and composure from the Bulls just to get into the game, and they're starting to control it, so reflecting on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they started well, the Rebels, for sure. CQ's strength has always been that drive, that grind through the midfield, and they just kind of flexed their muscle for a good 5 to 8 minutes. Got rewarded with 2 or 3 tries. That little 2-step play in the middle causing the Rebels lots of headache. 3 of the 5 tries coming off that platform.
The Bulls in front at the moment. Last round game before we start to head into quarterfinals for the Benz Open. CQ Bulls 5 over the Rebels 2.
Balance we got now.
Both teams already out on the field here for the second half. They're not worried about a bit of rain. They've been standing out there for a couple of minutes, ready to rip into this second half. It's the Bulls in front by 3 at the moment. It's going to take a big effort here in the second half for the Rebels.
Yeah, big first set here to start with. We've seen this tap-off play a few times from the Bulls. Cox comes round with a big block and sweep, but they're not out of it yet.
Here's Smith, just lollipops it over the top. Rebels show the Bulls the sideline.
Yeah, both these teams potentially quarter-final bound. Rebels holding on to 4th spot at the moment. If they aren't successful in this one, they're hoping the ACT Raiders don't cause an upset in the other game on field 2. CQ currently in 2nd spot. Win will secure that for them. Quarterfinals are at 8:50 p.m. tonight with the rejig draw and the loss of fields. It's going to be a late one for these teams.
Oh, that is tough. 8:50. It's a late one. Wet, cold. Rebels are going to score first here in the second half. Perfect way to start. Xander Thompson. And for the Bulls, they can't be starting to think about this quarterfinals later on this afternoon, or tonight, I should say. Rebels have still got a game to play with here.
Yeah, it was a nice direct set from the Rebels. They just kept going forward, kept making meters. Stanfield just dug into the line. It's a nice hole there from Thompson. 5-3, perfect start for the Southern Rebels.
Bulls now casually rolling down with Damon Moore. He feeds it now from half. Taking them on the outside, Chase Bales. He's having a good game. It's his second try there, and it's just been similar to the first one. Just a little bit of one-on-one space to work with on the outside. Scores another classy try.
Yeah, Damon Moore does a really good job. Holds up the middle defender, Xander Thompson, before he releases to Stanfield, who pops up. Ends up being 2 middles on the touch. Gives Chase Bales a one-on-one, and Bales quick enough and agile enough to score a nice try. So he crosses for his second. Bulls back out to a 3-try lead.
Rebels bring it back infield as the sweeper came back around, but they do come back towards Myberg now. He gets another touch.
Yeah, good defense, good scramble there from the Bulls. Kenny making a desperate touch. Damon Moore coming across on the phase play.
Ooh. Oh, contact. The boys are in the box. They're covered in mud. And the penalty does go to the Bulls.
Oh, that was nice. Mal Kenny absolutely floored through the sub-box. Mud everywhere. The TFA photographers will be all over that.
It's almost, not for Mal Kenny's sake, but a penalty worth giving away, isn't it? Just for that reason, like, yeah, we'll give the penalty away, but I'm going to cover you in mud and take you out of the field as well.
Just for the comedic value. Ball to ground here from Assay. Rebels really extravagant start to their set. They've done really well. Shifted to the far side, checked it back in. Touch 2, bit of flow already. 3's at halfway.
They've got to continue this flow rolling through. On touch 4 is pretty good. They'll be looking for a clean. Oh, Placer went fancy.
I'll tell you what, if that came off, that would have been one for the highlights package. Great flow from the Rebels. Great extravagant ball movement. They still managed to go forward. We've seen teams try to shift the ball too much. But for them, they were still going forward, so they earned the right to do so and almost pulled off a really nice play.
Bembo, clean play the ball in between 2 defenders. Cox rips, finds the space. Out to Kenny in the corner. He's got the recovery, the celebration, the boot.
Nice play here from the Bulls. We've seen them go that little 2-step a couple of times. This time the Rebels do a really good job to adjust. Jaden Bembo shows his experience here, just puts the ball on a platter. Zane Cox, pick your option, pick your long ball, son, and absolutely great pass out to that far edge. Good try, good team try for the CQ Bulls.
Yeah, 7th of the game as well. They're starting to look good, the Bulls. Rebels, again, continuing to search for points. This time they get 2 defenders in the Bulls. They get the penalty, though. The repeat set.
Yeah, not moving forward in the 7 again. I think it's the call from referee Lavery.
He's almost got on the outside.
Oh, it's almost in slow motion.
There must have been a call. We got a penalty first. Must have been.
Forward past the call, so forward from acting half. You will notice a trial at this NTL in the men's open division. We've got the 4 referees, so Matt Lavery currently sitting at the back in that pocket referee position. It's definitely added to the speed and the accuracy, I think, of the men's open division.
Earnshaw on the last. They're on the run here again. This time, leak ball option, no touch made. Damon Moore, they're really starting to open up the Rebels now.
Nice little change up here from the Bulls. They go the early release off of the strike dump. We saw Cox last set dig into the line and hit the winger. This time they release that ball early and just play the numbers 3v2. It's a nice outside in line from the Bulls link, and starting to get dangerous now for the Rebels. Back-to-back tries. They've just pushed this margin out to 5.
Start from the restart here for the Rebels. Well held onto in the end from Herbert. Throwing the footy around again in these wet conditions. Now Day comes back infield. We'll get a repeat set.
Nice little open side play there from the Rebels. Struck in by Link. Taste Black was the man up there in the passing lane. 6 to go is the rule.
And a short ball from half. This time they won't get the repeat set. Did come off Malkenny, no hands involved.
Struggling to see the difference between the two of those calls. It's always an interesting one, that's for sure. But one thing the Rebels will notice, CQ striking from Link regularly. I wonder if they're going to look for possibly a little early release on those plays. 2 in a row. They might be able to catch him napping on a short side.
Partridge will play it. The Rebels having a look at the CQ defence. Hajiwara almost getting in underneath. Back out to the 7. Tibbity with the touch. And the final of the set. And the ball out the back.
Yeah, just like a little bit of punch and momentum there, the Rebels. It allowed the Central Queensland Middles to kind of dictate terms, get up and put a bit of pressure. Negated that play, and now we've got players offside here for the Rebels. Got a bit of work to do.
Cox, short ball off the hip. Big metres through the middle for Crow. Zanetti follows suit. Here's Patrick Crow. Gets it to the 7. Within the 7, Smith looping out of the hands. Kenny just slams it down again. And the good finishes out in the flanks here for the Bulls.
Yeah, handy 2 Australian Emus wingers. One of those being Malkenny. It's a nice finish. Just good flow here from the Bulls. Crow gets all the way to the 7. Mitch Smith able to dig in the line. Not the prettiest of passes, but got to the destination it was after. And Kenny straight in the corner. Didn't bring out his usual try celebration. Just chuck that one straight back to halfway.
Rebels now on the 7, sweeping around. Smith just getting there, maybe just in low, might have been a chance. Just kind of got held up a little bit upright and diving in at the line.
Yeah, decent question from the Rebels. Good to see Mitch Smith back in this division. Hasn't played Men's Open for a number of years. Got himself really fit, and he's really doing a great job out here in the link for the Bulls.
They're coming his way now. Here he is. Gets a good chunk of meterage as well. Bembo follows suit. Bales back onto the park. Comes to Earnshaw. Releases it early. Ooh, they went a little flick on. Did open up for him down the left.
It did. Nice play from the Bulls. They went back to the well. The play that was working for them in the first half. Rebels, just enough pressure there to force a ball to ground.
So quarterfinals coming up tonight, 8:50. That's tricky conditions, something that the players coming into today wouldn't have been planning for. All the top teams who we thought were going to be there. We saw a great win from the Sharks earlier on. They finished top of the other pool here in the men's. We'll see this last play for the Rebels. Ball hits the deck. Starts again, though, doesn't it, in the finals. But, it's really tricky conditions, like we said. Later time slots. It's going to be exciting to see how those quarterfinals unfold here in the men's.
100% round results mean nothing when you have two teams that come out together for a quarterfinal, but there's a lot of things that go into it, particularly for the coaches here. You're managing teams, so Dan Withers, for instance, coach of the CQ Bulls. Harry Griffin, Australian Men's Open link, is getting rested this game. You're managing 16 players, who's resting, who's feeling fit, who needs a break, but you don't want to lose a knockout game. So all those components come in as Cox around the back rips it to Smith on this short side. You've got to balance those things out for sure. So, and it's one of those things too. We've seen heaps of live stream games now. The Rebels are going to go away, and when they play the Sharks in that quarterfinal, they're going to be able to watch some footage back. He can bring out shock tactics. It's another element knockout footy.
Yeah, they'll be coming for an ambush. The Rebels, don't worry about that. And we can see that the intent that they started this game in, it's gone away from them towards the back end of the first half. A little bit of flick work here. The other thing that could work in their favour is the Sharks would have really been mentally up for that game against the Hornets. They would have known how important it was to get that victory, against a really quality team, but to finish on top of the pool. Now they're back in the tent. Don't know, they might have gone back to the hotel, freshened up or something like that. But yeah, it's a different ball game. You're coming back in a couple of hours against a team, you have to say the Sharks will be heavy favourites coming into that match, but, you know, we've seen strange things happen at this tournament before. Big guns go out in quarterfinals, semi-finals. You know, it's a two-horse race in that game, and I think the Rebels will throw the kitchen sink.
We have nice little bounce-out play there. Good touch from Tibbety. The other thing, too, is sometimes the motivation. Like you've got an eye on semi-finals and grand finals. That quarterfinal can sometimes be a harder game to get up for. It's... Being the third or fourth ranked team can sometimes be a little bit of a bonus. You've got nothing to lose. Classy play here from Damon Moore, but Nate Hannay unable to handle it. Arms up in the air for Moore. Probably just a little bit casual. Could have had two hands on that one, Hannay.
Repeat set. Patrick Crow. No, they're going to give it back to the Bulls here.
Was definitely touched from Crow. They're saying that not played out. There was a finger pointing there from the Rebels, but got to play on with it now. Bulls on the attack.
Out ball to Bembo, who skips and looks to take him on. He'll come back.
Yeah, good touch, Tibbety, on that occasion. Looks like the Bulls are content here just to wind the clock down. Zane Cox coming on.
Go to back. Cox right footed, just as casual as you like. Kicks it back to halfway.
I would love to have the time Zane Cox has on a football field. Just skips across. Doesn't look like anything ever phases him. He sprinted out of the sub-box to get his hands on the ball here and then just gets the ball back. Just a hop, a skip, and, yep, I'll hit the grass. And a little bit too easy in the end for Zane.
10th try of the game for the Bulls. On the flip side for CQ. Perfect hit out for them coming into the quarters. Oh, it almost opened up through the middle. There's Cox again.
Yeah, a bit of space on that open side. Good touch from Zane Cox. If they managed to get it towards that link or wing, there was a fair bit of ground Bailey Assay was going to have to defend.
They've got all their numbers on the right. Rip long.
Yeah, good defence. Malcani sliding out with that long pass. So good defensive set from the Bulls.
Yeah, I'd say ball down. That's a good call. And back onto the attack here, the Rebels. So looking to finish the game off strongly. Down by 7 on the board. Looking at options at the moment. Sarah Cole feeds. Can't squeeze through. Kingston Day. So this will be the final match of the broadcast for day 2. But like we mentioned, there's still more footy taking place out here this evening. Plenty of changes to fields because of the weather that we've experienced over the last couple of days. So we do have finals going late into the evening tonight just to catch things up. Make sure we're good to go come finals day tomorrow. As we see the Rebels chance their hand. And we'll come back for the penalty midfield. So, yeah, keep an eye on all the social media pages for Touch Football Australia. The website as well has the online results that punch through as soon as they come to hand. You'll be able to see all the victors in the quarterfinals. Got Women's Open quarterfinals as well tonight. Smith, Damon Moore just casually slaps it, gets it back, coming his way. Rebels did a good job to scramble across.
I don't think there is anyone better in the game than Damon Moore at the tap on. Just casual as you like. I reckon he would have had a career as a volleyballer.
If it's not the baton as well, it's that reverse flick. We saw him go viral a couple of years ago.
Similar to Zane Cox, he just seems like he's got all the time in the world, Damon. It seems like it's all the same speed.
Now the Rebels ripping long out to the corner. Worth a dive from that far out when it's beat as wet as what it has today. I thought we were going to be good. We were going to come through it. We had all the rain this morning, then the sun was out. The sun of all things. Here in Coffs Harbour, and I was like, no worries, we're back. She disappeared pretty quick.
Yeah, that it did. Decent shower this afternoon, just really wetting up this surface. A little trick play towards the short side. Zanetti working with Taste Black.
That's smart there again from Zanetti. Just get the ball down on the next play. And the Bulls with Bembo sliding down on the knees. Gets back up to his feet, but gets clipped on the boot. Good touch from Phelan.
Yeah, big touch. Mark Phelan, great skill there. Bembo hitting the deck and realigning, but it's, in the end, a comprehensive win here for the CQ Bulls. 10 tries to 3, and they've flexed their muscle on the way towards a semi-final later this evening.
Yeah, big win there for the Bulls. They were gallant defeat there. The Rebels had a good opening to their first half. Depending on results, they could be into the quarterfinals as well. And as we mentioned, last game of day 2 here on the broadcast, it's been another huge day with plenty more football to come late through the evening here in Coffs Harbour. It's going to be an even bigger day tomorrow on day 3. We get into the crucial point, the crunch time for finals. Who's going to progress their way through to semi-finals and the big dance later on Sunday afternoon. Make sure you tune in. Another big day of touch football here at the NTL Championships from Coffs Harbour. But from myself and Adam Pride, it's good night from here.